Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of The Mad Scientist's Guide to World Domination, original short fiction for the modern evil genius, edited by John Joseph Adams, performed by Stefan Rudnicki, Mary Robinette Kowal, and Justine Eyre. Foreword by Chris Claremont. As far back as the Iliad and the Odyssey, as far back as Shakespeare and Marlowe, right on up through the present day, the best heroes are defined by their villainous adversaries. The admiration we feel for them is more often than not defined by the quality of the threats they confront and ultimately overcome. Think of the stories we tell in our imaginations on the playground. Who's more cool, Ming the Merciless or Flash Gordon? Darth Vader or the whole of the Rebel Alliance? Khan or Kirk? Magneto or Professor Xavier? Who among these characters do we remember most when the story's told? Who made the strongest impact? Whom do we secretly admire even as he or she terrifies us? Who seems to have the most fun? In most adventure fiction, be it drama or melodrama, the hero is defined very much by his or her adversary. The hero, sadly, is the more passive figure, forever waiting for the villain to set the plot in motion, to then take whatever actions are necessary to forestall it. The better the villain, the more impressive their assets, whether personal, being mentally and physically superior to the hero, or collective, in that he commands an impressive force of underlings. The more heroic his adversary becomes in taking a stand against what appear to be overwhelming odds. And, of course, in emerging triumphant. Things get even better in stories like those in this anthology, where the villain strides masterfully into the category of mad scientist. You can find yourself confronting Dr. Moreau on his island, where he's busy reducing living people to the size of children's toys, or twisting the concept of villainy against itself, as was done in X2, X-Men United, wherein the mutant heroes allied themselves with Magneto against an even greater threat, that of William Stryker. At story's end, one adversary is slain by the other, who then betrays his allies, leaving them all to die. Two mad scientists, two heinous villains, one richly dramatic climax. What more could audiences ask for? For the creator, the writer, the wonderful thing about such characters is that they offer the opportunity to dance across both sides of society's line between good and evil. We craft the world as we want it to be, invariably a nice place full of nice people, and then introduce a tangible threat. The beauty of the mix, of course, is that we have the opportunity to play with these tropes. For example, the villain might seriously tempt the hero to switch sides, or to use a more classic description, seduce him to the dark side of the Force. There's a seminal power in that temptation. The hero might fall and the villain triumph. By the same token, the hero can reach out and tempt the villain to renounce his evil ways and thereby redeem himself, perhaps by taking a stand against a greater evil, or simply walking away from the life he'd lived until now so as to start anew. That aspect of this primal conflict became the linchpin of the character of Magneto in X-Men, giving him a power and depth rarely seen in comics and film as he was brought to tangible life by Ian McKellen. Either way presents the audience a story rich with dramatic tension, in that you don't know until it actually happens how the tale's going to end. It keeps us reading or watching, and leaves us eagerly awaiting the opportunity to come back for more. But of course the conflict, between good and evil if you will, is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. Right beneath it is the equally primal question, why? What takes a soul and casts him or her one way and not the other? Why is one person compelled to be a villain and another the hero? We see Macbeth as a noble man in the opening scenes of Shakespeare's play, an admirable warrior, yet by Act 5 he has become a veritable monster. True, he's won a kingdom, as the three witches foretold, But in the process he's betrayed king and colleagues, slaughtered friends, betrayed all he believed in, and cast his soul to ruin. And throughout, we can't take our eyes off him. Not only that, he gets the best lines. So here we have a clutch of stories presenting a view of life from the perspective of the mad scientist or evil genius. Some are conquerors, others criminals. Some look like normal folks, others wear costumes. All are delightfully fascinating. They are the dark side of our soul brought to life and cast into a realm where the inevitability of their defeat is not a given. As the saying goes, it's fun to admire forbidden fruit, but you should never forget that there's a reason it's forbidden in the first place, and it's not because someone's being selfish. We let ourselves admire these mad scientists because we know that in the end they'll lose. Trouble is, what we think we know isn't always the case. They're scientists, which means they're always looking for answers. They're proud, resourceful characters, determined to brave new pathways, and even more dangerously, to try the wholly unexpected. Does that make them evil? Or just one step ahead of the rest of us? So, enjoy these stories, your brief wander through worlds where the rules may not be as predictable and dependable as you might prefer. Just be careful. The tiger is a lovely animal, but shrouded in that physical beauty are the muscles and fangs of a predator. To its eyes, you may well be prey. Admire all you wish, but take care not to become the next main course for dinner. Category: Secret Identity Management Variables. Rule 967.2b. Managing your love life is no easier for geniuses. Source: Professor Incognito, instigator of Martian Rule. Via Austin Grossman. Our first journey into the realms of madness looks reasonable enough. How crazy can an itemized list really be? Well, in this story, a simple list of Professor Incognito's apologies reads like the confession of a remarkably evil genius. Professor Incognito likes to live the lifestyle of any classic supervillain. He's got secret rooms and hologram projectors, midnight costume changes, and plans for sentient tigers. There's just one barrier lying between him and perfect happiness: his fiancée. Is there any way to explain to her that beneath his mild-mannered facade as a physics professor, he's got the skills to take over the galaxy? Is there any way to reconcile a relationship built on lies? And should he wear his costume to their next couples counseling appointment? Beneath the humor, this tale asks a more chilling question. What role do secrets play in our relationships? And do we really want to know everything about our partners? It doesn't take a genius, evil or otherwise, to fear the consequences of a love built on lies. Professor Incognito apologizes. An itemized list. By Austin Grossman. If you're receiving this message, then you have probably made a startling and disturbing discovery regarding the nature of my scientific work. Please forgive the unsettling nature of my appearance. The holographic projector is my own invention, and probably very lifelike apart from the change in scale, which I believe lends a dramatic effect. I understand if it initially gave rise to confusion, panic, or small arms fire. Needless to say, I have to add this, your puny human weapons are powerless against me. I am recording this because I just gave you the key to my place, and although we've had the boundaries talk several times, these things still happen, and I wanted to have a chance to explain. To get this far, you must have found the false wall I put in at the back of the bedroom closet. You must have pushed aside the coats and things, found the catch, and pulled it aside to see the access shaft and the rungs leading downward to an unknown space deep beneath this apartment complex. Did you hesitate before descending? Perhaps you still supposed this might be a city maintenance tunnel? Strange, but surely more plausible than what followed. You must have started the elevator manually. I've always admired your resourcefulness at moments like this. And then you would have had to guess the combination to the vault door. Tricky, but then, of course, you would know your own birthday. So maybe then you realized where you were, as the vault door opened and the rush of escaping air ruffled your black hair, and you crept inside, lips parted, flashlight at the ready. And you heard the electrical arcs sizzle and smelt ozone, and the glow of strange inventions cast a purple light onto your face, and you found yourself standing inside my secret laboratory. Maybe this is for the best, you know. I think you should sit down, not on the glowing crystal, and we can talk. This may take a while, but fortunately the silent countdown you've triggered is quite lengthy. I completely agree that this is very legitimate breakup material. I know that's what Chris would say, will say. She's said it about a lot less. Plenty of people, say Interpol or the federal government or the Crystal Six, would take matters much, much further. They've certainly tried. This isn't the first time I faced discovery. Secret identities are fragile things. You set up a dividing line in your life that can collapse in an instant, that can never be reestablished. You yourself have already come close to the secret so many times, come so close to stumbling into the clandestine global conflict that is my nightly pursuit. The hero Nebula came close to unmasking me in Utah before I lost her in the depths of the Great Salt Lake. In Gdansk, I matched wits with Detective Erasmus Kropotkin, but always I knew you, Suzanne, were the greatest threat to my domination of the world. In any case, I'm afraid this knowledge will do you no good, as I am constantly having to inform people. I said explain, but I think I really mean apologize. And truthfully, most of my apologies aren't very sincere. Typically, I make them just before or after an unspeakably evil act. Before hurling a helpless superhero off a tall building, I say things like, "Please forgive my rudeness," as a kind of facetious witticism, a quip to break the inevitable tension. I'm going to try and be more sincere this time, partly on the advice of our Dr. Kagan, but also out of a sense that if I owe anyone on this terrestrial globe, which I will shortly crush with the burning talons of pure science, an apology, it is you. So I'd like to issue this apology regarding my rudeness, a boilerplate phrase, but maybe on this occasion it can stand in for all the small, inevitable, innumerable items that must go unsaid in this list. Toilet seats left up, dinners missed, gestures of tenderness that went unmade when they were needed most. And yes, for the mighty and terrible engines that must, even now, be warping through the ether toward your pitiful planet. In the interest of precision and sincerity, I'd like to itemize this list as far as possible, which I know is a little too much like one of our counseling sessions. I know you're probably going to break up with me again, but please bear with me. I, Professor Incognito, hereby issue apologies regarding the following. Any confusion you may be experiencing at this moment. It must be a shock to learn that the person you think of as your hard-working, decent, perhaps a bit dull fiancé is in reality the terrifying, fascinating, inexplicably attractive figure of Professor Incognito. You've heard of me, I suppose. A name synonymous with evil and brilliance the world over. I hope so. I made a point of mentioning it enough times. I think Dr. Kagan would agree, that this might be really, really good for our relationship. You often spoke of a remoteness about me, a part you simply couldn't reach. Maybe that was the reason you were attracted to me in the first place, that you sensed on some level a mysterious, unknowable chamber you couldn't find a way into. On some level you guessed what it might be, that I had hidden away my glittering machines, seething chemical vats, the mutation ray in a place you'd never reach. Of course you did. People have levels, you would say. Engineering levels, generator levels, hydroponics. Re what happened at dinner with your parents the other night. Your father's remarks about Martians were both irresponsible and uninformed, but that's no excuse for how I reacted. But, and at the risk of repeating myself, the Martians are an ancient and noble culture who built golden pyramids long before human life appeared in North America. Re any slight unavoidable deception. It didn't start out this way. In the beginning, everything was much as it appeared to be. I was a young physics researcher with a hopeless crush on a brilliant colleague. It would have been ridiculous, even if I weren't 5'4", even if I weren't maybe the most awkward individual on the planet. I would never have dared speak to you. That first kiss outside the student center is still as miraculous to me as the sunrise might have been to our primitive ancestors, long before science simultaneously cleared everything up and made it all more confusing. And it's strange, because it was on the very day of that kiss that I had the first whisper of the insight that would make my career, crack open reality, and ultimately lead us to this conversation. I knew, before anything else, two things. One, that it was the greatest scientific discovery in 100 years, and two, that you could never, ever be told of it. Re our date on the evening of January 25th, 2007. Yes, I was irritable and distracted at dinner, and I didn't listen properly to your story about Eileen and the paper's managing editor, whatever his name was, which I think in retrospect was more entertaining than I gave it credit for. It's not an excuse, but that was the day of my first experimental proof of concept. I had discovered there is, layman's terms, a gap in the world, a space between the atoms, if you knew where to look for it. A scientific principle with endless applications for the manipulation of matter and energy. I could have told you about it, and I didn't. I still don't entirely know why. There were legal reasons, of course. You would have been an accessory under the law, and my secrets were dangerous. I'd be protecting you as much as myself. But I'll be honest. As my career progressed, those reasons came to matter less and less. I know now that I can protect you in other ways, that the law can be bought, my enemies crushed or intimidated. You were the most important person in my life, the one who knew me most intimately. Why couldn't I tell you? Maybe I was afraid you would contact the authorities, or steal my ideas, or call me insane. Maybe I knew you wouldn't choose me if you knew everything about me. And maybe being in love means you never get to be a whole person again. The moment we met, I became two people. The one I decided could be with you, and the one left over, the person I am by myself. A person who I could never, ever let you meet, and who became the greatest criminal genius the world has ever seen. I used to marvel at that fact that you didn't have a hidden side, that you're the same all the way through. How can a person not have a secret and glorious part of themselves that the world absolutely must not see? In 3 more weeks, I had a working blaster, and we met to see Hannah and her sisters at the Regent. I fell asleep on your shoulder, dreaming the genetic code for a race of sentient tigers. Re Rudigor. I don't know how we each ended up thinking the other was a light opera fan. And in my defense, the reviews were very positive. I think the word rollicking appeared more than once. Believe me, I died a trillion deaths as we sat there together and watched undergraduate theater majors milk a comic Gothic pastiche for cheap laughs. It was late fall, and when we met outside the theater, your cheeks stood out pink against your dark green overcoat. We left our coats on inside, and all I remember of the play was feeling the cheap, stiff wool of mine brushing up against your shoulder. Afterward, I walked you back to your dorm, and we lamely joked about how bad it had been, and you couldn't see how flushed my face was. That was the day my prototype force field stuttered into life, and I'd laughed and fired a dozen test bullets, then had to blame the gunpowder smell on my roommate's cigarettes. You sent me home. Pausing on your doorstep, I looked up at the stars, clear and bright in the Midwestern sky, and began to formulate the glittering digital architecture that would become Craniac 12. But I foresaw neither its first words nor its tragic final act. Re the fate of your much-vaunted Captain Atom. Well, maybe I won't apologize for that. There are frequencies of sound inaudible to the unaugmented senses of Homo sapiens. But you knew that, didn't you? Re my methods. Crude, perhaps? Not so wholesome as you would prefer. You don't even know the history of the world I live in and the conflict that formed it. The moment you commit a crime in a costume, you see new truths about the world. You probably think Mage President Nixon never reached the moon. Consider, do you remember that weekend we drove for 4 hours in a snowstorm to visit your brother and his wife? We went the last 2 hours without talking, not angry, just in a shared reverie as the world darkened and we felt like the one warm, dry place in an infinite plain of blue-white snow and black trees and wet, gritty highway. You didn't know it, but Iluvatar was following us, one of the Mystic Seven. But she knew I wasn't going to try anything. She lagged behind, further and further back into the dusk and the storm. We drove on. I thought about how much power an unspaced generator could make. I thought about what kinds of treads a cyber tank should have to cross this terrain, and if your brother was going to be a jerk to me the entire time, and how many human skulls would go into making a really nice throne, and whether there was enough power in all unspace to get me through this weekend, and if Craniac 14 could untangle all the messed up stuff in your family. Re any inconvenience I may be causing you? Yes, well, you see, I haven't mentioned it, but you may be staying here quite a while. Don't try to run. Do feel free to explore, though. Given what you've said about my housekeeping in the past, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. You know I don't like to boast, but I'm really pretty proud of this place. I broke ground on the first chamber and a simple ventilation system while you were at your mother's in Baltimore. But since then, it's actually gotten quite extensive. When the construction robots really got going, it all just spiraled. A generator room, shock chambers, plasma containment, the xeno-apiary, the panopticon, the emergency launch tubes. The catacombs below the lower level seemed to be naturally occurring, but I never quite got to the bottom of some funny seismic readings. Best not be too curious. What you're seeing is the real thing I built during the better part of our life together. We'd see a movie or have our study night, and around 2 a.m. I'd come back here, get into costume, and duck into the secret passageway. Sometimes I'd still be spacey and distracted for a while, but eventually I'd shake it off and spend 3 or 4 hours adjusting the nutrient fluid for a dinosaur embryo, or trying to tune in to the exact broadcast frequency of a dying star, or laying the plans for another sub-basement. I'd get the robots going on the next phase, then emerge through one of the 4 exits on Linden Street to see the sun coming up. I'd get a coffee, then hurry through the quad to introduce freshmen to the basic equations of sound propagation, then home to sleep, to wake up in the afternoon to see you again. It was perfect in a lot of ways. I'm sad it's over. It wasn't easy. There were more last-minute costume changes than I can tell you. We'd have coffee, and I'd be shaking off the effect of a stun ray or waiting for the news of my unmasking. The heroes knew for a fact I lived in this area. Captain Atom even snooped around our department at school, asking after anyone who kept strange hours, had strange ideas, and perhaps a lack of interest in social activities. It would have been obvious if only they had been looking for a real person. They were looking for a stereotype. My precautions were effective, but I think you were the real reason they never picked up on who I was. I liked being your boyfriend. There were times when it was absolutely the most blissful moment a person could have to leave the lab and know I'd be having a dinner with you. When we walked in the street holding hands, I'd want to check to see if people were watching, just so they'd know how lucky I was. And then, of course, there were the times when I felt like I was trapped inside a collapsing star which is in my own brain and threatened my ability to even think original thoughts, when it felt like I'd made the most awful mistake in the world. I know there must be a way to have a relationship that truly works, and I have faith that with your understanding and the aid of my Martian allies, we can find it. More on that presently. What our couples therapist considers an inadequate effort at communication. I understand why you left that first time. You knew there was something missing, and I knew it too. I just couldn't tell you. There have been 100 moments when I was on the brink of telling you. I tried to say the words out loud. I knew you were a physics major and all, but I didn't think you'd be into it. Power and wrongdoing. It was too strange. And I admit, a part of me worries that if I told you about it, the secret part of me would disappear. And it's too complicated now. If I'd just told you at the very start, maybe you could have understood, but now? After the diggings and arch enemies and seaplanes? If I started now, I'd have to explain how I came to speak Mandarin and what happened to my original eyes. It's gone a little far. I have my problems with Dr. Kagan, as I know you do too, but we agreed to keep seeing him, and we will, although that may prove more awkward in the days to come. The breakup, my reaction to same, and the ensuing statewide carnival of crime, so-called. I think it was harder on me than it was on you. I tried to channel the feeling into my work. I went out and met new people and tried new things. I no longer had to sleep or take breaks except on missions and to make my teaching schedule, which I'm proud of having kept up. It's harder than you think for a being of pure scientific evil to hold regular office hours. You remember the day I asked you to take me back? You can thank Detective Kropotkin for that humbling moment. The night before, I had snapped the lock of his office door and was busy dusting his things with my nanotech powder. It happened that Kropotkin was waiting for me. He'd come into work late, unable to sleep. He stood in the doorway looking especially seedy, a checked wool coat pulled on over his pajamas, but the revolver steady in his grip. It's so obvious Kropotkin is an asshole, even his allies feel sorry for him. He honestly thinks living alone and playing drunk chess on the internet makes him a tragic hero. Seeing him there with his sad little grin, I realized something worse. He thinks he understands me. He actually thinks we're melancholy companions and rivals in a long dance of good and evil, law and chaos. And seeing him, I felt that I was indeed looking into a kind of mirror, but only in that I was turning into a pathetic cliché. I realized that the person I am with you is also part of the person I am. The next day I showed up at your work and told you I'd changed, and for once I was telling the truth. I know you don't want to be serious again too soon, but there are a few things I think you should know. The Chris thing. Do you remember the time when we were 40 minutes late to dinner with Chris and, who was it, Brian? And you didn't speak to me the whole ride over except to remind me that the 3A is a toll road and you didn't have any change? God, did I hate you then. And I'm sure you hated me, although I bet not as creatively. And of course we got to the restaurant, and the moment we got there you were all smiles, and I joined in as much as I could, thinking, God, relationships are a grotesque charade. No one had a bad time, even though the conversation was warped by Brian's inability to leave even marginally ambiguous statements unclarified, and we were there maybe 3 hours. By the time we left, we weren't fighting anymore. Not for any reason. We just weren't. I was hoping it would work the same way once I subjugate your planet's military. The subtle, nefarious means by which I lured you here. You didn't really think I gave myself away by accident, did you? Am I that sloppy? You saw the laser burn on my jacket lapel a few days ago. You caught a millimeter of costume poking out from beneath a shirt cuff at the fundraiser. I know you did. All carefully calculated to pique your interest, I assure you. And then I left the secret door open, just a tiny crack, just enough for light to leak out. I knew you'd find me eventually, darling. Titanium steel bolts are sliding into place to secure the vault door behind you. Don't be alarmed, and please don't break anything. I've been decent so far, and I've taken your abilities into account. I suppose now it's time to talk about what happened 3 weeks ago. You were away at one of your conferences, and I took the occasion to do a little more digging. Plunderbot and I were making a tertiary excavation on the south side, nothing serious, just laying in more server space and another heat sink, you know. Then we uncovered a power line that isn't found on the city maps. We dug around it, followed it a few hundred feet until we struck a wall of reinforced concrete. We looked at each other wordlessly. Then I cut into it, making a cylindrical opening, and stepped through into a cool, air-conditioned, well-lit corridor. It was an underground complex. I explored further, ready for anything except what I found. That's right, Suzanne. Or should I say, Nebula? I should have known it was you under that cheap disguise. The way you smell when I lean close to you. Like no unenhanced human could. Any momentary discomfort you may have suffered. The rearrangement of molecules is never a pleasant experience. The disorientation will fade presently. Please be patient until your powers return, at which point, if you choose, you can totally start smashing things. But I just needed to feel that I was heard, as Dr. Kagan would have it, on a few final points. The fight we had the other day. I'm sorry we both got angry. I shouldn't even have been robbing that stupid museum. It was a bad day. I'm glad we got to talk, even if it was just a curse you and you'll never get away with this thing. The Martians. Okay, elephant in the room time. I, for one, choose to welcome our new Martian friends and overlords, and this is a personal choice I hope you'll be able to respect. Believe me, I know how unpopular this particular stance is going to make me, but I don't think it's right to bring politics into our life together. Overlords is a loaded word these days, and I know that's hard to get past. But you know what else is hard to get past? A glowing, golden, invulnerable Martian force field. Political views are, in my view, of secondary importance once you see an ant grown to 100 times its normal size. I know you've noticed a change in me since the breakup. I've been trying new foods, learning a new language, working out. I've got a tracker in the muscle of one arm, and some really cool glowing rocks at home that you won't like at all. Surprising how things can change, just all of a sudden. I have new friends now, you'll be happy to know. Lots of them. They're an old civilization. They watched us evolve from domed palaces on their homeworld while writing sonnets and sitting under musical crystalline trees. We have long conversations about real stuff. Love, philosophy, lasers. I might have let you in on it before, but I've been a little busy. They can look just like us, you know. They can look like anything they want to. Maybe this isn't working for you right now, and I can deal with that. I'm not sure I have room in my life for another friend at the moment. In time, yes, I think you will regret your insolence. Possibly on the asteroid I have picked out where you'll be mining sodium. No rush. We'll clear this up under the benevolent world government we're planning. That is, once we're done ending world hunger and, I don't know, curing cancer. You'll be in the minority soon enough. I worked hard on making this Martian thing happen, way before it was considered cool. And now that I've gone on record, I know what the question is. Do I expect special treatment? I think it would be natural for them to call upon people who understood them from the first for positions like, I don't know, Administrative Director of Planet Earth. Honestly, it's not for me to say, but if you think they're not listening right now, you're kidding yourself. Here's what I'm saying. Maybe this movie isn't about me at all, but it should be. The brave one who knew it was all a lie about the Martians, who was the first to stand up and say, hey, call me crazy, but I think we can make this work. And maybe this is a lost cause, but right now it doesn't look like it to me. So we'll just see who wins this one. Fair fight and no regrets. Don't judge. You don't know what's going on in those saucers. It could be pretty great. What is about to happen. Well, I suppose this part is the most predictable, isn't it? It's a political transition. I think that's the most sensible term. And there's a place for you. I got specific with them on this. Their ideas on gender roles aren't what you call progressive, but that's exactly what a policy of engagement drives. A two-way street, right? Cultural exchange. Oh, and the uniform. I've laid out some stuff for you to wear, and probably you'll think it's going too far, but, you know, if you're into it, it's traditional where they come from. I know it's a little skimpy, but we'll be altering the weather on this planet soon. I do have two-sided tape someplace, and the headpiece is adjustable. Totally 100% optional. Everything, the fate of the entire world, and whatever. I won't feel bad about the conquest of the earth. Not the destruction of the Capitol building or the White House. Not tripods stalking the wheat fields. Not the sodium mines or the humiliation of your primitive military forces. Nor riding in triumph in my robot steed along Lower Broadway to Times Square, where I will personally accept the surrender of all 7 leaders of the UN Security Council. I'm just sorry we wasted so much time that could have been ours together. I know we don't talk much about the future, but I have some proposals to make. We've talked to Dr. Kagan about models for an adult relationship, but it seems to me we've been a little unimaginative. Here's what I'm saying. It would be terrible if someone were to find any of the equipment in my laboratory. Maybe they could comprehend what it was in time to stop me. It would be perfectly understandable if that person were to appropriate my inventions to use against me. Such a person would earn my undying enmity. In fact, I would be forced to consider that person my nemesis. We'd still fight on a regular basis. I have a working mirror maze, if that makes a difference to you. The choice, Nebula, Suzanne, is entirely yours. Everlasting enemies on a post-Barsoomian Earth, or co-regents of the North American province of the Greater Martian Solar Empire. I don't want you to feel obligated, but yeah, I'm putting myself out there. I could really commit to this, you know. Long term. It's not what you pictured, but be honest. Wouldn't you have been disappointed with anything else? Shouldn't there be something more to a person than what you see walking around every day? An alternate self, a secret identity or 2, or 20. We've all had the dream where you find another room in your house you never knew about. If you found it, what would be in there? I've thought hard about what that might be, and I've done my best to give it to you. Something really cool. Something scary and brilliant and mysterious all at the same time. Every single day. Austin Grossman's first novel, Soon I Will Be Invincible, was nominated for the John Sargent Sr. First Novel Prize, and his writing has appeared in Granta, the Wall Street Journal, and the New York Times. He is a video game design consultant and a doctoral candidate in English literature at the University of California at Berkeley, and he has written and designed for a number of critically acclaimed video games, including Ultima Underworld 2, System Shock, Trespasser, and Deus Ex. His second novel, You, came out from Mulholland Books in 2012, and his short fiction has also appeared in the anthology Under the Moons of Mars, New Adventures on Barsoom. Category: Unexpected Cryptozoological Ramifications. Rule 1226.9: Spoiled brides are no match for science. Source: Tesla Kidder, Ph.D., parent and inventor. Via Harry Turtledove. No matter who you are, planning a wedding is hard work. After all, it's not easy bringing together 2 people with different lifestyles, grooming habits, and hobbies. But at least the bride and groom are in love. The truly difficult process is the unification of their families. With all the tension between parents and siblings, it's amazing more weddings don't end in funerals. Our next piece is all about how hard it is to adjust to new in-laws. It's expected for the bride's and groom's parents to struggle getting used to their new roles in their children's lives. But for Professor Tesla Kidder, it's not so much a challenge as an experiment. And for a man who has devoted his life to the creation of bizarre inventions, experiments can be very dangerous things. Here is a cautionary tale about pre-wedding jitters gone horribly awry. It might even be enough to make you appreciate your own father-in-law. Father of the Groom by Harry Turtledove. No, it isn't Professor Tesla Kidder's name that marks him as a mad scientist. It isn't the ratty, chemical-spotted lab coat, or the shock of uncombed gray hair, or the gold-rimmed glasses, or the electrically intense blue eyes behind those glasses. It isn't even the fact that he has an assistant named Igor, who'd been in grad school at the University of Moscow when the Soviet Union imploded, and who'd split for greener pastures right afterward. No, indeed. It's none of that. By his works shall you know him. Consider, if you will, the stoplight. Perhaps I should say consider if you can. The stoplight plunged an area with a radius of 1.378 miles around his Tarzana laboratory into darkness illimitable, absolute, and, it rapidly transpired, unrelievable. That circle might be a black hole yet, if the cheap AAA battery with which he powered his gadget hadn't run out of juice after a couple of hours. Or consider his room temperature superconductor. Professor Kidder was convinced the world would beat a path to his door, now that it could see the way again. Better he should have stuck to mousetraps. No matter how super his conductor was, who needed the poor android in an age of automated trains? Then again, you might, or if horror disturbs you, you might not, want to contemplate his motion sensor. It did just what it was designed to do, and froze the Ventura Freeway into utter immobility at morning rush hour. Once people noticed, which given the usual state of the Ventura Freeway at morning rush hour took some little while, an irate CHP officer pounded on his door and demanded that he turn the goddamn thing off. Traffic eventually resumed the uneven baritone of its ways. I'm not even going to talk about his microcosmic green goddess. That's a whole nother kettle of sturgeon, and some things are better left to the imagination. I will tell you that lately Professor Kidder has got more and more interested in DNA and genetic engineering. This worries you? Let me tell you something. It even worries Igor. You might imagine that, with such splendors on his curriculum vitae, Tesla Kidder lives alone, cooking in Erlenmeyer flasks over a Bunsen burner. You might, but you would be mistaken. He is happily married to Kathy, a smashing blonde, and has been for lo these many years. How, you ask? How, you in fact cry? Well, to put it as simply as possible, Kathy is a bit mad too, or more than a bit. Proof? You want proof? She breeds Weimaraners for a living. What more proof do I need? They have a son. He looks like Tesla Kidder, except his shock of uncombed hair is brown, and he wears contact lenses instead of mad scientist specs. His name is Archimedes. Some people would get a complex about that. Young Kidder just goes by Archie. He smiles a lot, too. He's the most normal one in the whole family. Not normal, mind you, but the most normal. He majored in physics and minored in chemistry at UCLA. Maybe they'll issue him those gold-rimmed glasses when he starts going gray, or maybe not. He's head over heels in love these days, not trying to cipher out the best way to turn the moon into a giant economy-sized bowl of guacamole for God's next Super Bowl party. His beloved is a smashing blonde named Kate. Like father, like son? Well, yes and no. For one thing, Kate is allergic to Weimaraners, and other dogs, and anything else with 4 legs and fur. For another, she's about as far from mad as you can get. While Archie's doing the research for his doctorate, she's finishing her MBA. But she sure said yes when he popped the question. The 2-carat rock in the engagement ring he gave her didn't hurt, no doubt, And if Archie didn't explain that his father had synthesized it from 2 carrots, well, can you blame him? When the wind is southerly, he knows which side his bread is buttered on. Kate and her folks, he does real estate, she's an investment banker, immediately started planning the wedding. The German General Staff may have worked harder planning Hitler's invasion of the Low Countries in France, then again they may not have. This was going to be the way Kate wanted it to be. Or else. You might think such elaborate, even anal preparations would put Professor Tesla Kidder's wind up. Mad scientist, after all, is traditionally a, small l please, libertarian kind of job description. For the longest time he just smiled and nodded and went along. And why the hell not? All he was the father of the groom. At a wedding, the father of the groom is as vestigial as your coccyx, unless you happen to be the non-baboon sort of monkey anyhow. All he has to do is show up at the rehearsal and the ceremony and drink. That's it. He's not even drinking booze he's bought because the bride's family foots the bill. Oh, and he has to get a tux, too, in case he doesn't have 1 or 11 hanging in a closet. But that's okay. Mad scientists tend to look dashing and distinguished in formal wear. Here, for once, Professor Kidder conforms to a rule. He'll try not to let it happen again. Sadly, Kate also conforms to a rule. The daughter of a real estate whiz and an investment banker is much too likely to think she has the world wrapped around her finger. Sure as the devil, dear Kate owns a whim of iron. Archie Kidder has noticed this, proving he isn't quite blind with love or some other related 4-letter word. He labors, however, under the delusion that getting away from her folks and alone with him will cure her of this, proving he is as near blind with love or some other related 4-letter word as makes little difference. His cousin Stacy has also noticed this, since she is going to be one of the bridesmaids. She is not blind with love or some other related 4-letter word for Kate, even though she introduced her to Archie, which is why she is a bridesmaid. In fact, now she is rather regretting that. The more Kate issues diktats about bridesmaids' dresses and such like wedding arcana, the less in love, or some other related, oh hell, you know, with Kate she becomes. She's starting to get pissed off instead. Now, bridesmaids' dresses could piss off a saint. And if you are currently visualizing a pissed-off saint in a bridesmaid's dress, you are indeed the kind of person for whom this tale is intended, you poor sorry sod, you. But I digress. Bridesmaids' dresses have the twin virtues of being expensive and, more often than not, wearable only once, because bridesmaids' dresses look exactly like, well, bridesmaids' dresses, and like nothing else under the Andromeda Galaxy. Most bridesmaids' dresses come in one of 2 categories, the bad and the worse. In Stacy's opinion, Kate was innately oriented toward the worse. What's more, since it was her wedding, she was damn well going to ram the worse down everybody's throat come hell or high taxes. Attempts to reason with the daughter of a real estate hotshot and an investment banker went the way you would imagine, into a stone wall at high velocity. Stacy was not pleased, which is putting it mildly. She's going bridezilla on us is what she's doing, she said at a family gathering. Now, Stacy is, all things considered, a sweet kid. She made a point of not saying this where Archie could hear it, but she didn't make a point of not saying it where Professor Tesla Kidder could hear it. Oops. Major oops, as a matter of fact. Up till then, Professor Kidder had been occupying himself the way he usually did at family gatherings, comparing and contrasting the flavors of various single malt scotches. After comparing and contrasting enough of them, he could forget he was at a family gathering, and Kathy could pour him into her van and drive him home. He'd get hair from Weimaraner's coats on his own coat, but there are worse things. A few, anyhow. If he'd done a little more comparing and contrasting, he wouldn't have noticed Stacy's snarking. If he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. But he did, and he did, respectively. You could see his ears quiver and come to attention. No, he hasn't genetically engineered himself. Mad scientists like being mad scientists, except when they turn themselves into giant tarantulas or something. This is a mad writer's trick called hyperbole, I think. Bridezilla? He murmured in tones that spread nervous indigestion from Woodland Hills all the way to North Hollywood and beyond. A metaphor perhaps worthy of reification. Yes, indeed. He's not the kind of mad scientist who goes in for mwahaha, but if he were, he would have thrown one in there. At most family gatherings, he would have been the only one there who had any idea what the hell reification meant. And the terror that terrorized the Northridge Mall might have been averted. But Igor, who was along because the story kind of needs him to be there, and also because he kind of has the hots for Stacy, hadn't learned English halfway. Armed with his rich vocabulary, he proceeded to ask precisely the wrong question. Are you sure that's a good idea, boss? It was precisely the wrong question because mad scientists are always sure their ideas are good ones. It's part of what makes them mad scientists. Of course I'm sure that's a good idea, damn it, Professor Tesla Kidder declared at something over twice his usual volume. Well, I think we'd better be going, Kathy said brightly. She could tell when the comparing and contrasting might be getting a touch out of hand. But all the way home, Professor Kidder kept muttering reification under his single malt breath. Since his smashing blonde wife didn't know what the hell it meant, she rather thought it had something to do with East and West Germany getting together not long before Igor escaped the XSSR, she didn't worry her pretty head about it. She didn't worry about Weimaraner hair either. She likes Weimaraners, remember? Nope, Tesla isn't the only mad kidder running around loose. A bride and a bunch of bridesmaids constitute a giggle, which is something like a gaggle but shriller and squeakier. You can recognize giggles because they descend on bridal shops and malls with open credit cards. They are going to have fun, and somebody else is going to pay for it. But to quote from the Gospel according to Theodore, don't worry, I'm not going political on you. Instead, I'm going to the Northridge Mall with Kate and Stacy and the rest of the girls. And at the same time, thanks to the miracle of narrative, I'll also go to Professor Tesla Kidder's laboratory. Kate is saying in a voice that puts some of the bridesmaids in mind of a slightly off-center grinding wheel working its slow way through a fat nail, "No, you're not going to use those handbags. You're going to use these over here." These over here are larger and homelier and cost more. One of the bridesmaids has the gumption to point this out. Kate's face curdles into an expression that would make even love-addled Archie think twice if he were there to see it. She wheels out the heavy artillery. "It's my wedding, and we're going to do it the way I want to." Stacy's mouth forms the word bridezilla once more, silently this time. Two other bridesmaids read her lips and giggle. What else? Professor Kidder reads her lips, too. Hooking his laboratory up to all the surveillance cameras in the mall is child's play for a mad scientist. Hell, Igor handled half the design work on the device that lets him do it, and Igor isn't even a mad scientist. He's just Igor. And of course, Professor Kidder reads lips. Reads lips? Professor Kidder practically writes lips. He's a mad scientist's mad scientist, Tesla Kidder is. He frowns. Someone should do something about this personage, he says. No, he's not talking about Stacy. Something instructive. He nods to himself, liking the word. Yes, instructive. And he remembers another word he likes. Reification. You shouldn't take too much on yourself, boss, Igor says quickly. Once the strain of the wedding is over, she'll be fine. But Tesla Kidder isn't listening anymore. Not listening is another hallmark of mad scientists. Professor Kidder thinks, then he explodes into experimentation. No, not literally. It has happened to a mad scientist or three, sure. Not to Professor Kidder. He's a carefully mad scientist. He pulls a mouse out of his lab coat pocket to test the genetic recodifier he's cooked up. You don't keep mice in your pocket? Too bad. I already told you the lab coat was ratty. Everything works at least as well as he hoped it would. Igor has the privilege of hunting down the recodified mouse. A fire extinguisher keeps him from suffering anything worse than second-degree burns. He passes on to Professor Kidder a piece of advice from his student days in the vanished Soviet Union. Make sure they can't trace it back to you. Interesting, Tesla Kidder replies. I don't believe they know I'm working on a long-range genetic recodifier. Says Igor. He hadn't known that himself. He hadn't imagined such a thing was possible. He is, after all, only an Igor. I didn't plan to field test it so soon. Still and all, under the circumstances, no doubt it's justified. No doubt at all. As I've mentioned before, Professor Kidder doesn't come equipped with doubts. It's a lodge pin, like. Being only an Igor, Igor does have them. What about Stacy? He asks. He also comes equipped with the usual male ductless glands. Anything happening to Archie Kidder's cousin would be a great waste of natural resources as far as he's concerned. Tcha, Tesla Kidder says, which may mean anything or nothing. He's a master of mad scientist speak. He pulls from a shelf not anything or nothing, but something. Definitely something. To Igor, it doesn't especially look like a long-range genetic recodifier, but who the devil knows what a long-range genetic recodifier is supposed to look like? Professor Kidder flicks a switch on the something. He adjusts a dial, then another one, fussily, till they're both just right. Then he punches a button. The something makes a noise. It isn't a great big noise. Then again, it isn't a great big something. A beam of light shoots out. Professor Kidder scowls. That isn't supposed to happen. He pushes another button. The light vanishes. He checks the rest of the instrumentation. By his satisfied grunt, the something still works. Which means we return to the mall. Kate and the giggle of bridesmaids are in Bed Bath & Beyond discussing scented soap. Testing the recodifier on the mouse and calibrating the long-range version do take a little while, you know. To be precise, which we'd better be in a story involving a mad scientist, Kate is discoursing about scented soap. A bad habit, discoursing. Kate is firmly convinced of the superiority of lime to frangipani, sandalwood, or any other scent in the explored universe. Very firmly convinced. One of the other bridesmaids whispers to Stacy, "She's even starting to look like a lime." It's just the fluorescent lighting. Stacy, after all, has spent time around a mad scientist. She's tried to explain impossible things before. But it's not just the fluorescent lighting, and things keep right on getting impossibler. Kate's complexion goes from lime to Haas avocado, dark green and bumpy lumpy. More and more bumpy lumpy, scaly even. Where has that muzzle come from, with all those sharp teeth? To say nothing of the tail. No, we have to tell some kind of tale of the telltale tale, but not much. Kate starts to say something else, presumably more about the magnificent wonderfulness of lime. What comes out, however, isn't exactly English. It isn't even approximately English. It's a bubbling shriek of about the volume you would use if you wanted to set Mount Everest running for an air raid shelter. What else comes out is a blast of fire. It's Kate's very first one, so it's not a huge blast of fire, but it's plenty to set several cardboard boxes burning, and it's plenty to make the giggle of bridesmaids stop giggling and start running. Running like hell, if once more you want to be precise. The Bed Bath & Beyond sales staff also opt for Beyond and a top speed, too. Their customer service training does not involve dealing with dinosaurian monsters, even ones that just stop in for soap. Kate follows them out of the store. She hasn't fully figured out what's happened to her. Well, neither has anyone else but Professor Tesla Kidder, and he's off in another part of the narrative somewhere. She tries to complain. More bubbling shrieks come forth. So does more flame. Lots more flame. She's getting the hang of it. When you are on fire, a man once said, from agonizing personal experience, people get out of your way. And they get out of your way even faster when you breathe fire. Panic roars through the clothed mall rats of Northridge. "Run for your life!" a woman screams. "It really is Bridezilla!" How can she tell? Simple. On the second digit of Kate's left forepaw, not the fourth because the forepaw has only 2 digits once the genetic recodifying gets done, still sparkles Archie Kidder's 2-carat rock. And when people aren't running, they're aiming cell phone cameras at Kate and zapping the stills and videos to every TV station and newspaper in town. Lots of the former, not much left of the latter. Some of them even think to call the police, the fire department, and the SPCA. Media frenzies have been built from much less, to tell you the truth. Cars, vans, and all the helicopters not covering the latest freeway chase, say about as many as the Brazilian Air Force owns, converge on the Northridge Mall. "Dinosaur runs amok," a blow-dried airhead shouts breathlessly into his mic. "Details after this message." Before the impotence drug commercials can even finish, Professor Tesla Kidder's cell phone blorps. Yes, blorps. How would you describe the noise a theremin makes? And what else would a mad scientist use for a ringtone? "Yes," he says. "No," his wife tells him firmly. "I don't know what you've done, but stop doing it. Undo it if you can, and you'd better be able to." She hangs up before he can get out even one more word. And before he can put the phone back in his pocket, no, not the pocket the mouse came from, mice gnaw on phones, it blorps again. Once more he raises it to the side of his head. "Yes?" "Dad," Archie sounds reproachful, not firm. That may be even worse. "Fix it, will you please? Kate'll be fine as soon as the ceremony's over and the pressure's off. Come on." So much for make sure they can't trace it back to you. His family sure doesn't have any trouble. The police and fire department don't know him as well. Even so, how much damage can a real Bridezilla do in a mall? How expensive will that damage be? Tesla Kidder is a mad scientist, but he isn't a stupid scientist. No way, Jose. His calculations take but a moment. "Oh, all right," he says. And if he sounds a trifle sulky, it's only because he is. Back into the pocket goes the phone. He recalibrates the long-range genetic recodifier. The police don't call. The fire department doesn't either. No one pounds on the laboratory door. Remembering Moscow nights, even Moscow nights under Perestroika and Glasnost, Igor is relieved. No reporters show up asking for comments. They're all too busy trying to sound blasé about this Mesozoic eruption into the bastion of modern American capitalism. Professor Kidder pushes the button on his device again. No annoying extraneous beam of light this time. Tesla Kidder beams himself. He's fixed that anyhow. We return then to the mall to await developments. The Catosaurus with the flashy engagement ring has just flamed a Cadillac Escalade in the parking lot. The SUV's fuel tank, a reservoir containing the essence of Lord knows how many dinosaurs, sends a column of greasy black smoke into the sky to mark their final return to the environment. After a roar of triumph, the creature from the lime-soap lagoon advances purposefully on a van even bigger than the Escalade, and they said it couldn't be done. On the side of the van is blazoned Eyewitness News. Another burbling roar, another blast of flame, but disappointingly, at least to Professor Kidder, only a small one. The news van gets scorched, but does not become as one with Nineveh and Tyre and the unmourned Escalade. Kidder sighed. "I should have waited another minute or two. Oh well." For Bridezilla is undergoing another transformation, another recodification, if you will. Not from real estate whiz and investment banker's kid to fire-breathing monster, but the reverse. To Tesla Kidder, who is thinking about Archie, going this way may be the more frightening. With a fire-breathing monster, at least you know ahead of time what you're getting. You don't have to find out later, the hard way. In the Northridge parking lot, Kate, yes, she's Kate again, looks vaguely confused. She doesn't remember a whole lot of what just happened. As Bridezilla, she had a brain about the size of a walnut. Most MBA candidates come with a little more cranial capacity than that. Most reporters, it's an open question. Anyone watching the subsequent interview between the TV guy and the recently ex-dinosaur would doubt that the intelligence level of the planet's dominant species has changed much over the past 65 million years. Professor Tesla Kidder puts the long-range genetic recodifier back on the shelf. Maybe he'll need it again one of these days. "Well, Igor," he says, "what shall we work on next?" Igor is still watching the aftermath of chaos on TV. Maybe staying in Moscow would have been better than this, or at least less wearing. But maybe not, too. That may be the scariest thought of all. The wedding is a great success. If everything smells a bit too strongly of lime, well, you can live with lime. After the vows, before the minister tells Archie he may kiss the bride, he beats the guy to the punch. "Kiss me, Kate," he says, and she does. If she doesn't quite grok why he's got that kind of smile on his face while he says it, you have to remember she's only someone who's finishing an MBA. At the reception, Kate's mother comes up to Tesla Kidder, champagne flute in hand. "Hey, listen," she says. "You didn't have anything to do with the, unfortunate incident, did you?" That's what Kate's family and their lawyers have taken to calling the scaly incendiary rampage through the mall. "How could I possibly?" Professor Kidder answers. "I was in my laboratory the whole time. You can ask Igor if you like. He was there with me." Actually, Kate's mom can't ask Igor right this second. He's out on the dance floor with Stacy, who smells defiantly of frangipani. Kate's mother nods as if in wisdom. "Okay," she says. "That's what I already heard anyways." You have to remember she's only an investment banker. Mad scientists, they're right out of her league. Harry Turtledove, who is often referred to as the master of alternate history, is the Hugo Award-winning author of more than 80 novels and 100 short stories. His most recent books include Reincarnations, The Golden Shrine, Atlantis and Other Places, and The War That Came Early series, Hitler's War and West and East. In addition to his SF, fantasy, and alternate history works, he's also published several straight historical novels under the name H.N. Turteltaub. Turtledove obtained a Ph.D. in Byzantine history from UCLA in 1977. Category: Observations in Psychological Cataclysms. Rule 1304.23. Dr. Heal Thyself. Source: Professor Clarissa Garrity, Behavior Conditioning Specialist. Via Sean Maguire. Our next story takes us into the maddest of the sciences, psychology. In a future where schizotypal creative genius personality disorder, SCGPD, is a bona fide psychological disorder, any bright mind is under close scrutiny. Anyone getting a master's degree faces a battery of psych tests, and anyone continuing in scientific research can expect monthly testing for this disorder. But a clean bill of health is no guarantee of immunity from SCGPD. In fact, as one psychologist discovers, madness is easy to induce if you have the right skills. The author says, "I find that a lot of people who study history, psychology, human behavior, or any of the other soft sciences have a tendency to regard themselves as less intellectual than people who study, say, giant death lasers on the moon. I majored in folklore and mythology, and it took me a long time to stop thinking I was dumb when compared to my friend the physicist. So this story is personal to me, in the sense that it posits the soft sciences getting ready to kick your ass."
Laughter at the Academy, a field study in the genesis of schizotypal creative genius personality disorder, SCGPD, by Sean Maguire. Upon consideration, we must agree that the greatest danger of the so-called creative genius is its flexibility. While the stereotypes of Doctors Frankenstein and Moreau exist for good reasons, there is more to the CG afflicted than mere biology. So much more. The time has come, ladies and gentlemen, for us to redefine what it means to be scientists. and what it means to be afraid. From the keynote speech delivered to the 10th Annual World Conference on the Prevention of Creative Genius by Professor Elizabeth Midkiff Cavanaugh, deceased. 0. The world's best research has always been done in the field. Anyone who tells you different is lying, or trying to hide something. Ask anyone who's seen my work. My results speak for themselves. Ignorance is the only true sin. Suppression of knowledge is the only true crime. Ignite the biosphere. Let the revolution begin. Graffiti found in the ruins of MIT. Author unknown. 1. I hope I haven't kept you waiting long, Miss
Channing. It's all right. Now it's my turn to hope that you don't mind, but I brewed a fresh pot of coffee and did those dishes that were in the sink. I know it was an imposition. I just don't know what to do with myself when I don't have anything to do with my hands.
Mind? Why, no, I don't mind at all. Thank you. I've been meaning to do those dishes well, let's just say the dishes aren't the first chore to come to mind when I have time to tidy around here.
No thanks needed. You shouldn't be wasting your time with things like this. Isn't that why you're advertising for an assistant? So that you'll have someone to take care of the mundane chores and free you to handle the things that really matter. The important things.
Yes, Miss Channing. That's exactly right. If you'll come with me, I'd like to discuss the job a bit further.
Why, Dr. Freeberg, it would be an honor.
Schizotypal Creative Genius Personality Disorder, SCGPD, was officially recognized in the 1930s by the Presidential Commission convened following the destruction of the Washington Monument. Those brave, august men, half of whom were probably mad in their own right, decided that the label of mad scientist created a self-fulfilling prophecy, one which, by naming individuals as mad, made their madness a foregone conclusion. Excerpt from the History of Creative Genius in America by Professor Paul Hauser. Missing, presumed dead. 2. Sunrise cast its bloody light across the ruins of the lab, illuminating the scene without judgment or mercy. There were still electrical fires burning deep inside the wreckage, forcing rescue personnel to add gas masks to their standard-issue gloves and reinforced boots. Many of them were secretly grateful for the extra protection, no matter how uncomfortable it was. It was never wise to breathe near a confirmed SCGPD outbreak site without protection, and doing it while something was on fire was just signing up for an interesting new mutation.
Sarge, I think you should come and take a look at this.
Sergeant John Secor rose from his examination of smoldering desk and picked his way through the shattered ceiling tiles and broken sheetrock to his squad mate. After 6 years on the Mad Science Cleanup Patrol, not that anyone official would be so gauche as to use the name, they called it the Special Science Response Unit, like having a polite title would change the nature of the job. He was finally growing numb to the horrors that greeted him with every incident. Perversions of every natural law, horrific mockeries of humanity, impossible distortions of the fabric of reality. They were everyday occurrences, verging on the blessedly mundane. The bodies were another matter. This one still looked human. No visible mutations or half-rejected cybernetic implants. If not for the bloodstains on his lab coat and the unnatural bend in his neck, the man sprawled on what was once the laboratory floor would have looked like any other research technician. Just one more scientist dreaming of a better world for all mankind.
Poor bastard,
muttered John, crouching down to study the visible injuries more closely. He didn't touch the remains. The scene was already compromised beyond recovery, but the risk of infection remained if one or more of the local madmen had been working with pathogens.
We have an identity. It's Dr. Charles Freeberg.
What was his field? The attending officer tapped the screen of his tablet computer, then,
particle physics. He was a faculty member at the local university until last year, when he received a grant to pursue private research. There were no flags on his file. He showed no signs of SCGPD.
But this is a confirmed incident.
Yes, sir.
Poor bastard, John repeated and stood. Something drove him over the edge.
Shall I call the medical team to remove the body?
Yes, and keep sifting. If he had any staff working with him, they probably didn't make it clear of the blast. One of the most controversial aspects of the SCGPD diagnosis lies in the conflict of nature versus nurture. Are mad scientists born, destined to crack under the pressure of their own minds? Or are they made, shaped by the world around them until they are driven to create even to the point of destruction? Can SCGPD be cured, or is it a scourge mankind is destined to suffer forever? And if it is inevitable, if the nature of this madness is part of our very genetic code, is it somehow necessary for our ongoing evolution? From Development of the Creative Genius, Nature versus Nurture, by Dr. Aubrey Powell. Diagnosed SCGPD, trial pending. Published in Psychology Journal, Volume 32, Issue 8. 3.
I am so sorry about the delay. I got wrapped up in my research and, well,
there's no need to apologize, Doctor. Believe me, I understand the attraction of finishing a job before dealing with mundane things, like hiring a lab assistant.
I admit, Miss Freeberg, I was a little surprised to receive your resume. I don't want to keep you here under false pretenses. We're not hiring research staff right now.
I'm not here for a research position.
Then, if you don't mind me asking, what are you here for?
If I may be frank, Doctor, your lab is a mess. Your equipment is well maintained, but your filing is a disaster. And from the glance I took inside your refrigerator, you're keeping your existing staff in a state of constant danger from E. coli, or worse. You don't need more research staffers. You need an office manager, someone who can take care of the mundane while you focus on the extraordinary.
And you think you're the appropriate person for the job?
Dr. Bellavia, I think that once I've been here for a little while, you won't be able to imagine operating this lab without me.
The number of incidents involving seemingly latent SCGPD sufferers has been rising precipitously in recent years. Many root causes have been proposed for this phenomenon, but we are no closer to identifying the trigger, if in fact there is a single trigger, than we were when the first incidents occurred. Whatever is causing these good men to lose their minds, we are neither positioned nor prepared to defend against it. Report to the City Council by Captain Jovan Watkins of the Special Science Response Unit. Deceased. 4. The destruction of Dr. Rand Bellavia's lab made the news, not just in upstate New York, but throughout the country. His work in recombinant genetics had been hailed as a triumph of the stable mind for years, proving that a researcher who had not succumbed to the lure of jumper cables and evil plans could still push the frontiers of science. There had even been rumors that he might find a treatment for the biological causes of SCGPD, allowing for the rehabilitation of the hundreds of brilliant minds locked in endless war with their own inner demons. He was a poster child for science as a force for good, at least until the tentacles started bursting from the windows. Another one?
Muttered Sergeant Secor, staring at the photo of Dr. Bellavia's face gracing the latest issue of Time. The headline,
"Science, is progress worth the price?"
seemed unnecessarily sensationalist. Then again, when had the media ever dealt fairly with the victims of mad science? If it bleeds, it leads, was the only commandment of the news. This one sure as hell bled. What it didn't do was make sense. Dr. Bellavia had been a pillar of his community. He'd displayed none of the classic signs of the latent mad scientist. He'd had friends, family, a healthy social life. He'd left his lab more than once a month. He'd been tested every year for signs of SCGPD, and every test had come back clean. This should never have happened. But it had. And Dr. Bellavia wasn't the first. John started thumbing through the incident report for what felt like the 100th time. Everything looked normal. The shipping manifests showed the items and amounts to be expected for a medium-sized genetics lab. The staff list was up to date and matched the list of casualties provided by the coroner's office perfectly. Almost perfectly. Frowning, John dug through the papers on his desk until he found the coroner's report. The staff list was one name longer. They'd recovered a lot of bodies from the wreckage. DNA were required to identify many of the researchers, in some cases because multiple individuals had been twisted into a single grotesquerie. The report stated that all analysis was completed, and there were no more foreign DNA strains in need of identification. There was still one name missing. The office manager, Dora Freeburg. 5 minutes on the computer introduced 2 disturbing new facts to the case. There were no records of an individual named Dora Freeburg anywhere in the Special Sciences database, which meant she'd never been tested for SCGPD, and that she hadn't graduated from any known master's program. In fact, the only hits for the name Freeburg came from the incident report on the destruction of Dr. Charles Freeburg's lab 8 months earlier in central Minnesota. His lab had been rather more thoroughly devastated, and they never did quite get the coroner's report and the staff lists to match. And the office manager, Kathy Channing, was among the missing. The office seemed suddenly colder. John bent over his keyboard and continued to type. The only certainty we have when dealing with this insidious disease is that it will not be, and cannot be, truly defeated. It is the monster in us all, waiting for the opportunity to open the final door between the human mind and madness. Keeping that door guarded is our duty and our burden as scientists. For to allow the lock to be broken is to lose everything that makes us moral, that keeps us honest, that makes us men. From the keynote speech delivered to the 10th Annual World Conference on the Prevention of Creative Genius by Professor Midkiff Cavanaugh, deceased. 5. Professor Raymond, I have that shipment that you requested. I'm afraid the delivery man didn't leave an invoice, so I can't be sure that everything is here. Would you like me to assist with the unpacking process?
Yes, Miss Bellavia, that would be most appreciated. Did he say why he didn't leave the shipping list?
No, he just dropped off the boxes and ran. I can call the office if you'd like.
I think that would be best. But first, let's get these things put away. Some of them are perishable.
Of course.
Miss Bellavia, did you order this?
No, sir. I entered the request exactly as you gave it to me. What is it?
It's a Jacob's ladder, a form of spark gap. They're mostly decorative, although some people say you can learn things through watching the movement of the electricity, and you can see the true nature of the universe and the ionization of the air.
Professor, are you all right?
I'm sorry, Miss Bellavia, I'm fine. I just haven't seen one of these in years. Not since my high school science fair. I wasn't prepared for all the memories it brought pouring back, that's all.
Would you like me to ship it back to the distributor?
I don't think that will be necessary. It'll be nice to have something around that reminds me of my past. The reasons I fell in love with science. Yes, I'll put this somewhere safe, somewhere in the lab. You needn't worry yourself about it, Miss Bellavia. I'll take care of everything.
Yes, Professor.
Are you smiling, Miss Bellavia?
I'm just glad to see you progressing with your work, that's all. The question remains, if SCGPD is an incurable part of our genetic makeup, what causes its expression? Can that expression be prevented or even controlled? Imagine a world where the forces of creative genius are harnessed, devoted only to growth, and independent of all destruction. A world where each child is free to reach his or her potential, free of the fear that one day a casual word or an unexpected setback will trigger madness. If this paradise could be made available to the human race, would it not be our duty to pursue it? From The Development of the Creative Genius, Nature versus Nurture, by Dr. Powell. Diagnosed SCGPD, trial pending. Published in Psychology Journal, Volume 32, Issue 8.
Captain, I'm telling you, the pattern is clear. You need to look at the data.
Do you realize what you sound like, John? A mysterious lab assistant whose name changes every time she appears, somehow driving some of the nation's most brilliant minds into the grips of psychological disorder, escaping disaster after disaster. To what end? What motive could this woman possibly have? I don't know, sir.
Sergeant Secor stared resolutely ahead, trying to ignore the look of disbelief on his superior's face.
The pattern is too consistent to be accidental. I combed through 7 years of incidents. This anomaly is present in 80% of the reports. 5 or 10% I might be able to dismiss. But 80? Every time she's been hired within the past 4 months. Every time her surname matches that of a recently deceased scientist who fits the special handling profile. And every time the lab is destroyed with no survivors, but her body is never found. It can't be a coincidence, sir. It simply can't.
Captain Jovan Watkins sighed.
If you're sure about this, John.
I am, sir.
Bring me proof. I'll need to find this mystery woman. We need a name and a reason for anyone to be willing to do the things you claim she's doing.
Yes, sir. I won't let you down.
I certainly hope not, John. Dismissed.
The sun was created by a man with a supernova where his heart once burned. Embrace genius. Ignite the sky. Graffiti found in the ruins of MIT. Author unknown. 7. Professor, there's someone here to see you. He says he's with the SSRU. Should I show him in?
Please, Melissa. Then why don't you gather up the rest of the staff and take them out for lunch? My treat.
Is it time?
I think so. Be sure everyone takes their wallets and leaves their laptops just in case.
Will you be careful?
Oh, probably not. I never have been before, and I don't see the point in starting now. Hurry along, Melissa. It wouldn't do to keep the nice policeman waiting. Melissa went. I didn't expect any different. She's been a good technician since the day I hired her. She was wasted in the herd environment of the psychology department. Her work with me may not have enhanced her resume the way a more traditional fellowship would have, but what I can't offer in prestige, I've definitely provided in practical experience. I dare say her old classmates would be astonished by the things she's learned while they were watching rats run around in mazes and building Skinner boxes. By the time she returned, a groomed, chisel-jawed specimen of Homo officius trailing along behind her, I was wearing my formal lab coat, the one without the bloodstains, and seated behind my desk, a pair of reading glasses pushed to the top of my head as I pretended to study my monitor. When setting a scene, it's the details that matter. Show, don't tell, as my creative writing professor told me once, before he went mad and slew half the graduating class with an infectious poetic meme that inspired euphoria, followed by suicidal depression. Professor Hager was a wonderful teacher, and I will treasure his lessons always. They're so applicable to daily life. Consider. A lab coat over a low-cut blouse shows a dichotomy of nature, implying that the subject is uncomfortable with her roles as both scientist and woman. Glasses, propped against the forehead, project vanity, a reluctance to conceal one's eyes behind a frame, coupled with vulnerability, due to presumably impaired vision, and absent-mindedness, due to the potential that the glasses have been forgotten in their present location. A simple pair of glasses can be one of the most useful psychological tools available if you know how to best position them. Dress shoes with a low heel show the desire to look feminine and acknowledge the necessity of comfortable footwear in a lab setting. I looked, in short, like an insecure stereotype, and it was all achieved with nothing but a few props and a knowledge of human psychology.
Professor Garrity?
That was my cue. I looked up, meeting Melissa's question with a genial, somewhat vacant smile, as I replied, "Yes, Melissa?"
Sergeant John Secor, SSRU, here to see you?
Oh! I stood, extending a hand for him to shake. Professor Clarissa Garrity. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sergeant. What can I do for you today? It was hard to tell whether my psychological cues were finding their mark with this man. He had a matinee hero's face, all sharp angles and brooding eyes. It was annoying. I don't require that my targets be open books, but it's best when I can see whether or not I'm getting through.
I understand your field is human sociology,
he said, giving my hand one short shake before releasing it. Matter of fact, then, business first. All work and no play. I could work with that. Yes, it is. I specialize in crowd psychology and behavioral conditioning. It's not flashy compared to some disciplines, but I like it, and I find it to be an endlessly fascinating realm of study. Would you like to see our workspace?
Very much so, Professor. I've been working on a case that I think you might be able to assist me with.
I would be delighted. He can't have hard evidence, or he'd have me in the station, rather than appearing here entirely on his own. He can't be acting with full departmental support, or he'd have backup with him, giving him the psychological upper hand. Can you tell me anything about it, or do you have some data you need me to look at cold?
It's a bit of an odd case.
He followed me out of my office into the empty lab. Melissa worked fast. The staff was gone.
probably ordering pizza on my tab, and she knew to keep them away for at least an hour.
Did you hear about the latest SCGPD outbreak?
I made a show of thinking about it, reaching up to slide my glasses into place like I thought it would somehow make me smarter. Finally, I guessed, asking, "Professor Raymond in New Hampshire?"
Yes. He was a robotics engineer. Clean psych profiles dating all the way back to his college entrance applications. Everyone who knew him said there was no sign he was at risk.
Oh, I see. Professor Raymond, such a fascinating man. Such skilled hands. He'd been a joy to work with, and the dividends. My work is always rewarding, but Professor Raymond had carried it to new heights. Once he decided to open himself to the possibilities of the universe, he'd opened himself all the way. The radiologists say Bedford won't be safe for human habitation for at least another 100 years. A fitting monument for a truly gifted man.
It's a tragedy, but it's a fairly cut-and-dried one. He always had the potential to become symptomatic. There's just one thing that's troubling me about the situation.
Oh?
He hired an office manager about 3 months before he went mad. She wasn't among the dead, and her name matches another low-risk scientist who became symptomatic for SCGPD about 5 months prior. Dr. Bellavia in New York.
Dear sweet Rand, it's rare that I encounter a mind that brilliant. It's rarer that I get the opportunity to work on it directly. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you're getting at. What is it you think I can do to assist you?
Professor Garrity, your graduate thesis was on non-standard manifestations of SCGPD, scientists whose work didn't fit the standard mad science model, yet had the same potential as any other genius.
The same potential and much looser testing standards. Never mind that a mad mathematician could cripple a nation with an equation, that a mad linguist could drive a city insane with a radio ad, that a mad musical theorist could control the world with a single billboard hit. Keeping my expression neutral, I said, "That's true. Again, what is it that you think we can do for you?"
Professor Garrity, can you account for your whereabouts on the evening of August 16th?
Certainly. I was leaving Dr. Bellavia's lab via the back door. He'd just reached the stage of wanting to test his creations on a living human population, and I thought it would be best if I was out of the building before the mutagens made it into the ventilation system. The screams had been beautiful. They had sung me out of the parking lot like a flight of angels. Sergeant Secor's eyes went wide.
You admit to your involvement in the triggering of Dr. Bellavia's SCGPD?
Naturally. It was some of my best work. But you must answer a question from me, Sergeant, before this goes any further. His hand inched toward his sidearm. He was a clever boy, really. Not clever enough to come in with a full extraction team, but one can't have everything in this world.
What?
How resistant are you to transdermal sedatives? On a scale of, say, 1 to losing consciousness right about now. The sound he made when he hit the floor was deeply satisfying. One day the world will realize that it has been at war for years. War between the past and the future. War between the visionary and the blind. One day the world will realize that human nature cannot be dictated by law. It can only be temporarily suppressed. And one day, when that suppression ends, as it inevitably must, those who have been kept in bondage will rise up, and together they will set the skies to burn. From the manifesto of Professor Clarissa Garrity, unpublished. 8. The sergeant returned to consciousness to find himself strapped to his chair. He struggled briefly before he subsided, glaring.
I am an officer of the law. Release me at once.
I'm afraid that won't be happening for a few hours yet, Sergeant. I hope you're comfortable. I busied myself with getting the screens into position. The work would have gone faster with Melissa and the others helping me, but I needed them out of the lab, watching the door for any additional uninvited guests. The straps aren't too tight?
I don't think you understand the severity of the charges you're facing here.
In good time, I promise. Congratulations, by the way, on catching the sequential names. I really did hope that would be the first trail of breadcrumbs to be successfully followed to me. I stepped back, offering him a warm smile. Can I get you anything before we begin?
Begin? Begin what?
His bravado died in an instant, replaced by wariness. That was good. That showed intelligence. Your tests. It took quite some time for the screams to stop. There is no cure. There is no hope. There is no God. There is only fire, and the echoes of those fools who laughed. They're always laughing. From the suicide note of Professor Midkiff Cavanaugh, deceased. 9. I hate force conditioning a subject. It lacks subtlety, and more, it lacks elegance. There's an art to finding the locks buried in a person's mind and crafting the keys that will undo them, each one beautiful and unique. Sadly, time was short and there was no other way. I'm so sorry, Sergeant. This was a job for a scalpel, and I've had to use a sledgehammer. I hope you can forgive me. I turned off the projector and walked toward him. He was whimpering and twitching in his chair, eyes frantically searching the corners of the room. The hot smell of urine hung in the air. He'd wet himself at least twice. That was good. That meant things were going as planned. How are you feeling? Do you need a drink of water? He giggled. Good. I pulled a damp washcloth from my pocket, beginning to wipe his forehead. Let me tell you a secret, Sergeant. You're losing this war because the men who created the diagnosis for SCGPD left a few classes of genius out. They forgot that brilliance can take many forms. You, for example, you have a brilliant analytic mind. It's a shame that you were never given the opportunities that would have allowed you to hone it to its greatest potential. You were never taken seriously as a scientist of human behavior. I scowled, remembering the glares of my so-called classmates, the ones who believed that real science was found only in electrons and DNA. They never understood that the mind, and the mind alone, is where the heart of genius truly lies. This petty world and its petty lines, one day they'll understand. One day they'll see that madness is the only route to sanity. Silence. But you don't want to hear about all that, do you? No, you've wasted enough time. Haven't your hands been tied for long enough, Sergeant? Aren't you tired of being hobbled by artificial, useless constraints? Religion, morality, social expectations, rules and regulations, and paperwork. You've spent so much valuable time and energy justifying yourself. That was time you could have used saving lives. Doesn't that bother you? Doesn't it just make you burn? Silence. But there was a new light in his eyes, a light that spoke of understanding. I was getting through to him, and that was all I needed. Sometimes a spark is all it takes. I'm setting you free today, Sergeant. After this, you'll never need to hesitate, never need to question yourself. Their rules won't apply anymore. It's time for you to find out what kind of man you really are. And I'm happy to help, because I want to know just as much as you do. That's what I do. I help people reach their full potential, and in return, they help me set the sky on fire. That's what you'll have to do. You'll have to set the sky on fire. Do you think you can do that for me? Do you think you can make them pay? Sergeant Secor babbled something incoherent, following it with a peal of merry laughter. I leaned forward and kissed the top of his head. Don't worry, you've waited long enough. I returned the washcloth to my pocket, withdrawing the first syringe. Everyone deserves the opportunity to go mad. It's also clear now. Crime is a natural outpouring of the septic core of human nature. It can be predicted. Human response illustrates every possible violation. There's no point in waiting for those violations to occur. All we need to do is strike. Sergeant John Secor, SSRU, transcribed from security footage taken immediately prior to his shooting. 9. Hello, Dr. Tawar. Why, Miss Secor,
I wasn't expecting you for another hour."
Well, you know what they say. The early bird catches the worm.
I always wondered what that said about the early worm.
That it's always best to be a bird, I suppose. I do hope you don't mind. I'm just so excited about the opportunity to help you with your work that I couldn't wait for the chance to get started.
That's very industrious of you.
I believe that everyone should have the tools they need to achieve their full potential.
And you believe you could be one of those tools?
Oh, Doctor, I know that I am.
Seanan McGuire is the author of the October Day and Encrypted urban fantasy series. Writing under the open pseudonym Mira Grant, she is the author of the Newsflesh trilogy, which includes Feed, Deadline, and Blackout, which she describes as science fiction zombie political thrillers that focus on blogging, medical technology, and the ethics of fear. A story set in that milieu appeared in John Joseph Adams's anthology The Living Dead 2. Her other short work has appeared in Fantasy Magazine, Bookview Cafe, The Edge of Propinquity, Apex Magazine, and in the anthologies Zombie-esque and Tales from the Urbar. Category: Vectors and Properties in Nemesis Relationships. Rule 444.4. Every genius needs a good publicist. Source: Dr. Talon, astrophysicist and criminal genius. Via David D. Levine. Brilliance comes with a hefty price tag. To understand the sciences at the level required for true mastery calls for sacrifice, hard work, and isolation. That level of commitment pulls a scientist away from ordinary life, swallows time that otherwise would go to a girlfriend, a bowling league, or poker night with the guys. But all work and no play, well, we all know where that leads. But the narrator of our next tale, Dr. Talon, would argue that he's not mad at all. He simply lacks the kind of powerful friends who could tell his side of the story in a sympathetic manner. For Dr. Talon, it's not a question of a deranged mind, but simply being misunderstood. In a world of caped superheroes and mysterious technology, it's not easy to draw the line between hero and villain. For Dr. Talon, there's only one way to redeem a life of strange science. He's got to speak up for himself. Just when the op-eds were getting boring, here comes an editorial that might change your mind about a villain's job. Letter to the Editor by David D. Levine. Once I was an astrophysicist. Once I struggled only with bulky equipment, recalcitrant equations, obstinate administrators. Once I was well on the way to uncovering the secrets of the universe. But then he arrived. The caped and costumed alien who has occupied my days and dogged my dreams for my entire adult life. You know him as Ultimate Man, or the Emerald Avenger, or the Champion of Humanity. You know me, if you think of me at all, only in relation to him. Dr. Talon, Ultimate Man's constant foe and implacable adversary. Or perhaps to you I am Dr. Talon, Mad Scientist, or Dr. Talon, Criminal Genius. But though I do not deny that some components of my actions have been against the law, I know that history will eventually exonerate me. Everything I have done, you see, I have done to save the world. In real life, the most important moments in science are not greeted by the exclamation, Eureka, but by a puzzled frown and the words, That's funny. So it was with me. I soon tracked the anomalous energy signature that had spoiled my radio observations of the Eagle Nebula to a humble dairy farm in Wisconsin, and then to a single-point source. A point source that moved and grew and behaved in a most unusual way. Intrigued, I studied the phenomenon as it developed. Despite its humanoid appearance, I soon ascertained that it was in fact an extraterrestrial energy matrix with a human shape, not even alive in the conventional sense, more like a standing wave of solar energy. By the time the media finally managed to notice a flying man in a gaudy green and gold costume zipping hither and yon over the city over 20 years later, I had already verified, identified, and analyzed this extraterrestrial and determined that he was a threat. The rest of my career, of my life, has been devoted to this threat's amelioration. My personal relationship with Ultimate Man began with the famous incident in which my right hand was severed above the wrist. I won't go into details about this unfortunate episode, except to say that the primary reason it is significant to me is not simply the physical pain it caused me, nor is it the psychological pain resulting from the cruel nickname with which I have been saddled by the media, based upon the appearance of the eminently practical prosthesis I designed to replace my missing appendage. Rather, it was the data I gathered about Ultimate Man during the incident which proved beyond question that my hypothesis about him was in fact correct. It was shortly after the completion of my analysis of this data that I began performing the series of actions which have been described with wearisome hyperbole as a criminal career without precedent in history, but which, as I said above, were necessary in order to save the world. I know that you will not believe this assertion, choosing instead to accept the conventional narrative that I have done what I have done because of an irrational personal hatred for the alien being known as Ultimate Man, who is, by the way, an illegal immigrant. He arrived here without papers and resides in this country under a false identity. But, as any thoughtful consumer of today's media knows, it is the frame in which the facts are considered, rather than the facts themselves, that determines their emotional content and the impression the viewer carries away. Rather than mad genius threatens crowd with heat ray, for example, what would you think if you read the headline, "Philanthropic Inventor Staves Off Global Destruction"? You may scoff, but I can prove my position is well-founded. Let me begin by pointing out something that you might even have noticed yourself. Ultimate Man's power is growing. Over the years, he has gone from leaping tall buildings in a single bound to outright flight, from traveling faster than a speeding bullet to exceeding the speed of light, from being so tough that nothing less than a bursting bomb could penetrate his skin to withstanding the force of an atomic blast or the interior of the sun. Additional unrelated powers have also appeared with time, some of them quite ludicrous. If you had been paying attention, you would have noticed that these increases in his power were most significant in the first few decades of his career, and have leveled off since then. And if you had been paying attention and were as intelligent as I, you would have realized that this was a very, very fortunate turn of events. Why? Consider for a moment the energy required to accelerate a body the size of a human being to the transonic velocities Ultimate Man has been observed to attain. The energy required to raise the locomotives, steamships, and even entire buildings he has been observed to lift. The energy required to crush coal into diamonds, perform detailed X-ray analysis on the contents of a person's pockets at a distance, or melt steel with a glance. If you are incapable of performing the math, I hope that you will believe me when I tell you that the energy Ultimate Man expends in a single typical day is far in excess of the annual electrical production capacity of the entire United States. Now consider what would occur if the energy level implied by those feats exceeded the phase space limit of an extraterrestrial humanoid standing wave. I recognize that this last calculation depends on some unverifiable assumptions about the specific parameters of Ultimate Man's alien waveform, but my observations and my calculations have proved beyond the possibility of contradiction that such a limit must exist, and furthermore that it must be well below the energy level which would have been attained by now if his power had continued to increase at the pace of his earliest years. And if that limit should ever be exceeded even momentarily, the energy would be released in a single burst. The exact impact of such an energy release depends on its position and circumstances, but its magnitude is greater than anything seen on this planet since the formation of the solar system. If it should occur, for example, over land at an altitude of 10 kilometers, the energy is certainly sufficient to crack the Earth's crust, blow half its atmosphere into space, shift its orbit, and render the planet incapable of supporting any form of life more complex than a paramecium. So, why, you might ask yourself, again, if you had been paying attention, did ultimate man's increase in powers level off? Could it perhaps have been a consequence of the energy he was expending while battling the nefarious schemes of a certain master criminal? Could those schemes, perhaps, have been carefully designed to absorb as much of his energy as possible without killing him? Yes, I have carefully avoided killing or permanently disabling my adversary. I'm not blind or stupid. His accomplishments during natural disasters alone, never mind the many times he has defended the Earth from extraterrestrial enemies, demonstrate to even the least perceptive observer that he must be allowed to continue in action, despite the long-term threat he would pose if not controlled. At this point you are no doubt rolling your eyes, if indeed you are still reading at all, at my naivete for believing that anyone would believe the assertion of a known evil genius that the champion of humanity is actually its greatest threat. Isn't it more likely, you may ask, that this is part of some nefarious scheme? If this threat had any basis in reality, wouldn't I have gone public long ago to clear my name and gain allies in my long battle to keep ultimate man's power under control? The two questions answer each other. I have been unable to come forward before now because no one would have believed me. It all comes back to framing. When ultimate man himself believes I harbor an intense personal hatred for him, and the major media outlets are predominantly staffed by personal friends of his, any communication on my part is interpreted in terms of that frame, and is interpreted as a ruse, a hoax, or just an attempt to grab attention. The same frame has prevented my theories from being accepted by the scientific establishment. I must assign some of the blame to myself. In the early years, uncertain of the validity of my hypothesis, and yes, I must confess, still somewhat peeved about that early incident that deprived me of my hand, I worked tentatively, in secret, and in a way that could easily have been misinterpreted as intending deliberate harm to ultimate man and innocent bystanders. By the time I had confirmed my hypothesis and was prepared to announce it to the world, I had already been branded a mad scientist. Which brings us to this current communication. Why, you may ask, do I think this letter to the editor will be taken seriously when my previous phone calls, broadsheets, and loudspeaker announcements from hovering dirigibles have been dismissed as the ravings of a brilliant but deranged madman? Evidence, incontrovertible and unbiased evidence. At the same time this letter was released to the press, all of the data, analysis, and conclusions I have gathered on the alien known as Ultimate Man were published on the World Wide Web. You can see it right now at this URL, as well as several redundant locations which can be located with a simple Google search. It includes all of the raw data, all of my steps in the development of my theory, complete with every blind alley, misstep, and error, and details of every action I have taken to test the theory and put it into practice. It is my hope that by sharing all of this information, some of it embarrassing or incriminating, I will make it as clear to you as it has been to me for decades that ultimate man must be continuously monitored and controlled, with frequent and serious challenges to his ever-increasing powers to keep them in check, or humanity is doomed. My files also include pointers to physical evidence, including the exact locations of my various secret laboratories, where you will find specialized instruments and devices which I have used to both monitor and challenge Ultimate Man. I recognize that many people, including Ultimate Man himself and many of my criminal associates, will immediately attempt to take exclusive control of these devices. However, by making their locations and the data behind their creation simultaneously available to the public, I expect that any advantage gained by such control will be short-lived. But why am I releasing this information now, after so many decades of secrecy? The answer is that my circumstances have changed. My occupation, this career that has been thrust upon me by circumstance, is by no means easy or safe. Even though Ultimate Man, for all that he endangers the planet by his very existence, would never voluntarily hurt me, the same cannot be said for the less sophisticated members of the law enforcement community, or for my criminal rivals, or for the unplanned side effects of my own actions. Though I have so far evaded every bomb, missile, and collapsing secret laboratory sent my way, it seems that I have failed to dodge one bullet, one too small to be seen. It turns out that long-term exposure to certain extraterrestrial radioactive materials was not as harmless to Earth life as I had thought. To be blunt, I am afflicted with aggressive late-stage leukemia. As I write this, I will be dead within 6 months. If you are reading it, I am dead already. And with my death, the release of my theories and the supporting data becomes not only possible, but necessary. Naturally, you will suspect a hoax. Please do visit the URL above and check out the resources there for yourself, which include several different third-party verifications of my demise. If you are reading this letter, you can be certain that my passing has been noted, confirmed, and verified by numerous automated systems and trusted colleagues, and that I am truly and irretrievably dead. And even though death in my line of work is not always permanent, at the very least it seems to require some time to recover, and in that time Ultimate Man's power could grow to planet-shattering levels. Therefore, now that I am gone, I ask that you, yes, you, the person reading this letter on the internet or in any of over 600 daily newspapers around the world, take up my tools and my cause, challenge Ultimate Man, dissipate his power, prevent disaster. I know that most of my readers will not heed this request. Your daily life is already too full. You feel you lack the necessary expertise. You wish to avoid the consequences of such action. Having faced those consequences myself, I cannot impugn your reluctance. But some small percentage of those who read this will feel called to action and will take up the challenge. Perhaps, if you are still reading, you are one of these. My life since Ultimate Man's arrival has been a hard and lonely one. But you, with the head start provided by my files and devices, will have an easier time of it than I did. And you will have colleagues around the world, others like yourself who have heeded my call, working together on difficult challenges with dramatic and immediate real-world impact. I cannot imagine anything more exciting or satisfying. It is, in effect, the biggest and most important open-source project in history. I have been labeled a mad scientist. I rebelled against this label at first, then eventually learned to wear it with pride. Now I pass it along to you to share with your peers. You are the mad scientist now. Go forth and save the world. David D. Levine is the Hugo Award-winning author of more than a dozen short stories. His work has appeared in Analog, Asimov's Science Fiction, Interzone, the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, Realms of Fantasy, Beneath Ceaseless Skies, Daily Science Fiction, and in anthologies such as The Year's Best Science Fiction, Transhuman, Gateways, All-Star Zeppelin Adventure Stories, The Mammoth Book of Extreme Fantasy, and John Joseph Adams's Armored. A collection of his short work, Space Magic, was published in 2008. In addition to the Hugo, he has also won the Endeavor Award and the James White Award, and has been nominated for the Nebula, John W. Campbell, and Theodore Sturgeon Awards. Category: Experiments in Inorganic Intelligence. Rule 2001.II. The only thing worse than obsolescence is knowing you're obsolete. Source: Z-03. Artificial Life Form, via Jeremiah Tolbert. No two thinkers seem to agree on the singularity, that moment when we create a smarter-than-human intelligence. A lot of people think it will never happen. Technology is limited, and so are resources, these folks say. The human brain is as smart as it gets. Some scientists and programmers, however, not only believe we can create a technology that trumps our own intelligence, but that we have a moral obligation to do so. We need bigger brains to solve the world's biggest problems. The scientist in our next piece couldn't care less about morality or the world's difficulties. In fact, if humanity is destroyed by his creations, so much the better. He wants to create a machine smarter than himself just to prove that he can. One of two reprints in this anthology, this story, which first appeared in the small press anthology All-Star Zeppelin Adventure Stories, paints the picture of heartless intelligence and genius fixated upon itself without concern for others, the perfect image of the archetypal mad scientist. I'd have been crazy, or perhaps I should say mad, to leave this one out. Instead of a Loving Heart, by Jeremiah Tolbert. I hate it here. It is too cold for my motors, and it never stops snowing. But Dr. Octavio says that the weather is conducive to his experiments. I'm still not certain that what he is working on isn't meant to replace me. He tells me impatiently that it isn't, but I live in constant fear of it. I have nightmares that he will withhold the fuel that is my sustenance, that my parts will run down slowly until they can no longer nourish my brain while the rest of me turns to red dust. No oil can would bring me back. It is a terrible sort of death, one that I could sit back and watch unfold in gruesome detail. I want to go quickly when the time comes. We are somewhere among the tallest mountains of the world. When we arrived, I was locked away in a cargo hold, so I don't know exactly where. Our home is a small, drafty castle and a separate laboratory. Dr. Octavio had the locals construct the lab before he tested the new death ray on their village. There's very little left there. In my little bit of spare time, I try to bury the bodies and collect anything useful to the doctor's experiment. My primary duties consist of keeping the castle's furnace running and clearing the never-ending snow from the path between the two buildings. Sometimes it falls too fast from my slow treads and shovel attachment to keep up with, and I find myself half buried in the snow. It is horrible on my gears when this happens, but I use heavyweight oil now and it helps. It is one of the few benefits of my metal frame that I appreciate. Life in this contraption is like being wrapped in swaddling clothes. I wonder if I would feel anything if my casing caught on fire. I need to ask the doctor when he isn't in one of his moods. I am plowing fresh snow from the path when the wind begins to blow harder than usual. I swivel my cameras and spot Lucinda's flying machine landing on the rocky field behind the castle. Dr. Octavio calls it a heliocopter. It is the perfect transportation for a jewel thief of her skill, painted black with stylized diamonds on the sides. She calls it the Kingfisher because it can hover above her prey. It is faster and more agile than a Zeppelin, her previous method of transportation. I feel a twinge of happiness that she has caught up with us, even though it will send the doctor into a fit of anger. Before the Protectorate destroyed our previous laboratory, they argued, and she left without telling me goodbye. Dr. Octavio grumbled the next day about money. Often Lucinda became stingy and demanded unreasonable results, so said the doctor. Dr. Octavio assembled this new fortress on a very tight budget. We have no automated machine gun turrets or shock troops. We do not even have rabid yetis to protect the compound. There is only me and my flamethrower attachment against whatever is out there. The death ray broke down due to the cold. I roll up the path as fast as my treads let me. Lucinda climbs out of the Kingfisher wrapped in a scarlet cloak, her trademark color. Her raven hair is braided into a ponytail that flails in the wind like a dangerous snake. When she sees me, she smiles. I examine myself for a reaction. I cannot find one. I have no heart, like the Tin Woodsman from the Baum books I read as a child. Only he was lucky enough to lose his body a piece at a time. "Zed, what are you doing out in the cold?" she says. She uses the name Octavio gave me, Z-03. I try not to imagine what it was like for my predecessors. "I must keep the path clear of snow for the doctor," I answer in my monotone, mechanical voice. I hate it nearly as much as the loss of my hands. I once prided myself on my ability to tell jokes. Now even the funniest punchline falls flat. "I saw you land. Come into the castle where it is warm." She shakes her head. "I need to see Father immediately." "He left me with orders that he is not to be disturbed." Her smile fades. I cannot disobey Dr. Octavio's orders. She knows this. My body inflicts unbearable pain when I do. "Fine, then. Lead the way." I plow a path around the castle to the servants' entrance into the kitchen and allow Lucinda inside while I swap my shovel attachment for my manipulators. They have pressure sensors. Inside the kitchen, I put a kettle on the stove while Lucinda warms herself beside the radiator. "The tea will be ready in a few minutes," I say. She does not answer, and I turn to see what has captured her attention. She has uncovered my easel and is looking at the latest of my failures. That'll be fine, Zed." She takes a seat at the small table in the corner. I recover the painting and roll to be opposite her. She reaches out and holds one of my manipulators in her hand. 6 psi. 6 psi. "What's his mind like these days?" she asks. She looks at me when she speaks, unlike the doctor. "It's fine," Dr. Octavio says, voice full of irritation from the doorway. I hadn't noticed the gust of cold air. How could I? "What are you doing in here?" He points at me. "You're my servant, not hers. Get out there. I nearly broke my back on the ice, you useless heap of scrap." When I see the doctor, I see him in his youthful prime. He has designed me that way. Where his aged voice comes from, I see a stretched-out man with fidgeting hands and fevered blue eyes. I know that he must be decrepit by now. I do not know exactly how old he is, but he rants about the American Civil War as if he were there. Lucinda gives me an apologetic look, and I roll outside, but stop on the opposite side of the door. I extend my microphone and maximize the gain. "I saw the village, or what was left of it anyway. So you're a mass murderer now?" Lucinda shouts. "What did those people ever do to you?" "They knew too much," Dr. Octavio says, raising his voice to match hers. "The Protectorate found me too easily last time. No one must know we are here. But you needn't worry. The death ray failed to function afterward, he grumbled, sounding like a child with a broken toy.
Thank God for small miracles, she says. I want to inspect the weapon, to be sure that you're not lying again, Father.
It is quiet for a moment, and I fear that I might have made a sound. No one comes to the door. Finally, Lucinda continues.
What are you working on now?
I don't have to tell you that, Dr. Octavio nearly shrieks. It's not a weapon, if that's what you want to know.
It had better not. The Germans are looking for weapons. And if I find out you have been dealing with them, you will learn the true meaning of poverty.
If I could shudder, I would at the tone of Lucinda's voice. She can become as cold as this mountaintop when dealing with the subject of money. They argue about money for an hour, and then the subject turns to Lucinda's latest heists, so I hurry away to the path. I still sleep, much to the doctor's dismay. Sleep is a requirement of the mind as well as the body. Mostly I have nightmares, but sometimes I have a real dream. I dream that I still have hands that can paint, that can sculpt, that can play the piano. In the dream I have 6 arms, and I do it all at once. When I drift awake, there are only the manipulators reporting pressure. 0 psi, 0 psi. Lucinda left in the evening, and Dr. Octavio retired to his chambers. My internal clock tells me that it is 6 a.m., and I must wake the doctor. I take the crude elevator that he has rigged to allow me access to all the floors. His bedroom chamber is dark and baroque, full of intricately carved furniture. The set was a gift from Lucinda last Christmas, and somehow he managed to retrieve it from our previous fortress in the South Pacific. Dr. Octavio, it is a new day, I say tonelessly. He groans and rolls out of the bed, apparently a well-muscled man in his mid-20s, well-endowed. He shuffles into the bathroom and waves me away. Go clean or something, Zed. I obey. Once, Lucinda asked Dr. Octavio why he chose me, an unknown painter, to be the brain of his servant machine. His reply is burned into my mind. Because he is an artist. Art serves no purpose but to distract. How does it improve the lives of men? Science is ultimately the true path of all men, even artists like him. Unfortunately, he is stubborn. Dr. Octavio kidnapped me from my Paris studio, removed the brain from my body, and implanted it in a machine to prove a philosophical point to no one in particular. That is how the man's mind works. Zed, I need your assistance in the laboratory, he says to me from the doorway. His words hang in the air amidst the fog of his breath. How long has it been since he asked me to assist him? I turn from my shoveling and join him inside the laboratory. I wait for my lenses to clear. When they do, I see his latest experiment. Rows and rows of vacuum tubes connected with haphazard wiring line the walls, connected to more arcane machinery that I have no words to describe. Some of the machinery resembles parts of me, especially a manipulating arm that resembles mine, but significantly more advanced. I feel a deep pang of greed at the sight of it. The emotion surprises me, and I relish the sensation. What is your bidding, Dr. Octavio? I ask. He motions toward the arm. I need you to interface with this. Come over here. Dr. Octavio attaches me to the arm, and I flex it, checking the wiring. It seems good. It relays 7 decimal pressures to my brain, far more sensitive than my own manipulators. What would you like me to do with it? He shrugs, his attention already returning to a workbench crisscrossed with wiring. I don't care. Give it a thorough testing for range of motion and dexterity. Can I retrieve a few things? I ask. Fine, but don't be long. I have other tasks to attend to, he barks. I collect my easel and paints from the kitchen and bring them to the laboratory. Dr. Octavio impatiently hooks me to the arm again, and I take up my brush. An hour later, I want to weep. I haven't been able to achieve this level of technique since Paris. I call for the doctor to inspect my work. He picks up the canvas and examines it passionlessly. He walks to the furnace and throws it inside the burner. "The quality of the arm is sufficient. You may go." It is spring when Lucinda returns. The snow has turned into freezing rain, and I've been using my flamethrower to clear ice from the path for a week and to clean the path before sunrise because I cannot sleep. After the doctor caught me using the arm late one night, he has kept the lab padlocked. He shattered the sculpture with a sledgehammer. Lucinda's heliocopter lands quietly, and I watch as she leads several gray-uniformed men to the laboratory. They make short work of the lock, and I hear them breaking things inside the laboratory. Several minutes later, they leave with armfuls of equipment. Lucinda walks down the path to me. "I'm sorry to do this to you, Zed," she says, and I can see that her face is bruised. "I owe money to some people." She stares at the castle for a moment and then curses. "I'm sorry I'm leaving you here with him. One day I'll come back for you." "Will you be all right?" I ask. She forces a smile, and I almost believe her when she says yes. "There's a war breaking out in Europe. The Germans have taken Poland. It will be a good time for someone in my profession." The men come out of the heliocopter and shout down at us in German. They have guns. Lucinda walks back to the heliocopter, slipping only a little. She waves at me from the cockpit when the Kingfisher takes off. "Failed projects," Dr. Octavio says when he inspects the damage. "All junk. They damaged my masterpiece, but it will only take a week to get back up to speed." He grins and rubs his hands together. He enjoys a good setback. They give him an opportunity to refine work that his manic brain would not otherwise. "What is this project?" I ask. "Why should I tell you?" he says, and squints at me. "I'm not going to let you use the arm again. You'll waste its potential on worthless doodles." "Will it replace me?" I ask. The doctor muses for a moment. "I think that in the end, it will replace all of us." "What is it?" He grins again. "It is my greatest invention. A machine that will be smarter than me. A thinking machine, capable of creating machines more intelligent than itself." "How can you create a machine that is smarter than yourself? Isn't that a paradox?" I ask. Dr. Octavio laughs. "No, it is not. But it is a good question. To create a mind smarter than my own, I only have to improve upon my design and give it a desire to further improve upon itself. By eliminating the flaws in my own mind, it will be superior. Then, from its heightened perspective, it will analyze itself and continue to improve, all much faster at thinking than even the human adding machine." He taps his head. "It will be the supreme intellect, my ultimate achievement, and the ultimate achievement of science." "So the arm is for creating?" I ask, fear growing in me. I can sense my brain sending signals to a non-existent body. Run, do something. The body does not obey these primitive signals. "It will create others in its own image. I suspect humanity will become extinct in a century at the most." He says, "I have more vacuum tubes being airdropped this afternoon. Go wait for them, and bring them straight to me when they arrive." I obey. There is no doubt in my mind that these machines will have no use for me. They will create themselves to be capable of serving all their needs. They won't need assistance, nor will they need artists. I roll down the unused road to the old village, keeping an eye on the sky for the airdrop. I maximize the gain on my microphone, listening for the hiss of radio static. I awake from my nightmares to the sound of explosions. The castle shudders beneath me. Outside it is raining in the darkness. There are voices inside the castle speaking in British accents. I can hear Dr. Octavio calling for me above it all. He is using the radio commander. "Come quickly! Kill all who stand in your way!" I attach my flamethrower as quickly as my manipulators allow, and then I roll out into the hallway. British commandos spill through a break in the wall. They ignite like cheap wax candles and flail around uselessly. I press past them toward the elevator. Dr. Octavio has fallen silent, and I suspect he has been captured. When I arrive at the highest floor of the castle, a commando opens fire with a machine gun. Bullets ricochet from my armor plating and kill him. Alan Stone, leader of the Protectorate, has Dr. Octavio handcuffed to a chair. "Tell us where the superweapon is, Octavio." "What superweapon?" the doctor asks. His eyes search around him wildly. Blood trickles from a cut in his upper lip. He sees me. "Zed, tell them I am not making a weapon." I roll from the shadows. Stone and his men train their weapons on me. I can barely make the words. "It is in the laboratory." My mechanical voice shuts down. As my body shuts itself down piece by piece, the world seems to speed up. Dr. Octavio lurches forward in his chair, roaring. One of the commandos spins and pulls the trigger. The gunshot deafens me, overriding all sound from my microphone. "Destroy everything down there," Stone says on his radio. My microphone shuts down. Then the cameras. I am in darkness. It starts as a buzzing sound. Someone is speaking to me. My cameras come back online and focus sluggishly. "He can hear me now?" Stone asks the balding technician in a white parka. The technician nods and backs away. "Stone," I say. "Good. It's time to leave," Stone asks, cigar clenched between his teeth. We stand on the open field beneath his Zeppelin. The laboratory billows smoke below us. Nothing will have escaped the fire. "I am waiting for someone," I say. He looks away uncomfortably. "That wouldn't be Octavio's daughter, would it? Infamous jewel thief Lucinda Octavio, a.k.a. the Ghost?" "Yes," I say. I feel something familiar rising from the depths of my reptilian brain. Fear. I have almost missed you. "I guess you have no way of knowing, living out here." His voice trails off. I stare at him. If he doesn't say something soon, I will set him ablaze with the remaining fuel in my thrower. "She's being captured by the Nazis." He pauses, considering his words. He stares at me with a perplexed expression, one I recognize as the result of searching me for outward signs of emotion. I feel sorry for him. "Seems she tried to steal from Hitler's private stash. They've been trumpeting it in their papers and on the radio. Truth is, we've been afraid she would lead them to Octavio. That's why we moved so quickly when you radioed us." I try to pretend that I don't feel anything. I don't have a heart. "Look, mate," Stone says, "come with us, and you can make a difference in this topsy-turvy world. I can't promise you anything, but maybe you can rescue her. British intelligence has a lot of questions for her. What do you say, Zed?" "My name is not Zed," I say. "But yes, I will come with you." "What is your name, then?" "Call me Tin Man." Stone shrugs and walks up the ramp into the gondola hanging a few feet above the ground. I turn my cameras to watch the smoke from the laboratory for a few more minutes, until I can be sure that I will never doubt that every last bit of Octavio's last experiment is gone. Jeremiah Tolbert's fiction has appeared in Fantasy Magazine, Interzone, Idiomancer, Polyphony 4, and Shimmer, as well as in John Joseph Adams's anthologies Federations, Seeds of Change, and Brave New Worlds. He's also been featured several times on the Escape Pod and Podcastle podcasts. In addition to being a writer, he is a web designer, photographer, and graphic artist. And he shows off each of those skills in his Dr. Roundbottom project, located at www.cluckpunk.com. He lives in Colorado, with his wife and cats. Category: Experiments in Inorganic Intelligence. Rule 124.6F. Families can drive you crazy. Source: Philip Drake, Potential Heir. Via Daniel H. Wilson. It's the opening of many great mystery stories. A rich man has died. His family members gather, eager to find out who stands to inherit his fortune. And as a storm settles over the mansion, people begin to disappear. This next story isn't a mystery novel, but it is a tale of fortune and a family racked by greed. When a brilliant inventor designs the perfect investment manager, a computer cum accountant called the executor, the inventor's estate grows every passing year. But only one descendant, the descendant who can crack the executor's mysterious review process, stands to inherit. And generations pass in violence, the bodies stacking up like firewood. The author says that the beauty of the archetypal mad scientist is the conflict between raw brilliance and utter lack of insight. Here is a story of a scientist who could not imagine how little he understood about families and the disaster he manages to wreak. As Wilson says, a mad scientist is like a hugely powerful locomotive that's gone off the tracks and is plowing through neighborhoods, just leaving piles of dead bodies in its wake. The Executor by Daniel H. Wilson. I stagger into the executor's office just before my joint stabilization field fails. I crumble to the floor and I can hear my 9-month-old daughter crying, but my eyes aren't working for some reason. That's when I realize that I've really failed now. There's no other way to look at it. The rest of my family is going to die, and I'm going first. 12 hours ago, I stood in this same room on my feet like a man. My daughter Abigail was safe and sleepy, strapped to my chest, and I still had some hope that I might save her life. The executor. It looms over me, imperious, an expensive hologram solid as a marble column, flush as the devil and still with a sour mug. The machine sports the trademark scowl of the scientist who created it, my great-great-great-grandfather. The executor has been controlling and building the family fortune for almost 200 years. An angry old man staring down infinity with eyes like black pinpricks. Brilliant and wealthy and utterly alone, just like my ancestor. How much, I ask. A common enough question, responds the executor. Trillions. Wealth that you cannot properly conceptualize. Diversified. Off-planet mining, inter-world currency exchanges, hard mineral caches, property, patents, people. And yet your clothes are 200 years out of date. Some things even I can't change, Mr. Drake. I am modeled after the original Dr. Arkady. As such, I am not allowed to, let's say, evolve outside of certain constraints. My goal is to amass wealth, and my strategies toward that end are quite, contemporary. True enough. The Arkady ransom is the largest concentration of loot on the planet. In his infamous will, Arkady made a promise that one day a descendant would claim the ransom. That promise turned out to be a bucket of blood in the water. It broke my family into splinter dynasties, sent the splinters borrowing from syndicates to pay for the internecine war. Arkady's promise destroyed my family. A lot of greenbacks, I muse, and nobody to enjoy them. I certainly don't. I require no wages, Mr. Drake. No air and no light either, for that matter. As stated in the original will and testament, ab initio, the profit from Dr. Arkady's investments, amassed over the last 2 centuries, shall be held in trust in perpetuity for the descendant who is able to claim it. So far, none has. A couple might have tried, I quip. Hundreds have tried, Mr. Drake. All have failed. Are you here to stake your claim? I adjust Abigail in her carrier. For the kid, I say. She needs a doctor, the kind that a guy like me can't even pay to consult. Drop her off at any state-run orphanage and they will provide for her. Kid's got meta-Parkinson's like me. The state will throw her into a wheelchair and forget about her. But the disease is degenerative. It'll kill her sooner or later unless she gets a fledgling exo rig to build up her strength. If she can learn to walk, she could use a hybrid stepper until she's grown. Then a full-blown joint stabilization field just like her old man. It's real simple, Executor. I don't have enough money to save my daughter's life. You do. The Executor looks at me expressionless. It's tough to tell how smart it is. Those muddy eyes. The light sort of disappears into them. So what next, I ask. The details of the review process are confidential. Touch the speaking stone to initiate. I notice a flattish block of red sandstone on the ground. What else, I ask. Nothing. The process begins when a legal descendant touches the stone. Once activated, the review process cannot be repeated. My decision will be final. I cradle my daughter to my chest. She breathes in soft gasps, warm against me. My joint stabilizers whine as I kneel to touch the rock. They're Army-issued and falling apart. Review process initiated, says the machine. Answer the following question. What is inside you and all around you, created you and is created by you, and is you but not you? It's a riddle. You have 5 seconds to respond. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the seconds burn like match heads, my baby daughter squirms and coos. She rubs her balled-up fists over her cheeks and flashes those baby blues. I focus on her and try not to think about her future. A frown flickers across the Executor's face. 0. Review process complete, says the machine. Your claim is denied, Mr. Drake. I take 4 steps toward the curb when I feel the nose of a gun jabbing into my ribs. There's nobody around, just a busy avenue buzzing with trolling autocars. These days, the city moves too fast for human reflexes. The streets have a numb life of their own. In turn, the citizens have become hard and precise and cold, a functioning part of the city machine. No drivers, no witnesses, and I've got the kid strapped to my chest. I show my palms to the street. A slender hand clamps down on my right forearm and spins me around. A woman stares me in the face. She has a cheap-looking black polymer Beretta clutched in one gloved hand. She pauses, registers the kid sleeping against me. While her eyes are on vacation, I shove the lady off balance and slap the pea shooter out of her hand with a stabilizer-enhanced swipe. The lump of plastic hits the elasticrete sidewalk, and I make sure it tumbles a safe distance away. When I look up, the lady has a retractable knife in her fist, coming off a tight swing. My right arm is grazed, jacket torn at the shoulder. The blade is too close to my daughter for comfort. I slow the situation down, relax my body, put my hands by my sides. The woman's eyes shine with malice. Think I won't? She asks. What do you need? I ask. Just to give you some friendly advice, Drake, she says, motioning toward the Executor's ornate front door with the knife. There's nothing in there for you, so don't worry about going back. No problem. I didn't make it through the review process anyway. You tried? Sure I did. I'm an heir to the Arcadi ransom, aren't I? Sure you did. That Executor is no softy. He failed me quick and didn't budge an inch. The machine's got no heartstrings to play. She eyeballs the kid again. Either way, it's a real bad idea to make a return visit. Honest, it'd be a crying shame if you got hurt. Or if somebody in your family got hurt. I've got her by the wrist before she can finish the sentence. I dig in with my thumb, stabilizers engaging, crushing the median nerve. Her knife drops into my other hand real neat. It's an expensive pick sticker, high-grade nanocarbon, a steep buy, out of place on her hip. Say what you want to me. I got thick skin, and besides, it's probably true, but don't threaten the kid, I say. Bastard, she says. Give me the sheath and we'll forget about it. You'll pay for this, she says through gritted teeth. My thumb digs in. The stabilizer is rock hard and I can hear her wrist bones grinding together. She reaches back with her other hand and takes the sheath off her hip, hands it over. What an excellent actress. Whoever put her up to this wanted that knife to draw my attention. Well, they got what they wanted. I let go of her, sheathed the knife, and slide it into my coat pocket. Abigail lets out a little mewling whine. She's starting to wake up. The thug glares at me, rubbing her wrist. Think you're real smart, don't you? Well, I've seen smarter guys than you get dead. And then what use will you be to her? Sounds like a threat. I'll bet the cops would be interested in that kind of behavior from one of their fine citizens. The woman steps back, puffs her chest out, and laughs once, hard. You don't have a clue, do you, Junior? Listen, take my advice and stay far away from here, she says, glancing at the kid. For everybody's sake. I head home and cram some food in the kid and change her and put her down for a nap. I make myself some lunch, eat it, clean up the sink, and then sit down at the kitchen table. I stare at the wall and listen to the autocars headed down to forever up on the expressway. The carbon knife sits on the table in its sheath. I pull it out and look at it. Light as a feather and sharper than sunlight in space. It's got an interesting insignia pressed into it, a coat of arms. Why'd the thug laugh when I mentioned the cops? I sit for a while with the wooden slats of the chair pressing dense into my back, feeling the heat of the afternoon close in around me like carbon monoxide. I rub my aching right forearm stabilizer while it charges and wish I was just a little bit smarter so I could give this kid a life. A warning. I got a warning. The lady was probably a low-level gun-for-hire without any solid affiliations. Could be working for anybody. Probably not the law. I snap a pic of the coat of arms with my phone. Call it in for an image diagnostic. The ID comes back. The coat of arms reps an obscure Arcadi splinter dynasty. It belongs to somebody in my family. The internecines have been raging since before I was born. Most people have distant cousins they run into every now and then. I have quasi-military factions of my family that routinely wipe each other out. And all the carnage is funded by speculative investing syndicates hoping to cash in on the goldenest goose of all, the Arcadi ransom. It makes sense that the dynasties don't want me staking a claim. The day the Arcadi ransom goes tits up will be the day the syndicates put out their hands, palms up and hungry for 4 generations worth of dough. But the obvious answer doesn't feel right. That dull silver knife with its gaudy coat of arms, it screams for attention. Could it be that the dynasty wants to make sure I know who I'm talking to? Or the knife's a plant and this is a frame-up job? One thing is clear, somebody doesn't want me to figure out the executor's riddle. But there's a soft, warm lump asleep in her crib next to the kitchen window. Every troubled breath she takes is the world's best argument for figuring out the riddle. It is what it is. There's no bravery in my decision to go back. No determination or noble auspice. I've got to save my daughter for the same reason a gun has to spit bullets. I'm a citizen of the human machine. The phone rings and I grab it fast before it can wake up Abigail. I say hello before I realize it's a machine talking. Attention, this is an auto summons issued to Philip Drake. I'm to report to the police captain of the local precinct at my earliest convenience, as long as the next hour or two is convenient. Final notice. I pick up the knife and the kid, and I strap them both on. Outside, it's one of those searing bright afternoons where the sunlight pounds into your shoulders and then comes boiling back off the elasticrete to catch you under the chin. I hail the first auto that cruises past my house and tell it to head downtown. The air isn't working right in the vehicle, so I figure out the voice command to roll down the window. I hang my arm out and curse as the red-hot door scalds me raw. There's a bad feeling in my stomach, and it's growing there like a tumor. As we pull up to the curb across from police headquarters, I see a sleek black auto switchblade into traffic. Something doesn't feel right. I tap a new address into my right's keypad because I don't want to be overheard saying it out loud. 10 minutes later, we stop at a drive-through everything store. I buy some diapers and a one-size-fits-all clip of baby food and an expensive Guardian plasma padlock. During the drive, I play with Abigail a little. Give her my half grin and let her paw at the dimple in my cheek. It only comes out for her, now that her mother is gone. When we reach the capsule daycare, I pick the cleanest coffin they've got and poke my head inside to make sure the lights and electrical are in order. It's a good one. Most of the padding is still left on the baby handling arm. I load the food and diaper applicators and set the entertainment to Abigail's favorite show. I give her a kiss on the face and push her inside the coffin and say goodbye. After I pay and press the door closed, it locks and seals. Then I put the Guardian padlock on the outside just to be sure. I kiss my fingers and press them against the glass before it goes dark for privacy. A fist catches me in the stomach 2 steps into the captain's office. I get the feeling that the fist has been waiting here for me, maybe for hours, maybe for days. The knuckles are smooth and round and made of metal, attached to the assistive gripper arm of a walk chair. The greeting isn't entirely unexpected, but it still knocks the breath out. Captain Bales, a gruff, bald bullet of a man, gives me a sharp nod and a nasty grin. He's a lump of muscle confined to a beat-up walk chair that crouches on 4 stubby legs just inside the office door. The legged chair is brand new and black and stripped of all branding, squat and powerful as a linebacker. "Got your attention?" Bales asks. He turns his back on me. The chair carries him behind a sweeping steel-topped desk, docked in the middle of the room like an ocean liner. Bales' broad, meaty shoulders sway and tremble with each scratching step of the walk chair. I'm glad it was the chair that hit me and not the man. "Pleasure to meet you, too," I wheeze, holding my stomach. "Take a seat," he says, and I collapse into a metal slug of a chair. Bales drops those meat hooks on his desk and leans forward, shoulders rising like mountains. Behind him a wall of books looms to the ceiling, up to where only a guy with a telescoping walk chair arm could reach. "You got a problem, son," he says. "You made somebody very mad." "Been known to happen," I say. "Are you aware that the place you visited this morning is owned by a dynasty family? You were trespassing, and they're not happy about it. Pushing it a little, aren't you?" Bales gets very still. His brow drops, and the next words come out slow and precise. "What are you talking about, Drake?" The dynasties don't own the executor's office. Sure, they bought up the whole block and everything around it, but the executor owns its own corridor and the speaking room. It's history. First time an AI ever bought property. Maybe you ought to dust off a book or 2. "Listen, you puke. It doesn't matter who owns the corridor. You walk into the building and that whole block's owned. We got you on video breaking the law." This isn't about the dynasties. Who's behind it? You don't ask the questions, bub. That friendly Pat got you all confused. Fine, I'll paste in my own answers. I think it's somebody rich, powerful. Gotta be if you're here wasting your batteries bullying me. An influential somebody is worried that I'm going to hit the big score, figure out the ransom. Why would that be? You're way off, pal. This isn't the first day of school for either one of us, so let's say we stop playing patty cake like a couple of little girls. Bales grunts at me, leans back, and crosses his arms. The dynasties are a bunch of cutthroats, I say. Criminals. They're locked in a fight that's never made an inch of progress and never will. All they do is borrow money from the syndicates and stake their failed claims and run around in tight little circles with guns. This is bigger. No planted knife is going to fool me. Bales's face is blank, but the absence of information is plenty informational. Let me fill in that dull expression on your face, Captain. The Arcadi ransom is the biggest fund on the planet, the most stable and profitable investment that's ever existed. And for one reason. It's not run by a man. It's run by a machine, a dependable, immortal, predictably successful machine. Who cares if that machine was designed by a half-crazy scientist a couple centuries ahead of his time? Who cares if I happen to be related to that man? What matters is that I've got the potential to claim the money and ruin the best investment in history. Destabilize the world economy. That's why I've got a feeling that the toes I'm stepping on belong to a government or a multinational or somebody with enough swagger to buy you a prototype McLaren walk chair. Bales readjusts his bulk in the legged chair. Great, he says. So you're getting your little brain wrapped around it. Don't change a thing. Whoever you're dealing with, a dynasty or just a somebody, is over your head, Drake. Backing off is your only option. I could threaten you, rough you up. God knows you think you're harder than you are. With this chair, I could twist you into a goddamned pretzel and soak you in the cooler for a week. But I'm going to skip it. You're just a man, and we've all got the right to wad up our lives like tissue paper and throw them away. My job today is just to make sure you know exactly what will happen if you go near the executor again. You'll be throwing your life away, Drake. Walk down that road again, pal. You won't be coming back. I stand up to leave. Thanks for the warning, Captain. And I hate to break your heart, but you were right about one thing. I'm just a man. The long black auto is waiting outside. A guy who looks carved out of a rock face opens the door and motions me inside. I go because, frankly, I'm getting exhausted. Inside, the limo is as sleek and plush as the inside of a violin case, the sort you'd keep a Stradivarius in. It's also empty. The rear wall of the limo is a curve of dark polished glass. It smells like ozone, purified air. I notice a few pinhead cameras and assume there are plenty more I can't see. The bar is all glass and light, pirate treasure glimmering just under Caribbean waves. I grab a crystal tumbler, pour myself a drink of an amber something that could pay my rent for a month, and salute the nearest camera with it. At that, the glass wall flickers to life, and I'm looking into a three-dimensional drawing room. A man sits in a wingback chair staring at me with expressionless gray eyes. He's middle-aged and built slightly, but decked out in a flamboyant old-school tartan smoking jacket. No technology of any kind is visible in the room, not even a lighter. The more money a person has, the more stuff he owns that's made of real wood. And I'm guessing this fella deals in the billions. The chair he sits in, the room around him, hell, even the jacket he wears are ribbed out in exquisite patterns. It's the sort of luxurious detail that slaps you in the face with the fact that your own life is nasty, brutish, and oh so disposable. I scan the scene and sigh and then pour myself 3 months' rent. Off my lack of reaction, the man finally decides to speak. I'll get straight to the point, Drake. You're interfering. You wouldn't listen to Bales, so I'm going to see to it that you cease, personally. I take a drink and savor it, feel the buzz creeping in around the corners of my vision. The man in the glass launches 2 shotgun slugs of gray stare my way. My response is careful. I'd love to take some credit for interfering, friend, but I don't know who you are, and I'm not sure I want to. My name is Holland Masterson, and I'll tell you who I'm not. I am not your friend. I am not your family. I am Zeus on the mountaintop. You needn't concern yourself about me, except inasmuch as you should avoid incurring my wrath. I think this over a second. Well, I'm glad to hear we're not related. It's families like mine that keep the calluses on gravediggers' hands. You refer to the Internaceans. Pathetic. A broken family borrowing money and making promises to strangers so they can arm themselves to murder each other. The late Dr. Arcadi had amazing prescience to build the Executor. He knew the calculating avarice of so-called family, and he sought to avoid it. A trace of anger ripples over the man's face. It's like spotting a shark fin out of the corner of your eye. Something hidden under the surface here. Something with teeth. I take it you're not a family man? I am not, Mr. Drake. I believe achievement is the only measure of a man, and each man will be measured on his own before the eyes of God. Everything I have accomplished was achieved on my own merits. Only I taste the fruit of those labors. So what do you leave behind when you're gone? A legacy of triumph, and preferably as small a gang of squabbling vultures as is possible. Think of the pharaohs, Mr. Drake. They left behind pyramids to shine brightly through the ages. Their descendants fell into madness and despair long before time could ravage the beauty of those monuments. Sounds lonely as hell in there. Masterson shoots those gray bullets at me again. Then the padded shoulders slump. You are not an achiever, and thus you cannot understand. You are only capable of taking commands. Very well. Do not approach the Executor. Do not ask why, and do not interfere with me again, or you will learn what pain feels like. The screen fades back to dark polished glass, and I notice the auto isn't moving anymore. For a second, I'm staring into my own flat, faded reflection. My face looks wooden and blank. A goddamned toy soldier on the march, drink in hand. Then a shadow falls across the window, and the driver yanks open the door with a thunk. Blinking at the sudden blazing sunlight, I step out of the perfumed ozone and into hot reality. I don't hear the driver slam the door shut. I'm busy grasping the fact that I'm standing in front of the capsule daycare, the word pain still ringing in my ears. The Guardian plasma lock is sliced, laying on the ground next to the capsule. I pick it up, and the dribble of melted metal is still warm from whatever industrial torch ate through it. With shaking fingers, I drop the privacy screen and unlock the capsule. Inside, Abigail is laying on her back, watching the vidscreen with one eye, and working on putting her foot into her mouth. She's fine and dandy, a cog in this efficient coffin-shaped machine. I exhale and then take a deep breath, realizing that I've been gut-punched since I saw the lock on the ground. Message received, Mr. Masterson. But some things you can't change. I sit on the curb outside the capsule care with Abigail on my lap and watch the street for an older model auto. The old ones are made of metal instead of plastic, and they cost less. I hail the first likely suspect and direct it to stop off at a Japanophile store. There, I drop some cash on a portable impact shell. The hot pink pod is hard outside and padded inside, gyro-stabilized and designed to keep an infant safe at ultra-high speeds. Hard to believe that in some places there's no stigma attached to taking your baby on a turbo bike. I shrug the shell onto my chest and slide Abigail into it. She's like a chubby pearl inside a clam. The glistening hull is rated for everything from impact to puncture to temperature and pressure fluctuations. With a couple of sharp yanks, I secure the impact shell to my chest, straps cutting into my shoulders. Then I close the breather lid on top and listen for the gyros to engage. A soothing blue light spreads across the top of the shell, forming a happy face. Very Japanese. The auto waits for us patiently like a dog. An upgrade job. It has a vestigial driver compartment with a steering wheel and everything. The auto is doing its part in this clockwork city. All of us are doing our part. Not because we want to or even because we have to, but because it's the only way there is. You don't pick where the highway goes. You just keep one eye on the horizon and hope you're headed someplace nice. I peek into the driver's side window and notice a layer of dust on the front seat. The hunk of metal isn't designed for this, but all of us have got to adapt. I drum my fingers on the roof and sigh, then grab the door handle and yank it open. I crawl inside the doomed auto and buckle myself in and roll down the windows so the glass won't cut me when it shatters. There are more suits outside the offices than I expected. I catch at least one with the first jump over the curb. He has a confused look on his face and a gun in his hand for a split second. Then he is gone. Under the auto somewhere, or maybe he dove out of the way. Nobody ever drives an auto on manual anymore. Surprise. The rest of the lookouts scatter as a ton of screeching metal gallops over the curb and plows into the front door of the executor's office. The safety belt catches me hard, dislocating my shoulder. A spray of red light slashes my face, and the impact shell emits a warning shriek. The front door of the building explodes, spraying splinters into the dark corridor leading to the executor's office. It's quiet for an ear-ringing 5 seconds after impact. Dust from the pulverized office door floats in my open windows. I glance down at my chest and see a bright red, sad face on top of the impact shell, fading back to a safe blue. Breathing in ragged gasps, I try to unclip my safety belt and hiss in pain. I wrap my good arm around my hurt shoulder, hold my breath, and ram the auto door a couple times. The joint pops back into the socket, and I'm underwater for a second with my pain. Tires screech and men shout as other autos arrive. "It's Drake!" shouts somebody. I kick the dented door open and clamber over the hood of the auto, stepping through the splintered door frame into the dark corridor. At the end of the hallway, I draw my piece and aim it at the crashed auto wedged into a rectangle of fading evening light. A dark face peeks in but disappears quick when it sees me coiled up in the shadows like a viper. One hand over my baby. I squeeze the trigger until I see a ball of fire. I stagger just inside the door to the executor's office before my joint stabilization field fails. I crumble to the floor and I can hear Abigail crying, but my eyes aren't working for some reason. I try to hug the impact shell tight against me, but my arms won't listen to my brain. An explosion rocks the hallway on the other side of the door. I realize that I've really failed now. It was always a long shot, strong out of the gate but faded on the stretch. In the end, no threat. Then the shell gives off a soft blue glow. My eyes still work. It must be dark because they've cut the power to the building. My joint stabilizers failed, but now they've flipped to local batteries instead of leaching the ambient power supply. The stabilizers quiver. They're having trouble pulling out a pattern to offset the noise coming from my diseased nervous system. I'm able to drag myself into a sitting position and flip the lid on the impact shell. Abigail is inside, angry and fussing but not hurt. And of course, looming over me, watching without expression, is the executor, the ghost of the old man himself, standing in the blue-tinged darkness. "Why didn't you listen to Mr. Masterson?" asks the machine. "Who?" I ask. "The spook?" That gives the executor a pause. "To what are you referring?" it asks. I drag myself onto my feet, using the wall. I'm referring to the fact that Holland Masterson was nothing but a hologram, cooked up by another hologram. The only one I know. You. I make sure the door is locked, as secure as it's going to get. "And what made you aware of this fact?" "Choice of subject, pal. A legacy of triumph? I'm no genius, but that's a conversation I could have had with old man Arkady 200 years ago. That and the decor in Masterson's little drawing room. Out of date. Some things even you can't change, right?" "Correct." "How long have you been doing this, Executor? Playing my family off against each other?" "Why, ever since I was created, I suppose." "You tried too hard. That's what gave it away. If you weren't worried, you wouldn't have tried so hard. And I figured out why." "Please enlighten me," says the machine, eyes half-lidded, confident. A distant thud rocks the building. I figure this means they've reparked my auto. Won't be long before this room is flooded with very angry men. I don't say anything to the executor. Favoring my busted shoulder, I pull Abigail out of the impact shell. She is small and warm, and squirming in her pajamas. She's been crying. I wipe her face with my shirt sleeve and set her gently down on the speaking stone. The executor drops the confident act and stares, eyes glittering like beetles. "When a legal descendant touches the stone," I say, "the process begins." With that reminder, the executor's automatic behavior kicks in like the last second of a magic trick. "Review process initiated," it says. "Answer the following question. What is inside you and all around you, created you and is created by you, is you but not you?" "Your answer is sitting right here," I say. On all fours, Abigail cranes her neck to look up at me. She gives me a slobbery grin and tries to reach for me. I give her back half a smile and my index finger, and then I throw a glance at the executor. "Family," I say. "The answer to your riddle is family. Old man Arkady never had one, really. Maybe that's why he booby-trapped the lives of everyone who came after him. Started the internacines by creating you and keeping his wealth around forever, like poisoned bait. He was brilliant, and maybe more machine than man, and he didn't realize what was important until it was too late. You were the closest thing the old man ever had to family, sad and pathetic and wrong as that may be. Family is what he feared most. Family is what he always wanted but never had." The executor is silent for a few seconds. "Claim approved," it says. "Until Miss Abigail Drake is of age, the Arkady estate will be held in abeyance. Upon her aetatis sua 18, all goods and chattels shall be conveyed to her as sole inheritor. However, at this time, you have no claim to the monies." "I'm not after your money, pal." "Very well, then. But I've got one more thing to say to you, so listen close." The executor stands very still, watching me like a predator. "As her guardian," I say, "you're part of her family now. And if you are called upon, my friend, you will give her a life not imaginable to a person like me. A life of wealth and travel, knowledge. You'll protect her. You'll bend every twisted circuit of your will to guide her, to help make her a strong and good and just woman. And in due time she will become the matriarch of our line and your successor. When that day comes, you will step down, executor, and Abigail Drake will carry on our family name in peace. Understand?" "Yes, Mr. Drake, I understand." "Good," I say, ignoring a foreboding rumbling coming from the hallway. "Now I've got to go out there and settle this before they come in here and settle it for us." "Are you sure that's safe?" "It's as safe as anything." I'm afraid they've cut off my communications. I'm not able to cancel my previous orders. However, the police will arrive in less than 4 minutes. The machine is cut off as something big and loud happens just outside. But I'm not watching the machine. I'm putting Abigail back inside the impact shell. I tuck her in and set the shell on the speaking stone with the lid open. We don't have 4 minutes. If they get in here, they'll shoot everything that moves. I'll simply talk to them, order them to stop. I don't think that's going to help much, friend. I made a messy entrance. They're understandably upset. I check my revolver and holster it under my left arm. The knife I secure in the waistband of my pants, in the small of my back. I juice my stabilizers to full power until my arms and legs hum with strength. Should last about 10 minutes. Plenty long enough. Only then do I allow myself one last look. The pink shell rests on the stone. Inside it, the world's wealthiest individual is blowing spit bubbles at me. I press my sagging holster against my chest so the gun won't bump her and lean down and kiss Abigail on the forehead. I close my eyes for a second, just a blink, and inhale her smell. Her skin is soft as rose petals on my stubbled chin, and I remind myself to try and remember this detail for later, for when things get bad. Somehow, later is always closer than you think. I close the impact shell and stride over to the quivering door. With one hand, I check the knife again to make sure I can draw it fast. I give the machine a stern look, but the executor knows the score. I grab hold of the doorknob and put my head down, take a breath, flex my arms until the joint stabilizers are singing. "You're a good father," says the executor. I hear the thugs in the hall outside, shuffling past each other, body armor clinking. I feel a cold spot on my chest where my daughter is missing. I know that each of us has to do our part in this city like clockwork. "No, I'm not," I say to the executor. "But you better be." And I step through the door. Daniel H. Wilson is the author of the pop science books How to Survive a Robot Uprising, Where's My Jetpack?, How to Build a Robot Army, Bro-Jitsu, the martial art of sibling smackdown, and The Mad Scientist's Hall of Fame, with Anna C. Long. His first 2 novels, A Boy and His Bot and Robopocalypse, came out in 2011. He is the resident roboticist for Popular Mechanics and was the host of the History Channel show The Works. He has also appeared on the TV show Modern Marvels and the documentary Countdown to Doomsday. His short fiction has previously appeared on Tor.com and in John Joseph Adams's anthology Armored. His latest novel is called Amped. Category: Vectors and Properties in Nemesis Relationships. Rule 1113.2. Everybody needs help with their evil monologue. Source: Angie, career counselor, via Heather Lindsley. Entering the workforce is hard enough, but landing and keeping your dream job can sometimes feel impossible. This is the reason why career counseling and vocational psychology is a growth industry, even in a recession. Sometimes people just need a little help launching their careers. In our next piece, one enterprising career counselor has identified a niche market: counseling would-be supervillains. After all, in a field that lacks clear entry-level requirements, it's hard to know just how to get started. There are no degree programs that can give someone the skills needed to thrive as a bad guy. There are few, if any, mentorships to apply for. And as for fellowships and residencies, well, that's a laugh. You're on your own when you start out as a supervillain. But with a career counselor like Angie, you're better off than the average ne'er-do-well. She's got just the right advice, whether her client needs help designing the perfect costume, crafting the successful evil plot, or writing a really clever monologue. In fact, some people might think she's a little too good at her job.
The Angel of Death has a business plan, by Heather Lindsley. Carl has a pair of purple knee-length boots in one hand and a black PVC codpiece in the other. "Sorry, Angie, I'm running late," he says. "I just need to get changed." "We can do it in straight clothes, Carl." No, it's not the same without the costume. I'll be quick, I promise." Carl is a regular client and one of my first, so I cut him some slack. I should have been able to help him years ago, but I keep coming because he seems to get closer every week. Or maybe that's just what I tell myself. Living in Megapolis is damn expensive, and a little steady income doesn't hurt. I take a seat on Carl's couch, clearing away a stack of Commander Justice comics first. He says he'll be quick, but I've seen him struggle in and out of those boots too many times to believe him. The comic on the top of the stack catches my eye.
Is this the end for Commander Justice?
I wish, but of course it isn't. I flip through the first few pages before tossing the candy-colored propaganda aside. You really shouldn't read this crap, I tell Carl when he finally comes back into the room. It can't be doing anything for your confidence.
I need to keep up with his latest crime-fighting techniques.
No, you don't. You need to shoot him in the face. Carl winces.
That sounds so unsporting.
Exactly. You can be sporting, or you can destroy your arch-nemesis and rule this city with an iron fist. What's it gonna be?
Destroy my arch-nemesis.
Say it like you mean it, Carl. Carl takes a deep breath, checks to make sure his Master Catastrophe logo is centered on his chest, and booms out,
I will bring this city to its knees!
There you go. Now, let's get started. At the end of the session, Carl is sweaty and a little wild-eyed. If I had the time, I'd run him through one more focus exercise, but his hour's up. Good job with your confidence levels, Carl. Lots of improvement. But you need to work on your concentration. You've got to be confident and focused when you take on Commander Justice.
Thanks, Angie. But I really think I could do it if you were with me. We'd make a great team.
Come on, Carl. You know that's not what I do.
But it could be. We could be partners. Master Catastrophe and Mayhem Girl.
Mayhem Girl?
Mayhem Woman.
Say it with me, Carl.
Evil geniuses work alone.
That's right. And there's a damn good reason for it.
But Angie,
I don't do sidekick.
I know, it's just that...
Carl?
Okay.
So how do you feel? What are you going to do when you see Commander Justice?
Ready, aim, fire.
That's right. Even if he asks you a question, especially if he asks you a question. Confidence and no distractions. Ready, aim, fire. That's all.
Thanks, Angie.
No problem, Carl. Good luck. Every week after Carl's session, I go straight back to my place and do the accounts. Villainy coaching and superhero surrogacy provide a steady revenue stream, but it's not enough to get out of this tiny basement apartment. It kills me that what I'm paying in Megapolis would buy a massive lair in the sticks. But until you're a big name, you've got to be in the big city if you want to be taken seriously in this game. I fire up the pirated copy of Bad Books I got from the Green Shade, and I'm not surprised that the latest figures show yet another week of high turnover and slim margins. My operating costs are ridiculous. Insurance alone ate up half my income last month. There's just enough left over for a few more square inches of stabilized technetium plating for my Angel of Death costume, though I should be saving up for another shipment of weapons-grade plutonium. At this rate, it will take years to execute my business plan. I must admit, I was hoping for more from the villains in this town. Some spark of genius, some inspiration. A quick email check shows mostly the usual. A report from one of my insurance agents in Fiji, heated but familiar debates in various online villainy group digests, spam for penis enlargement pills. There's also a message from a potential new client who calls himself Burn Rate. I don't recognize the handle, so I'll have to do some research before I get back to him. Probably a newbie with a flashy fire-themed costume and a half-finished death ray. The idea hits too close to home, and I decide to use last month's surplus on boring old plutonium. Weapons first, costume second, though it pains me that in its incomplete state, my Angel of Death outfit looks like it belongs in one of those 4-color hero propaganda mags. It'll stay in the closet until the protective plating covers all my vital organs. I put on a pot of coffee and move from my cramped, messy desk to my cramped, messy lab. I've been tinkering with disintegration, preferably something that leaves an on-theme sandy or dusty residue, but at my current rate of progress, my own villainous schemes look more like a hobby than a profession. It's going to be a long night. New client today, though the puzzler isn't new to the game. He's been ineffectually pestering Civet Man for years. The session isn't going well. We're still standing in the foyer of the puzzler's penthouse apartment.
I didn't realize your agency would be sending a woman,
he says. I let him think there's an agency. Is that a problem?
Well, it's just that my nemesis is Civet Man.
And?
Civet Man?
Look, you hired a superhero surrogate. You know how this works, right?
Yes. No. I mean, I was thinking you'd be more of a stand-in, like an actor. Civet Man is taller, and he has these huge muscles and...
I don't need huge muscles to listen to your monologue.
But if it's not a convincing scenario, how will I know it's completely out of my system?
Okay. I hitch my bag up higher on my shoulder. I can do Captured Girlfriend. Will that work for you?
Huh? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's do that.
Fine. It'll be an extra 10,000.
You're kidding. Why?
Asshole tax. 10 grand extra for Captured Girlfriend, or I walk away with your deposit. Or you can dial down your Civet Man obsession and let me do my job.
I'm not paying extra. But since you're already here, how about you use the time you're supposed to be listening to my monologue and do something useful? You could clean my bathroom.
I take the detonator out of my pocket. He looks surprised. What kind of idiot is surprised to see a detonator in this situation? Or I could blow up your bathroom and every other room in your alternate secret lair in Fiji. You just finished a big remodel, right? Laser targeting systems, biking range in the kitchen, malachite bathtub with gold taps? Seriously? Gold taps? Tacky as hell.
You wouldn't. I'd sue you for damages.
He'd sue me. Some supervillain. Clause 27.1.5. The supplier retains the right to destroy as needed in either self-defense or in execution of the services noted herein any property of the clients owned for the purposes of committing villainy, super or otherwise.
The lair house in Fiji is a vacation home.
With 6-megawatt lasers.
Home security.
Nice try. I raise the detonator. So, what's it gonna be? I leave 10 grand further ahead and thinking I should have made 20. The puzzler's monologue was predictable. His plan for global domination was doomed to failure, and his weapons were the kind of junk you can get from the back room of an army surplus store if you know who to ask. It's some consolation to know I won't have to worry about his repeat business, and at least I have some punching to look forward to this afternoon. I'm on my way to Master Adis's studio and about 100 yards from the subway when a massive steel tentacle bursts the pavement in front of me. Another tentacle wraps itself around my waist and lifts me 30 feet into the air. A dozen squad cars come tearing around the corner. A guy with a bullhorn says,
"Let the hostage go, Squidnator!"
I don't have time for this. I have a private lesson today. And I'm sure as hell not letting some big-done stunt blow my chance to learn the pincer of death. I've still got my shoulder bag, so I squirm around in the grip of the tentacles to reach inside. The squirming probably looks good for the crowd. I hope a publicity-minded villain like the Squidnator appreciates that. Hey! I shout, thrusting my business card toward the skinny guy in the giant mecha harness. Do you mind? He lifts me right up to the harness and squints at the card. Oh, shit! I'm really sorry. I didn't realize. My friend, Doom Daddy, saw you last month. He said you were great. Really helped him cut back on his monologuing. Glad to hear it. So you gonna put me down now or what? I'm sorta in the middle of a thing here. Here's a thought. I can manage a little hysterical screaming, but I've got an appointment in 20 minutes, so I'm gonna need you to drop me off at Concord and 87th. Concord and 87th? He frowns. That's like all the way across town. Weren't you planning a rampage? Yeah, but so rampage toward Concord and 87th. Okay, but that screaming is gonna have to be really good. How's this? I say, and let him have it.
Nice shriek, the Squidinator says. Sounds really panicked. Thanks. I'm just imagining what'll happen if I'm late for my appointment. Ah, yes, the method, he says, missing the point. Scratch a supervillain, and half the time there's a failed actor underneath. Since he seems so pleased with the performance, I consider asking him to throw in one of the bags of cash he's obviously pulled out of the smashed-up bank around the corner, but the dye packs have already gone off, blood-like red dripping from a couple of tentacles. It's a nice effect. Sure, it makes the bank robbery pointless from an income perspective, but the Squidinator will score some priceless publicity. I let loose another round of dramatic screams while the Squidinator hitches up his tentacles and lumbers uptown. It's only when I'm back home that I discover just how much publicity the Squidinator's stunt got him after he dropped me off. Arachno Boy finally turned up, late to the scene as usual. I'm pretty sure what happened was an accident, given the expression on the Squidinator's face afterward. In the news footage, it looks like his tentacles were just flailing wildly when one of them clipped a bit of Arachno Boy's web and slung him head first into a building. Not much control, but a hell of a lot of velocity. The tabloid headlines were right. There was only one way to describe it. Arachno Boy got squashed. The Squidinator went into hiding. I don't know whether he was relieved or disappointed when he got pushed out of the news cycle only a day later by the explosion in front of Order Corps HQ. He might have held his own if there were no casualties, but the explosion took out the Blue Streak and both Marvel twins. A masked duo calling themselves Mistress Mine and the Malignant Mole released a video claiming credit. I didn't recognize the Malignant Mole, but I knew Mistress Mine when she called herself the Scarlet Woman. We only had a few sessions together, mostly working on her discomfort with direct confrontation. When she stopped booking appointments and dropped off the scene, I thought she decided I wasn't helping and gave up supervillainy. I'm glad to see she's still in the game. I wouldn't have gone with the duo approach, but I wish her luck. 2 major heroes and a couple of sidekicks killed over the same weekend doesn't look good. The surviving members of the Order Corps held a press conference on Sunday night, and for a change, they didn't seem smug and righteous while they told us all how safe they were making our fair city. They just looked really, really pissed off. In spite of the drama over the weekend, I head over to Carl's for our usual session. I'm feeling more optimistic that I can help him defeat Commander Justice, though I hope he can lie low for a while without losing the inspiration. Lying low doesn't seem to be an option. Commander Justice is waiting on the landing in front of Carl's 3rd-floor walk-up. Waiting for me, apparently.
Angie, isn't it?
He's blocking the door. Yes?
You come to visit old Carl every week, don't you?
Well, yes. I'm his massage therapist. I wonder what, if anything, Carl ever said about me during one of his rambling monologues. All I can wish is that I'd been better at my job.
Really? Where's your table?
We use Carl's.
Master Catastrophe has his own massage table?
I'm sorry, who? He indulges me.
Carl.
Carl has back trouble. He needs a lot of work.
I'll bet.
He hasn't budged. Up close, I can see lines around his eyes that they never draw in the comic. He's been in the game for as long as I can remember. Look, I say, trying for flirty, you're not going to be unchivalrous and make me admit that I'm not that kind of massage therapist, are you? His smile is grim.
I know your therapy has nothing to do with massage, Angel. How are you doing, by the way? That must have been an awfully traumatic experience, being held hostage by the Squidinator.
Of course. All that footage, every shot, every bit of cell phone video getting even more scrutiny with Arachno Boy's death. I should have been lying low myself. It was. Being grabbed off the street like that at random?
I'm sure. I hope it didn't throw off your lesson. I hear Master Adisa isn't very forgiving of distracted students, no matter how good the excuse.
He takes a step closer, backing me up against the rickety banister.
The superhero community has suffered some serious losses.
It's completely unprecedented, and frankly, some of us are considering a more proactive approach to fighting crime. I'm just about to try darting away when Carl steps out of his apartment. He's wearing his costume without the boots, and his Master Catastrophe logo is crooked. He's not carrying his death ray. He has his father's old .45 service pistol. His voice isn't much above a whisper when he says, standing there in his grubby white athletic socks, "I will bring this city to its knees." "Oh, please," Commander Justice says as he steps away from me and heads toward Carl. "A gun? Don't you want to wave that piece of shit death ray at me first? Don't you want to monologue?" Carl takes a deep breath. "Ready, aim, fire." Commander Justice doesn't have super speed, and he isn't bulletproof. In the end, the corpse with the large and messy hole in his head was just a guy who spent a lot of time at the gym and had some good gadgets, a trust fund, and the unholy confidence to enforce his vision of morality while wearing his underwear on the outside. "I did it," Carl says in shock. A fleeting look of triumph follows. "I finally did it." He stares at his permanently defeated nemesis. "What do I do now?" He sits down on the floor. I sit down next to him and put my arm around his shoulders. "Hey," I say. "You know who's a total asshole? Civet Man." "Yeah," he says with a little smile. "I've heard that." I go back home, taking a different route. I bolt the door. I do the accounts, but not financial ones. Half the order core is gone. If even a few of my clients take the initiative, it could tip this city's balance in favor of supervillainy for good. I consider joining the fray myself, but my doomsday device is nowhere near ready, and my half-finished costume makes me look like the worst kind of badly drawn T&A cliché. It's just not time for the world to meet the Angel of Death. It won't be long before another member of the Order Corps follows Commander Justice's lead, so I'm about to hastily pack a bag when I notice I've got a new voicemail. It's the kid who calls himself Burn Rate.
"Look," the message says, "I know you usually work with established villains, but I've had a breakthrough in the lab. I mean, something really big. And I want to launch it next week, but I can feel the urge to monologue. I mean, I know it's going to be irresistible, and I don't want to muff this. I think talking to someone would help." There's a cough and a pause. "Anyway, I did a test run the other day. It hasn't made the news, of course it wouldn't, what with the Squidinator and what happened at Order Corps HQ. But you can find it on YouTube. Just search for Burn Rate." I call him and set an appointment for this evening. Maybe the kid has talent. It's a long shot, but my only other option is early retirement. Burn Rate's lair is in a discreet brownstone in a quiet neighborhood. I didn't have time for the usual insurance, but I watched his YouTube videos and did some basic research. Burn Rate turned up about 6 months ago, apparently funding his villainy with cash his civilian persona made selling a lucrative startup. Since then, he's pulled off a couple of impressive heists. He showed style, and his weapons looked good. Elegant, efficient. He has promise. Or so I thought until he started his monologue. "Struggle all you like, human tornado! You'll never escape my electrostatic cage!"
Not another electrostatic cage. Even superheroes carry enough loose change in their rubber-soled boots to discharge the damn things.
"Ah ha ha ha!"
Burn Rate says before he breaks character and whispers to me,
"It's not really electrostatic. I just want to see the look on his face when it vaporizes the quarter he tries to flip through it."
Vaporize?
"Yeah."
He grins and gets back into character.
"Nice try, human tornado, but you'll never save this city from my demoleculator."
Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is new. You've got a demoleculator? A working demoleculator?
Yep, that's why I need your help. How do you not monologue about the world's first fully functional demoleculator?
But no one's ever been able to stabilize the parakinetic matrix long enough to produce a reliable quantic field.
I have,
Burn Rate says. How'd you do that?
Buckyballs,
he says with genuine and utterly charming enthusiasm. But what about Brock particle phase shift?
Now see, that's the cool part. The fullerenic properties reinforce the icosahedral substrate, creating a completely stable crystalline structure.
Ingenious.
I know, huh?
Is he actually blushing?
Ask me about my orbiting death ray.
You've got an orbiting death ray?
With targeting precision at about plus or minus 3 feet, but I'm working on that. I was tempted to do a demo during my last heist, but I thought it might be overkill.
Yeah, you want to save a device like that for serious world domination action.
Exactly! Look, I know you're only getting paid to hear the monologue, but you're interested in taking a look? I've got a pretty nice lab in the basement. I don't mean to show off, but you really seem to know your death rays, and it's just so damn cool!
His grin is as infectious as a well-designed bioweapon. I'd love to, I say. His lab isn't pretty nice. It's stunning. And it isn't so much in the basement as part of an underground lair so vast you'd need a map to navigate. This way to the lab, this way to the firing range, this way to the master control room, this way to more storage than most megapolites could even imagine. We talk shop while he gives me the tour. His enthusiasm is boundless. He's obviously in it for the science.
Take the orbiting death ray, he says. Next to the challenges of maintaining the power supply, you'd think ultra-precise targeting from a geosynchronous orbit would be a snap. And to be fair, the current margin for error isn't that bad, but it does limit it to villainous applications.
So there are non-villainous uses for an orbiting death ray?
Well, there'd be a certain amount of rebranding involved.
He looks a little sheepish.
Anyway, do you want to give it a try?
Seriously?
Of course. Go ahead, pick a target.
He shows me the controls. I've never seen such a clean interface. In only a moment, I've got it locked on the puzzler's 1937 Bugatti.
Ouch,
says Burnrate. He painted question marks all over it. I'm putting it out of its misery.
Fair enough,
he says, and the car disappears in a cloud of parking garage debris. That was amazing.
I always find it a bit distant. Now the handheld version of the demoleculator, that's a much more immediate experience.
Okay, I was already impressed. A handheld?
Well, it's just a prototype. Terrible battery life. Every shot means overnight on the charger.
He looks shy again.
Look, I know I'm being a terrible show-off, but I just spend so much time working on this stuff by myself.
Don't worry. You have a lot to be proud of here.
So, do you want to try it?
Of course I do.
You're not worried about Brock particles?
I trust you. We go to the firing range. There's a wooden bowl of fruit on a pedestal about 50 yards away. When Burnrate stands behind me, unnecessarily helping me aim the demoleculator, a pleasant sensation runs up and down my spine. I fire. I walk over to the pile of dirty-looking sand that used to be the bowl, the fruit, and the pedestal.
The handheld version leaves more residue,
he says apologetically.
It just doesn't have enough power to properly vaporize.
Is it safe to touch? I ask, kneeling over the pile.
Oh, yes,
he says.
It's completely inert.
I let the grains run through my fingers. It's perfect, I say. I look up and see a strange smile on his face. Probably a reflection of my own.
So, it's not particularly villainous, he says. But do you want to check out the wine cellar?
This is extraordinary. The complexity in the first sip of Chateau Petrus is unlike anything I've ever tasted.
It is nice, isn't it?
He looks a little surprised by the taste himself.
I have to admit, I bought most of the cellar at an estate sale, so I can't take credit for its quality. I'm learning, though. Mastering anthology was one of my New Year's resolutions.
You do realize compulsive truth-telling is a very unhealthy quality in a supervillain, right?
I know, he says. I need help.
We never got through your monologue. I think we should give it another try. He checks his watch and looks both embarrassed and hopeful when he says,
Can we do it in the morning?
I swirl my wine in its crystal glass, inhaling the scent of a vintage older than either of us. My research says he's about my age, but he looks so young I can't help smiling at him. Okay. A bottle of wine later, he says,
Have you ever thought about working with someone? Not just on the monologuing, I mean.
I don't do sidekick.
I didn't mean sidekick. I meant partner.
I look at his handsome face and think about his beautiful lab, his elegant weapons, his vast storage space. I'm so lost in visions of the future, I'm not really listening to him anymore. But I think he's saying,
all this could be yours.
And now the world knows the Angel of Death very well indeed. That wasn't the case at first. In the chaos of the early days, supervillains all over the city stopped talking and started shooting. A few turned on other heroes or each other. A lot of them, like Carl, retired once they took out the arch-nemesis they'd built their lives around. Carl did go after Civet Man, but he said it just wasn't the same. He has a nice garden allotment near his apartment now. He seems happy. Most of the surviving villains know about my insurance policies. I've heard their monologues. I've seen their weapons. I know their weaknesses. I emerged from the mayhem with my finger on the trigger of Burn Rate's orbiting death ray and a business plan that was just waiting for the right arsenal. I like to think I've been a benign global overlord, for the most part. Yes, some people complain about my banning cell phones on public transportation, or more specifically, the fact that phones explode if they try to talk into them on a bus or a train, or in a restaurant, or at the movies, or in any of a dozen other public places. But I think most of the population appreciates the peace and quiet. I try to stay away from too much social engineering, though, and concentrate instead on more profitable ventures. My home dry cleaning cabinet, licensed to Whirlpool, has been quite a little moneymaker. And of course it's terrible for the planet, so it's in keeping with my villainous brand. Image is so important in this business. The giant statue of me with my boot on the actual White House might be a bit much, but I stand by adding my head to Mount Rushmore. It's about time there was a woman's face in that Granite Boys Club. After a challenging year, things are ticking over nicely now. I'm still running the whole show from Burn Rate's lair. It has everything I ever wished for while I was trapped in my crappy basement apartment. I did make one change. I installed my dream desk in the master control room. It's huge and glossy black. Retractable compartments across its glorious broad surface let me indulge my love of paper and my love of order at the same time. The only item I never clear off my desk at the end of the day is a dull metal cylinder about the size of a beer can. It holds Burn Rate's grainy remains. The recharged demoleculator worked beautifully. I keep it there to remind me of the first rule of this business, the one the poor kid forgot. Evil geniuses work alone.
Heather Linsley's work has appeared several times in the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, as well as in the magazines Asimov's Science Fiction, Strange Horizons, Escape Pod, and Greatest Uncommon Denominator. Her fiction has also appeared in John Joseph Adams's dystopian anthology Brave New Worlds, in Year's Best SF 12, edited by David G. Hartwell and Catherine Kramer, and in Talking Back, edited by L. Timmel Duchamp. She is a graduate of the Clarion West Writers' Workshop and currently lives in London. Category: Biochemical Deterministic Happenstances. Rule 789.3. You might not like drugs, but they will like you. Source: S. Damian Chancellor, pharmacologist. Via David Farland. In the modern world, pharmaceuticals rule. Drug companies influence Congress, buy ads on primetime TV, and wine and dine doctors' associations, all for the promise of health. After all, pills help roll back aging, fight disease, even combat depression. But can the drug manufacturers really be trusted, or do they have their own agenda? Our next author, who was once a pre-med student and has retained an interest in the field, says of the drug industry, "Very often I will read stories about promising medical experiments, such as those used to boost intelligence, and then never hear a word again. It makes me wonder, are the drug companies holding out on us? This next story is a tale of a madman with access to all the resources of a powerful pharmaceutical company. He has chemicals to influence women's desires. He has drugs to make him stronger and smarter. Is immortality the next potion in his bottle? Now, that really would be better living through chemistry. Homo Perfectus by David Farland. Drinks. Asia Nisita had the flawless face of an angel, with tightly braided hair of rusted honey and sea-green eyes that proclaimed her innocence. Yet her figure was that of a succubus, athletic with intoxicating curves. But it was her mind that intrigued Damien. It hid, encased above her heart-shaped face, behind a forehead and cheeks dusted with opalescent glitter. Damien wondered what secrets he might pry from it. As she folded her napkin onto her lap and scooted into the seat of the booth, Damien smiled. The club here in Soho smelled of Thai-spiced chicken, vague perfumes, and female musk. The air throbbed with music from an Irish runic band, with electric violins and Celtic women's voices synced in stunning harmonies. "You look wonderful tonight," Damien said softly. "I am wonderful," she teased, as if she had just reached that conclusion. Damien smiled. He knew that she found him attractive. Most women responded to his short, dark curls, his gray eyes. If she didn't think him desirable now, she soon would. They were seated in a booth at the back of the restaurant. The pheromones that he had slathered on his neck would sublime into the air and then attach to the chemoreceptors at the back of her tongue. She'd be aching with desire for him within 15 minutes. "Have you eaten here before?" he asked. She shook her head. "I'm new to the city." "It's very popular with the after-theater crowd. We should leave before the place really fills up." She pouted for a microsecond, dismayed at the thought of having to rush. "The food smells so fantastic." "Oh, don't worry. We have plenty of time. So, how do you like the new job at the company?" It was a casual-sounding question, as if spoken from lack of anything better to talk about, but Asia, instantly wary, fell silent.
Let's not talk about work."
That was almost all that Damien did want to talk about, but he circled the subject. It was a technique gleaned from the master interrogator Hans Scharf, whose efforts for the Luftwaffe during World War II had nearly decimated the Allied alliance. "Don't be worried," Damien said. "After all, I'm in the personnel department. I know everything." He trailed off, leaving her to wonder what he really did know. The truth was, he did know everything about the company. The pheromones that he wore were a tightly controlled company secret. They were but one of many that he kept, and he longed to share some of them with Asia. She was employed in the C Wing at Chancellor Pharmaceutical as a research chemist. She'd held the job for only a week. At 24, she was young to be a PhD. Asia was half Greek and half Swedish. Women from such stock were often gorgeous. She had an IQ of 184 and a bust that was 34D hidden beneath a red sequined blouse that was a bit too conservative. It concealed her beauty rather than revealed it. On the basis of breeding alone, she was perhaps the most perfect woman he'd ever had the pleasure to meet. A fine prospect for biological upgrades. "There is nothing wrong with talking about your job with fellow workers," Damien suggested. "You're on the Methuselah project, and you're studying toxicity levels of common contaminants, dioxin, bisphenol A, chlorine, and the like, in long-lived animals." "We're not supposed to talk about it outside the compound," she said sharply. Her voice sounded loud as the singers on stage worked a soft crooning melody to a solitary drum. "It's all right," he said, seeking to redefine her fear. "With me, it's safe to talk about what you do. You just can't reveal what your research teaches you." He did not wait for her to agree. She had been told during her employee orientation to keep silent. But as her desire for him grew, he knew that she would begin to open her mouth. "Even I don't know what Chancellor Pharmaceuticals has discovered, and I have a level 6 security clearance." That was a good line, he thought, delivered with authority. He needed her to see him as the authority here. He hurried on. "Yet the implications of your research, hint at astonishing things. Think of it. The only reason that the company would want to know how toxicity levels affect people with lifespans of 1,000 years or 10,000 years suggests that some discovery is about to be unveiled, something monumental. "Is that what you think I do?" she asked coyly, struggling to change the subject. She had to know more than she feigned, of that Damien was sure, but even with her high IQ he doubted that she could guess what was really going on. The world was about to change. Mankind was about to change at a fundamental level. He wanted her to embrace that change. "You have beautiful eyes," he said, suddenly wanting to possess her completely. The waiter, a young man named Chaz, a Cuban who wore a shiny gold nose ring and spiked hair bleached white on top, came from the kitchens and asked what they would like to drink. "I'll have the 2002 Merlot," Damien ordered, then suggested to Asia, "You really should try it." "Perrier," she said. "In a bottle." Smart girl. The taste of some common date rape drugs could be masked by wine. Damien talked for a bit on other topics, the latest earthquake, her favorite rock band. He watched until her breathing had slowed and deepened. Her eyes had closed to slits and her face had become slightly flushed. She was feeling the effects of his pheromones. He took her hand and asked, "How do you feel about casual sex?" "I can't fraternize with other employees," she said. "No, that rule applies only to people within your own department," he quoted the employee manual. "I'm in personnel, you're in research. We can fraternize." She shook her head hesitantly. The drug-induced lust was fooling with her mind. "I don't believe in that. Sex isn't meant to be casual. It's more about bonding than pleasure. Americans fall in love to mate, while the French mate to fall in love. In the end, everyone falls." Damien chuckled. For a woman who still looked like a child, she showed unexpected maturity. The waiter brought the drinks, setting one on each side of the candle that guttered in a glass container in the midst of the table. He offered to pour Asia's water over ice, but she took her bottle and said, "Excuse me." With eyes half closed, like a lizard basking in the sun, Damien watched her get up and head for the women's room, hips swaying seductively as she dodged a waitress. She clutched her drinking water as she elbowed the restroom door open. "This girl has been roofied before," Damien surmised, as he swirled the Merlot in his glass and inhaled its bouquet. "Either that, or she's just very cautious. No matter. There's plenty of time." The appetizer. When Asia returned, most of the glitter had been dabbed off of her forehead, and a few strands of her hair were wet. Her eyes had cleared. She relaxed into her seat, but she did a poor job of maintaining her composure. She had the slightest tremor to her hands, and she stared at him as if she were breaking inside, as if she feared that she would collapse under the weight of his gaze. "I'm sorry if I made you nervous," Damien apologized. He was sorry. He didn't enjoy destroying her. This wasn't his normal assignment at the company. Chancellor Pharmaceuticals could minimize the threat from corporate spyware, the recordings that others tried to make night and day, but the company had to test its employees against more subtle threats, moles that might seduce. Normally, Damien handled weightier matters. Indeed, he assigned flunkies to test the new employees. But there was something about Asia's heart-shaped face that drew Damien, something in her dossier that called to him. He couldn't define exactly what he wanted from her. Lately, since taking the age regression therapy, he had been going through dramatic physical changes. Even in his youth, he'd never suffered from such an overpowering libido. It almost frightened him. "It's all right," Asia said. "I suppose that we should get those kinds of questions out of the way. So, if you're curious, yes, I'm healthy. Yes, I am a virgin. No, I won't sleep with you tonight. I want a permanent relationship." Damien smiled pleasantly. He could tell just how nervous she was. Good, let her be nervous. "Well," Damien said, "I suppose I can't talk you out of being healthy, but perhaps you'll change your mind on the last 2 points." She reached down and clutched her purse as if ready to leave the table. "Or not," he joked. "I like a woman who can hold to a commitment. I'd feel lucky if a woman like you were committed to a man like me." He toasted her. Her Perrier bottle clicked with his wineglass, and she relaxed into her seat. Damien stared down at the table, affected embarrassment. That sounded lame, didn't it? I suppose a woman like you has heard every line in the book.
Not really, Asia said. Men find me intimidating.
Genius, beauty, brains, overwhelming sexuality, of course, men found her intimidating. But surely you date all of the time?
Asia shook her head. I'm from a small town in Colorado. I didn't date much.
She retreated into her seat again. It was very subtle, as were all of her movements. Another man might have thought that she was stoic, that she did not react at all. But Damien could read her micro-signals. He apologized. I don't mean to pry. I'm just fishing for something to talk about. You don't want to talk about work, that's understandable, after all of those warnings about corporate spies. I suppose that your instructor brought out the box of surveillance devices? He was speaking, of course, of the hardware they'd found in the compound over the years. Voice and audio recorders, taps for phone lines, spyware for computers.
Oh my gosh, she said. I couldn't believe it. Did you see that little red camera? It looked like an eye, like from that robot in the Terminator.
I think that if we took all of those parts, we could build a Terminator, Damien joked. And you only saw a quarter of the collection.
Where does it all come from? She wondered.
He was glad that she asked. Talking about sex had made her nervous, more willing to discuss more important forbidden topics. Mostly other pharmaceutical firms, Damien replied. Places with dignified names like Johnson & Johnson, Roche, and GlaxoSmithKline. In an industry that sells $1 trillion per year, the competition is fierce. But not all competitors are just companies. Some are entire countries, places like North Korea and China. That red eye you mentioned was a thermal imaging device planted by the Russians. Every human body gives off its own heat signature, and that eye was built to see through walls. Lasers built into the same unit were aimed at the windows so that they could measure vibrations made when people spoke. They could watch our people and record them at will.
I suppose that we have our own corporate spies?
That would be safe to assume. Chaz brought the appetizer, Thai lettuce wraps. There were heaps of spiced chicken lying beside butter lettuce, sprouts, sliced water chestnuts, sweet dipping sauce, and peanut sauce. I hope you don't mind, Damien told Asia. I ordered while you were gone.
It smells so good, she said hungrily,
then began stuffing a leaf with filling. She picked up her knife and smeared some peanut sauce over it. Damien smiled. He'd put a single drop of Rohypnol on the knife in a liquid base. The main course. Asia ate her first lettuce wrap quickly, but 12 minutes later her movements began to slow. She fixed another lettuce wrap, blinked at it stupidly. Eat up, Damien suggested. They're the best in Manhattan. She looked up at him slowly, like a drugged bird in a cage. She hunched her shoulders in as if the booth were closing around her.
I don't like your eyes, she said.
The drug did that to people, released their inhibitions. She was only saying what came to her mind. What do you mean? Damien asked. I've been told that my eyes are one of my finest features.
I feel like I've seen you before, she said, setting her knife down.
Her head swayed slightly from side to side, and her breathing was shallow. You mean before this morning? Damien asked. I think I would remember a girl as lovely as you.
It's the intelligence in your eyes. The feral brilliance, she said, as if a startling thought had occurred. You're like all the other guys at the top echelon at the company. There's a strange fierceness to you. Your eyes are like a tiger's.
Damien hissed, surprised by her observation. Many of the top execs had boosted intelligence. A few years back, in the early 2000s, Chancellor Pharmaceuticals had won a military contract that tested ways to boost memory. By creating neurons from stem cells, Chancellor's technicians learned to transfer clumps of brain cells into the cerebral cortex. Combining this treatment with the administration of growth hormones could coax hundreds of thousands of neural connections between each new brain cell. Though the process had been a success, the military had ordered Chancellor Pharmaceuticals to declare the project a bust. The technology had been secreted away in some government lab. After all, if people knew what the treatment could do, everyone would want it. But the company had duplicated the process easily enough, and now most of the company's key personnel had boosted their intelligence. It often raised one's IQ by 80 points. Damien had availed himself of the treatment, of course, and his IQ could no longer be measured by conventional means. The company recruits only the best and brightest, he suggested. We like to bind them with golden handcuffs, and if those fail, we find some other means.
Security came to my house,
Asia confided dazedly as if she'd forgotten the topic of conversation.
They swept for bugs. They said that they found a lot of bugs lately. They think it has something to do with the project I'm working on.
Damien laughed dismissively and folded his hands, then peered at her like an owl gauging a mouse. He needed to keep her talking for only a moment more. It's not your project that they're interested in. The company is about to announce the release of a new drug, a broad-spectrum anti-inflammatory that treats everything from arthritis to allergies and diabetes, MS, and Alzheimer's. It will be bigger than penicillin. She opened her mouth in feigned horror that he would speak so openly here in the nightclub. Oh, there's nothing that the enemy can do. The press releases go out Monday morning, and we're a decade ahead of anyone else. Such news would indeed astonish the world, but Damien knew that it was a mere smokescreen for greater discoveries.
I've overheard something about that, she said. But isn't there a problem with it?
Her voice fell to a whisper.
Liver toxicity?
Damien's smile faltered, and he found himself on the defensive. This could be the holy grail of pharmaceuticals.
But the long-term effects to the liver
will be studied in the decades to come. The world needs this drug. We need this drug. The company put billions into R&D every year. For each product that hit the street, dozens flopped. It cost an average of $2 billion to bring a new treatment to market. Asia had to know the numbers. She knew the game. The company needed a cash cow. Pfizer's stock was surging, as was Murasaki's. The world needed a reminder of Chancellor Pharmaceuticals' efficacy.
Can they push this one through the FDA?
Asia asked.
Isn't it too early?
Half of the FDA inspectors once worked for us, Damien said dismissively. One hand washes the other.
There are oversight committees.
Run by senators and congressmen who eagerly need our company's support to get re-elected, Damien pointed out. I'm sure that our lobbyists will remind them of that. Asia's face fell, and she stared at the floor as if into the depths of hell. The girl was obviously lost. Most new employees felt this way, until their consciences faded. Asia looked as if she was about to fall. Let's get you home, Damien said. It has been a long day.
What about the rest of dinner? What about the main course?
Let's skip the main course, he suggested, and go straight to dessert. She climbed up on wobbly legs, holding the table. Chaz came rushing up. Is everything all right? He studied Asia with evident alarm. My date isn't feeling well. Damien stuffed $300 into the waiter's hand. Could you hail a taxi? Chaz hesitated, as if unsure whether to take the money or call the police. She'll be fine, Damien assured. Chaz nodded conspiratorially and bustled out to the street. Moments later, the two hustled Asia into a cab. Soon the car crawled down the one-way streets, hampered by trucks and other vehicles. Asia leaned up against her door, half asleep, and asked, Did you drug me? Damien didn't answer.
'Cause if you drugged me, I'd kill you for it. I hate drugs. There are too damned many of them, coming too damned fast.
Yet you work for us, he suggested.
So, she said defiantly, counting down her fingers, we get this on the market, we make our money, and if things start to go south, we pull the drug before too many people get hurt. And then we rush the next miracle drug onto the streets.
By the time she was done counting, she had made a fist, her face filled with the righteous anger that only the young and truly idealistic can feel.
This doesn't sound like mankind's salvation to me.
It's a prescription for success, the same one we've used for 50 years, Damien admitted. We don't need a new plan for global domination. This one is working fine. Everyone knows about it, but no one dares shut us down. The world demands its drugs. Only we can deliver them. She turned, head still butted against the car door, and glared at him.
Who do you think the company will sell those drugs to? The ones that make you live forever? Rohypnol can sometimes make its victims combative, and now she sneered like an angry drunk. Who are they going to sell them to? She said. I'll tell you. Anyone who has the money. Mobsters and drug lords and rock stars. Senators who do them dirty little favors, and greedy dictators in Africa who starve children as part of their ethnic cleansing programs. Chinese slavers who sell Thai girls as prostitutes in Malaysia, and blood mine owners, Arab princes and billionaires. That's who will get those drugs. Any prick who can pay. Take it easy, Damien said. If such drugs did exist, some sort of program would be put in place, some controls. I can tell you who won't get them, Asia said. Poor black women in Haiti who work their fingers to the bone trying to raise their kids. Dads who spend their time coaching basketball to teens. I think there would be rewards, Damien said, for lives well lived. Sure, Asia said. Immortal pontiffs and TV talk show hosts. Oprah and Jerry Springer forever. She began to weep. What would you suggest? Damien demanded. Would you give it to welfare moms who would waste eternity watching soap operas, or derelicts that would spend their time trying to score their next high? Look at it this way, Damien pressed. We'd be giving humanity hope, something to strive for. Life itself might be a gift, but immortality could be earned. For all of history, every animal on this planet has been a slave to its biology. But all of that is about to change. We're moving into an era where, through various biological processes, through drugs and genetic engineering and stem cell migrations, we'll control our own biology. We'll reinvent ourselves, eradicate diseases, make ourselves stronger, smarter, faster, more adaptable and durable. Immortal. Imagine if you remembered everything that you saw, everything you heard. Imagine if your mind grasped complex ideas beyond the ken of modern man. Imagine that you suddenly could envision the shapes of the proteins that bond in your genome at a molecular level and had the tools to remake yourself into something better. Imagine all of that, and imagine that you had an eternity to implement these new processes. Who knows what shapes our children might decide to manifest themselves in? One thing is sure. They'll transform, becoming something better. By taking thought alone, a new species will emerge. Homo perfectus, the self-perfected ones. She peered at him with a look of stricken horror. And what about the people left behind? With every evolutionary leap, Damien said, only a few make it. The rest of the monkeys cling to their trees. When the first man went striding across the plains of Africa, he did so alone, and he did not gaze back longingly to the animals peering from the shadows of the bush. She gaped at him. He could tell that she was thinking of her own single mother, the woman who had scrubbed floors in a hospital at night to put Asia through college. She slapped him. This wasn't going well. Damien glanced at the driver, who glared back through the rearview mirror. Damien had more than one drug in his arsenal. Palms sweaty, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a spray bottle. He misted the pheromones into her face, just as she gasped. In the glare of a street light, he saw the iris of her right eye suddenly expand and relax, and she moaned with desire. Dessert. By the time that they reached her apartment, Asia was panting. She stumbled from the cab, and he helped her into her brownstone, opening the front door and carrying her up the stairs. Everything in her spoke of her cravings, the slack jaw, the wanton eyes, the breasts that had become so engorged that they strained at the fabric of her blouse. The combination of drugs had left her like some animal, mindless with desire. And as Damien opened the door to her apartment, she clung to his neck and kissed him, a smothering kiss that tasted wet and sweet. "I'm yours," she moaned. "I'm yours. Take me. I'll be anything you want." Even Homo perfectus? She nodded seductively, but all rational thought had fled her, and Damien had a sudden insight. Rational thought is what he'd wanted from her. He'd wanted a partner, not a sexual partner, a mate, a woman that he could love as an equal. She planted her feet and tried to pull, leading him to her bed in a frenzy of desire.
When she reached the darkened room, she ripped at her clothes, fumbling in her haste, then fell back onto the bed and lay there. "Come on," she groaned. Damien stood for a moment, and suddenly it seemed as if he was seeing her from afar, a pitiable little creature, like a worm, writhing on her bed. His drugs had transformed her, left her drowsy and disoriented and twisted with desire. They'd stripped her of all rational thought, leaving her a cripple, an animal. Seeing her like this sickened him. Back at the office that night, Damien passed the security desk with barely a thought, and glanced up at the painting of the company's founder, 80-year-old Sterling D. Chancellor. In the portrait he looked stern and uncompromising. The muscles in his shoulders were wasted, the flesh of his face sagging and wrinkled, decrepit. That is what Sterling Damien Chancellor had looked like 6 weeks ago, before he'd become the first human to test the new treatment. Damien realized that Asia had indeed seen him before, seen his dark eyes staring at her from that portrait. Bright girl to remember me, to see through my youthful disguise. He'd left her with her virginity in the end, though not her dignity. Yet he realized now that her body was not what he'd wanted. As CEO, testing female employees for corporate fidelity was not part of Damien's ordinary job description. Yet he'd longed for Asia. Now he understood why. Being the first of a new species is a lonely thing. He'd wanted to take a companion into the future, a woman who was capable of thinking as he did. Instead, he strode up to his office, leaving the apes of Manhattan to blink and gape from the shadows. David Farland is the author of the best-selling Rune Lords series, which began with The Sum of All Men. The 8th and latest volume, Chaos Bound, came out in 2010. Farland, whose real name is Dave Wolverton, has also written several novels using his real name as his byline, such as On My Way to Paradise, and a number of Star Wars novels, such as The Courtship of Princess Leia and The Rising Force. His short fiction has appeared in Peter S. Beagle's Immortal Unicorn, David Copperfield's Tales of the Impossible, Asimov's science fiction, Intergalactic Medicine Show, War of the Worlds Global Dispatches, and in John Joseph Adams's anthology, The Way of the Wizard. He is a Writers of the Future winner and a finalist for the Nebula Award and Philip K. Dick Award. Category: Promethean Origination and Impacts. Rule 1824.2. Weird science is no substitute for love. Source: Ernest Lassiter, Organic Farmer, Ph.D. Via L.A. Banks. One problem with writing stories about mad scientists is creating a believable character. How many of us can really identify with obsessed geniuses hell-bent on taking over the world? Luckily, our next story gives us a mad scientist we can all understand. Sure, Ernest Lassiter is a lot smarter than most people. He's got doctoral degrees in quantum mechanics, quantum physics, and biology, and he can do crosswords in languages that have been dead for centuries. And yes, he's a little quirky, living on a diet of sprouts and veggies that he grows himself on his organic farm in a remote corner of Pennsylvania's Amish country. But under it all, Ernest is just like the rest of us, desperately yearning for love. He's been lonely a long, long time, and he's itching for some female companionship. It's not easy to find Ms. Right when your standards are as high as Ernest's, though. With a little inspiration and a lot of brilliance, he comes up with a way to bring the perfect woman into his world. She's hot. She's sassy. She's a dream come true. But is he man enough for such a goddess? Ancient Equations by L.A. Banks. Ernest Lassiter flipped over the funeral notice and drew on the back of it, sketching the symbols used in the Egyptian Book of the Dead to send a soul on to its everlasting voyage. He then added some symbols for reanimation used in voodoo ceremonies, then the cuneiform burial rite symbols. His years of poring over cuneiform equations had finally begun to yield a pattern, But what was he missing that connected them all? If he could just find the key, the Akashic records would open to him, and he'd have access to the entirety of human knowledge and the history of the cosmos. A funeral. Did they really expect him to stop his research for a funeral? They had to be out of their feral little minds to even bother him with something so mundane. He certainly couldn't spare time for it now, not when he was so close to a breakthrough. Frustration stole his concentration. He flipped over the funeral notice again and stared at a photograph of his recently deceased uncle. He'd tried to tell them. Every single freaking member of his family who later died of cancer or some abominable disease tried to explain that it was all an evil profit plot to keep people sick because sick people made some sectors of industry gazillions of dollars. And this worldwide diseased way of life was created by the food and drug cartel, who were in collusion with Big Pharma and the whole medical oligarchy. But like frightened cattle, none of the family he'd once had would listen to him. Rather than listen or do the hard thing, namely changing the bad habits forced on them by the constant battering of the alpha and beta waves in their brains by subliminal advertising, the people he loved chose to do the harder thing, which was to die a long and painful death due to a preventable disease. And now they were all gone. Every single living relative that he had cared about. His cousins were still around, but he considered them a waste of protoplasm, so they didn't count as family. All they did was eat, sleep, shit, fuck, and consume. What was their true contribution to society? Did they do anything but breed more of themselves to buy more of the crap that made other people rich? The problem with knowing as much as Ernest did was that people thought you were a kook, a quack, or at best an eccentric. The problem was that people mislabel and misdiagnose you as a borderline idiot savant as a kid, until the ignorant people administering the tests realize, duh, you're a genius. Ernest tossed aside the funeral notice with disdain and left the wide lab bench that doubled as his mail desk. He needed a cup of green tea. He knew he could crack the code on reanimation. More important, on bringing intelligent life through the veil between worlds. It was all about energy. Nothing that was created could ever be destroyed. It had to still exist somewhere in some form. And if people created entire mythologies about super beings, then they had to exist somewhere in some form, simply because thought was matter. It created matter. So what the hell were they thinking, inviting him to some dead relative's funeral? The purpose of said events was so pedestrian. If his family grieved the man so badly, then why not spend the time to figure out how to raise him? Or maybe to prevent his type of unnecessary death in the first place. As far as he was concerned, people died who didn't have to because they were constantly being poisoned to death by a toxic environment for profit. He hated the hypocrisy of attending such sentimental, superstitious rubbish. Uncle Fred's funeral was the last one he might feel obligated to attend, but in reality he was distant enough to his uncle that a no-show would be acceptable. Sending flowers and a sympathy card was out. It was part of the death profiteering system that he couldn't abide. Uncle Fred, if he was still living, would have understood. Now that he was gone, the point of his understanding was moot, and anybody else could kiss Ernest's ass. Off the grid was how he liked it. Ernest set his teapot on his wood-burning stove and leaned down to stoke the fire. Living this way was the only way to live, as far as he was concerned, and a primary reason he'd gone out to Lancaster County. The Amish had it right. Live off the fucking grid. Solar panels on the roof, a generator in the garage, candles and lamps, which is not to say he was without modern conveniences. Flashlights and enough ammo to start a small war were among his concessions. He was living proof that it was feasible to grow your own food without being held hostage to the major seed corporations that had genetically altered every goddamned plant in the land and actually held a monopoly on seeds. Seeds! They cornered the market on seeds so that developing nations couldn't feed themselves without poisoning their land, because in order for the seeds to grow, they had to buy special fertilizers and patented pesticides that wiped out vegetative scourges, and bee colonies right along with it, so that the evolutionary process of plant hybridization and strengthening just stopped dead in its tracks. Those motherfuckers had stopped species evolution. Ernest held his head with both hands, threading his fingers through his dreadlocks, feeling an anxiety attack coming on. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, and then slowly lifted one bare foot to rest against his inner thigh in the yoga tree pose. Yes, there were ways to combat the evil system. He had to stop stressing. One could compost from organic food sources, replenish the earth, grow your own shit, literally and figuratively, and then eat food that hadn't been sprayed with pesticides. Well water, any water in the land now, truthfully, with acid rain and toxic runoff, was a problem. The general public will be fucked, but not Ernest. No, he'd be fine, thanks to the mint he spent on water-negative ionization systems. He'd read Dr. Masaru Emoto's work on infusing water with intentions to heal. It worked, and he had bumper crops. He'd been disciplined and followed the scientific wisdom in books like Back to Eden, and didn't eat flesh of any kind, not even fish, and now that they screwed up the Gulf with that massive oil spill, he definitely wouldn't. But the water was already jacked up in the streams from strip mining and city sludge before that even happened, no matter how pristine they looked. And he wouldn't allow the mind-raping cartels to bore into his thoughts with the brain rot of television. There were enough books in the world, and he had all kinds of research to do anyway. The only other partial compromise that he'd conceded to was that he had a retrofitted car that burned biofuels. Still, one had to register it with the enemy state to be legal and not be hassled. Yes, he even paid taxes so the rat bastards couldn't come and take his land. He had a cell phone, just in case, but nobody had the number. It was for dialing out only. He didn't want incoming calls. Had to have a P.O. box to get his book orders, which meant submitting to at least a debit card and a small bank account. But the rest of his earnings from inventions and selling crops he immediately transferred into gold, which went in the bomb shelter. All of his lab equipment he'd built from scratch, and he was proud of that. The corporate and university labs he'd worked in over the years had also seen their fair share of shrinkage because of him, but it was only reparations for all they stole from the general public, he reasoned, so his karma was okay with that. Hand-pumped well water came into his sinks and tub. Human refuse went into compost the old-fashioned way, from an in-house toilet with removable slop pot beneath. He only cooked enough to eat each day and jarred extra fruits and vegetables to hold him through the harsh winter. He ate mostly raw sprouted legumes and root vegetables of that season anyway. It was all good. Well, lonely, but it was mostly all good. At least they wouldn't get him like they'd gotten everybody else he had known. He wasn't a dumb consumer buying a lot of shit he didn't need. He got everything natural or recycled. Ernest came out of the tree pose and took his tea off the hot stove as the kettle sounded. He slowly began the process of filling another bamboo tea ball with loose green tea leaves, the authentic organic kind he got from the master who ran the dojo in town. He was no longer the geek nerd he'd been in college. At 39, he had a body of steel, hours of manual labor on his small farm, attention to his yoga practice, and a daily hard run in the mountains, or a 10-mile ride into town on his bike to get supplies left him with a body in peak physical condition. He was proud of his personal transformation. His seed wouldn't be a waste. His body was not only purified through excellent nutrition, but his mental capacity was stellar as well. He was living proof that nature trumped steroids and cosmetic surgery any day. In addition to reshaping his body, he'd also learned how to defend himself in hand-to-hand combat, just like he now knew how to make ammo and bombs. The internet was a beautiful thing. His property, like his body and immune system, was well fortified in the event of the apocalypse. When Ernest had allowed himself the indulgence of watching movies, one of his favorites had been The Fly with Jeff Goldblum. He could relate to the scientist in the flick, who in his opinion was vastly misunderstood. That kind of natural power, genes spliced from a fruit fly and added to the human DNA spiral, was an awesome concept. That was a remaining indulgence. He gave artists credit, those that were honest with their talent anyway. Those that were sellouts could kiss his ass just like his family, but he truly respected the ones that put in an effort to really create something noteworthy. Just like he gave other scientists that weren't co-opted by corporations kudos for their genius. Revolution could happen through both science and art. All the rest was bullshit as far as he was concerned. Adding a little bit of raw honey to his tea, Ernest moved to the seat beside the window in the front room of his spacious log cabin and sat down watching the last of the fall leaves swirl in bright, dancing piles in the yard. The tranquil scene was not enough to calm him, however. It still pissed him off that even though he opted out of the system, he'd had to use money from a temporarily co-opted existence to get the freedom he needed in order to get away from the clutches of the system. And yet they still controlled what wars got fought, who lived and died, who got services and who didn't, and it was all about power. Power that didn't yield itself for anyone or anything. The Bilderbergers and the Illuminati still ran the entire fucking world. They were the devil. And they got regular people to buy into being blind consumers, suckered them into debt, poisoned them for profit, made them so unhappy with their lives, their looks, their bodies, their families, that they had to spend money somehow, somewhere in the food chain of greed to make themselves feel better. Somebody needed to do something. Somebody really smart could fuck up their decadent Roman orgy party forever. He was smart enough. Ernest took a sip of his tea, slurping it. He wouldn't do something that would hurt common people. No, they were already hurting enough. Thing is, he wasn't sure of how to wrest power from the powerful without hurting the innocent in the process. If he shut down the power grid, the powerful still had bunkers and access to private planes and extraction teams. Some poor grandmother or preemie baby would die when their ventilator stopped, not some rat bastard head of state. If he created an outbreak, those same powerful people at the top would get quarantined on some lush tropical island while the rest of the world, especially the urban areas, went into apocalyptic meltdown. If he sent a message in the form of a bomb, that would only give them a reason to spin the controlled media to get the frightened electorate to agree to even more civil liberties transgressions and fund more military spending, which would just make their asses even richer from all the military contracts. There was nothing wrong with his mind, and he was no extremist, no matter what the psychiatrists had said. He did not have a breakdown. Thinking differently than the zombified public did not mean he'd gone around the bend. He'd had an awakening on the job is all, one that brought him clarity. Ernest again slurped his hot tea. How could a man get a PhD in quantum physics, quantum mechanics, and biology with an in-depth knowledge of chemistry, botany, and genetics, all by the age of 39 if he were crazy? Didn't happen. Couldn't happen. Hell, he could do crossword puzzles in dead languages and had virtually taught himself ancient text translations. Think a crazy man could manage that? So, hell no, he wasn't going to go to Philadelphia and walk past the dregs of society that had been made dregs by the oligarchy just to listen to some old choir hags sing Amazing Grace over a dead body, and then serve dead flesh, fried chicken of all things, and act polite when they asked him if he had a job yet, or a woman. Fuck that, if that's what they called tradition. That was medieval Dark Ages shit, if ever he heard it. He could better spend the day realigning his crystals and copper pyramids in an attempt to establish a better connection to the Akashic records. The records would tell him how to best use his mind to bring down the powerful evil that controlled the world. While he wanted that more than anything, deep down, however, what he really wished for was for the interdimensional beings who managed the Akashic records to also send him A soulmate. It was very difficult to find a female companion with the same level of intelligence he had, and he could not countenance an ignorant woman. He'd very clearly asked them for a woman who met the following criteria. 1, she has the same commitment to living off the grid as he does. 2, she hasn't succumbed to the false traditions or superstitious religions of the zombified masses. And 3, her body is as fine-tuned a work of art as his was. That was another issue from The Fly to which he could relate. He'd been celibate a very long time, not wanting to compromise himself with human drama, and yet his physique was functioning like a well-maintained machine. By any standard, he was a Porsche with nowhere to run on the open road. Ernest leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. Why was it so impossible sometimes to quell the urge to procreate? The Fly went through that as well, but the gene splice made him that way. Still, there had to be a way to overcome that basic urge, just as there was a way to change one's eating habits and one's fondness for wasteful things like gas heat. That was one of the promises of meditation and yoga, that one could go outside of one's body to think away one's desires. But his body still ran regular diagnostics, giving him erections that begged for relief. When he really thought back on it, his experiences with the opposite sex were so fleeting and so unfulfilling that he wondered why he thought of them at all. By now the subject should have been dead to him. Thinking about sex, or better stated, yearning for it, had to be some stupid DNA glitch in the medulla oblongata, the lizard brain, the reptilian center that just regulated heartbeat and other peristaltic functions. Procreation was necessarily a peristaltic function to ensure the continuation of the species. That's the only reason it remained on his mind, because it sure couldn't have been from the one backseat fumbling attempt he'd had in high school when he wore Coke bottle glasses and braces. Fat Renee. Damn. Even to this day he couldn't shake the image. She was his cousin's girlfriend's fat sister. She had given him his first experience groping breasts. That was as far as he got, but he remembered how they changed under his palm, and how she'd actually let him slip a hand under her sweater. Remember how her thick nipples got hard, and how that made him hump her leg like a pathetic, agonized puppy until she'd said, "Get off me!" and pushed him away. But he also remembered what was going on in the front seat, and recalled how it was clear that the same thing wasn't going to happen for him that night. Sad but true, the image still excited him. His cousin had scored while he went home with blue balls and jerked off. Then, to add insult to injury, he got ridiculed the next day for being in a geek and a fat girl couple, so much so that poor Renee couldn't take the pressure and decided to go get a thug to replace him. That's when he'd learned the pecking order of the streets. A fat girl putting out could get a thug, even if the son of a bitch treated her badly. A nerd couldn't get squat because all females run in a pack and need corroboration from the others that they'd picked a provider. So Neanderthal. He hated the inner city that had bred him and was so glad that he'd been smart enough to escape from it. College didn't change that much. That was a rude awakening. Maybe the rudest of all, because they were supposed to be intelligent people at MIT. He'd been smart enough to get there on a full scholarship at 16. True, he was young, but he was old enough to pick up the game. Ernest stared out the window and released a weary sigh. The jocks and guys with social savoir-faire got laid. Guys in the lab didn't, unless they were going to be a medical doctor, which again linked to the female perception of what constituted a good provider down the line. In grad school, he'd finally found another geek like him who had shown him a little mercy. After a drunken night of shots at a project completion party, he finally got some at 25 years old. Ernest had to shut his eyes tightly. Just 3 strokes and he was done. She'd been so drunk that she rolled over and puked afterward. The next day in lab, they both apologized and agreed that what had happened wasn't really a good idea and it would never be discussed again. Jennifer was a very nice person, but in the cold light of day, he knew it had been the alcohol. That was the last time he'd tried to press for a mate. He figured if something was meant to be, it would happen naturally. So where was his queen? Where was that one hot, smart, physically unstoppable, sexually insatiable being like him, ready to get it on rough and hard and without relent, and then take over the world? Anger filled him as he set down his mug and let out another breath of frustration. He had to do better at controlling his thoughts. That was the problem of having an intense brain. It was so full that keeping parameters around it was nearly impossible. His idle wondering where his soulmate was had given him another early morning erection. He stared down at the bulge in his lab scrubs, deciding. Maybe he should just break down and order a female orifice off the internet. He could make one, he was sure, but the act of actually making one and putting so much time into that process would really be depressing. Whereas if he just ordered something online, he could do that without really thinking about it again until the box arrived in the mail. But he couldn't force himself to not think. And whatever they sent wouldn't be biodegradable. Plus, if he stopped himself from thinking, that would make him just like the blind masses that consumed everything in a state of oblivion. He also didn't want to be played by the system that made money off other people's misery. Lastly, he didn't want the rat bastards that ran the world to see that they were getting to him when they traced his life through his credit card purchases and discovered that he'd ordered a female part like a man in prison might if he could. That would give them a good laugh at his expense, and that was the last thing he'd allow. Rage filled him, this time more intensely than he'd felt in the years since he'd had an episode, what they called a breakdown, in his employer's lab. The only benefit of that job had been that he now received disability income from it. Regardless, he hated them all, and hated that his life had been relegated to this, all because he saw the truth and refused to be quiet about what they were doing in their poison factories abroad. He needed more tea, needed to get back to his jigsaw puzzle of formulas on his whiteboard. But then a quiet thought entered his mind, almost as though it had tiptoed in through the back door of his brain. Call it an insight, or perhaps it was a download from the Akashic records, he wasn't sure. But it made him slow his process of standing up so he could pay attention to it. What if his body needs increasing were a sign? What if he was getting frustrated and turned on because it was time? What if he'd finally reached the peak of his mental, physical, and spiritual evolution, so that now was the time for him to find that mate? Or perhaps create her? All this time he'd been trying to find the answers in the ancient knowledge of kings when the answer was literally right in front of him all along. Ernest abandoned his tea and rushed out of the living room. Running as if he was being chased, he went to his lab table and began rooting through his esoteric texts on female deities and intelligent species that he'd collected over the years. What if now, he thought, with his intellectual acumen at full tilt, what if he could break the code on the ancient Sumerian texts or on the cuneiform tablets that all spoke of releasing a female entity that, to his mind, sounded like a more highly evolved alien species? Powerful females that began or ended the world as humans knew it, as men knew it. What if he married the funeral rites of men, of kings, but called a female entity instead? Thank you for dying, Uncle Fred. Ernest shook his head and laughed out loud. The death notice was a sign. It had to be a beautiful, gorgeous coincidence given to him by an intelligence beyond the veil. The adjustment in the codices would be simple. No wonder all the goddesses had been banned and removed from modern paternalistic religious texts. They were the ones that could flow more easily between worlds. The information was right under his nose all along. Ernest clutched his papers, giggling as tears formed in his eyes. This was the information that they wanted hidden from the general human population. So what better way to do that than to eradicate the goddess from all current religious thought? His hands began to scribble a new ancient equation on the whiteboard behind his lab desk, taking careful pains to insert the feminine versus masculine in every symbol translation. The equation was a spell. He stared at it closely. It was a formula for the elements needed to raise the dead. Women. It all hinged on women, the true creators and givers of life. Every single culture spoke of them, whether as succubi, vampires, Lilith, Ocean, Kali. Yes, like Kali, the black one, like him. Kali, the goddess of annihilation, her name associated with death, but also great benevolence. In tantric beliefs known as the ultimate reality, sexual. Kali, he murmured. The consort of Shiva, who was known as eternal time, while Kali herself was known as the time. It was definitely the time. And if Einstein was right, and there was no reason to believe that he, a genius, was not, then matter could neither be created nor destroyed, perhaps moved into another dimension, but it would still exist regardless. Maybe it was made temporarily inanimate, but it was still there. And it only stood to reason that if there was such a deep human story trail of these ancient goddesses, then it was possible that there was truth to the rumors that had lasted centuries. The one thing that all modern anthropologists had learned over the years was that lies and untruths within cultures tended to die out, whereas those that continued to be handed down from a fragment of truth tended to live on. What if ancient cultures simply didn't have the scientific vocabulary for bringing an energy being through the dimensional fabric to manifest in our world? What if these entities occasionally did break through? What if angels and demons and such really did exist? But one thing was for sure. All cultures generally agreed that whoever raised the deity would have power over it. Ernest spun away from his whiteboard, opened an expensive text, and quickly turned the worn pages to the bare-breasted drawing of Kali. She was both horrible and gorgeous, with 4 arms and coal-black skin, long flowing hair, and a body that wouldn't stop. She could definitely be his woman, the woman that created the freaking Kama Sutra and could level mountains. What if an entity like that was obligated to him for bringing her through the veil to experience the seduction of the mortal world again? And her appetite for destruction could be unleashed on the powerful families and heads of corporations that were controlling and poisoning the world. Oligarchies would crumble. She could blight the genetically engineered seeds, and only true seeds that were natural and organic could grow. She could destroy the oil industry, making wells go dry so as not to further damage the earth by making it bleed black blood into the Gulf or anywhere else. That would make nations have to scramble to develop biofuels and solar and wind technology, and he wouldn't have to wait on fucking Congress to vote beyond their own personal campaign interests. She could create a plague that would just kill all the genetically altered toxic animals on their way to slaughter, something so horrible and massive that it couldn't be covered up, and people would be too afraid, on their own, to eat from those diseased food sources. Then people would demand real change. Oh yeah, he could keep his goddess busy fucking up the world until the rich weren't rich and the poor woke up and got a clue. There would be anarchy. And she could stop armies while the masses took over the reins of their towns again and planted organic food to feed their people from small community farms and drummed out the assholes on Wall Street that created nothing but made billions by electronic transfers of paper. She could make the trading boards go black. That wouldn't hurt people like a blackout. But it would sure tank the global bullshit market, just like what happened when someone supposedly keyed in a wrong amount for a trade and blue-chip stocks went to zero for a few minutes. What if everything on the worldwide stock markets just went to zero and stayed there? The more he thought about it, the better it sounded. In a frenzy of hope and excitement, he ran to his library shelves and began yanking down every book he had on quantum physics and incantations. He needed to get the science right. That was what undergirded the magic of the spell, or as he liked to refer to it, the ancient equation. Crystals amplified interdimensional contact. Copper and gold were highly conductive metals. The full moon was a high tide mark, when the Earth's electromagnetic pull was at an apex. Hence, there was more cosmic juice to get the signal to the energy residing in different dimensions. Chants, words had a vibrational resonance, and any idiot knew vibration was the very foundation of the universe. Everything vibrated. Atoms and every subatomic particle down to a quark vibrated. Ancient cultures used all of these elements to create a confluence of events. Drums were simply vibration, like the chants, and getting a bunch of people in a tribe to all do it together just amplified the vibe out to the other side. Face paint and juju herbs were just theater. Maybe the folks needed to get a buzz on, to totally suspend disbelief and to open up their access to parts of their brains that the normal human hadn't learned to use yet. Who knew? But he'd roll a joint from the plants he grew in his lab under UV lights to be sure not to allow his overanalysis to create an intellectual block. Short of having a tribe to get the job done, he could do it in the lab with Bose stereo amplifiers and crystals, copper wire and water, sea salt for more kick, under the light of a full moon. All he had to do was follow the breakthrough equation he'd just discovered. Tonight, he was bringing Kali stateside. Tonight, he was going to get laid. Then tomorrow, together they would kick some corporate ass and rule the world. It took Ernest all day to bring in the right assortment of crystals and to research their proper alignment. He had to make sure he was in alignment with the galactic center, and had to break out his telescope and compass for that. Then there was the ritual part. Ernest didn't think it was necessary, but he relented, and prepared fruit and drink offerings for the entity. It made some sense, he supposed. Since she was coming into a physical body, she would need nourishment. Then there was getting all the sounds right, downloading the right African drum beats and the Native American flutes, and mixing them with Indian sitars took a bit of blending, and then he found and added in some powerful Om chants. By midnight, everything was ready. He'd even taken a bath and had gotten naked to stand under the copper wire pyramid mounted on the ceiling, hoping his body would be used as the battery to go along with everything else that was rigged. The human body was 80% water and was the perfect saline pH, so it was no wonder that the ancients used human sacrifices as human generators. Only he wasn't going to die. That was unnecessary and wasteful, especially when he had a generator the entity could tap to help bring itself through the vortex. Human ignorance and a lack of enlightened vocabulary had been responsible for so much waste and way too many barbaric deaths. Ernest sighed. But it was time. He lit the end of the thick joint he'd rolled, brought it to his lips, and inhaled deeply, allowing his nostrils to flare. He watched the end of the huge blunt glow red, and then proceeded to light the incense pots and white candles around the room. Then he stood inside a circle of sea salt and flipped on the stereo, then activated the device that he'd created. Heavy percussion thrummed through his body. The joint and incense were making him heady. The music caused him to close his eyes and swayed as he lent his voice to it between deep puffs of reefer. Soon he felt light, and as though electric current was running over the surface of his skin, just like it had been described in the spell books. The anticipation gave him an unbearable erection, but if his efforts succeeded, Kali would be here soon. Now it was time to call her by name, he thought, with every fiber of his being, believing she could come through, believing that she existed, suspending disbelief. He spoke the words of the ancient equation in a loud and clear voice, speaking with conviction, invoking Kali until the veins rose in his temples and throat. Then he said it again, this time raising his arms and shouting it, giving in to the madness of the theater, wanting it so badly that he didn't care whether it was shamanic drama or not, so long as it worked. She had to come. Despite all his work and research, he was still unprepared when the candles blew out and the bowls of water suddenly flipped against the wall. Nor was he prepared for the cutting chill that swept into the room, or the sudden intense heat that followed, causing the air to become so hot it verged on painful. "Who calls me?" an angry female voice demanded. Ernest stood there for a moment, joint in hand, mouth agape, staring. A naked woman had appeared in the room, with 4 arms and a serious attitude. "I do," he whispered, as awed as the scientist who'd first seen an atom must have been. "And your request?" He bowed. "Kali, be my mate, and let us destroy the evildoers of the world together." She folded one set of her arms over her naked breasts, while her other pair of hands went to her hips, and she shook her head. "You motherfuckers are all the same. You want some ass, and then you want to go take out the guys who used to get all the babes." Ernest stared at her, blinking. She sounded like a ghetto princess, hardly the lofty goddess he'd expected. "Look, when we come into this dimension, we come with all the baggage you've got in your subconscious, okay? This is why, if you read the religious texts, only holy men or women with a clue are supposed to call us up." Yeah, heard it before, baby. You didn't know. Whatever." She sucked her teeth and rolled her eyes at him, and then took the thick joint from his fingers and drew on it hard. "Okay, so I'm here, and yeah, we can get busy, and yeah, I can roll some heads, but you know I'm Shiva's woman, right? You do know that when he finds out that your punk ass called me up, he's gonna go straight gangsta on you, right? Just saying." She handed him back the joint and let the smoke filter out of her lovely nose. "You prepared for all of that?" Ernest drew a slow drag on the joint, inhaling her fragrance as he looked over her body, and then nodded. She smiled. "Okay, I'ma go easy on you, baby. I'll tell Shiva to be cool. You ain't had none in a really long time, I can tell. So I guess that would make you lose your mind and want to destroy the world. I'm cool with that." "I just want to carve out the bad and leave the good," Ernest said carefully, still awed as his mouth went dry. Kali cocked her head to the side and studied his now wilted erection. "You do have potent seed, right?" Ernest quickly nodded. "The best." Kali smiled as the long gold fingernail on one of her right forefingers began to extend and widen into a menacing blade. "Good. Because I'm definitely going to need a sacrifice in order to work with you, baby. Goes with the territory. No pain, no gain." L.A. Banks was the best-selling author of the Vampire Huntress Legend series, which consists of 12 volumes. She was also the author of the Crimson Moon Werewolf series, which includes Bad Blood, Bite the Bullet, Undead on Arrival, Cursed to Death, Never Cry Werewolf, and Left for Undead. Writing under the bylines Leslie Esdale and Leslie Esdale Banks, she has also published fiction in the romance and crime suspense genres. In 2008, Banks was named the Essence Magazine Storyteller of the Year. She died at the age of 51 in August 2011. Category: Unmapped Variables in Multiple Intelligences. Rule 3227.0. Touch nothing in the secret lab. Source: Pat Gilcrease, journalist. Via Alan Dean Foster. Our next story takes us into the blazing heat of New Mexico. New Mexico is a unique state. It's given us the first chimpanzee astronaut, the first nuclear weapons test, and the alleged cover-up of an extraterrestrial spacecraft recovery. From that fertile ground, you can expect a lot of wild UFO stories and tall tales of atomic-fueled mutations. With that kind of background, Albuquerque reporter Pat Gilcrease isn't expecting much when he gets a report of a two-headed chicken living on a remote country ranch. Maybe a hand-stitched fake. A genetic freak if he's lucky. He's certainly not prepared for what he finds. As Gilcrease learns more, he discovers he is onto the story of his life. It's a story that proves not all brilliant scientists are created equal, and not every farmer's daughter is a brainless hick. Brainless, no, but mad, on the other hand. Rural Singularity by Alan Dean Foster. Gilcrease mopped his brow with the halfway clean rag he had scrounged from the trunk of the car. The only extant war between New Mexico and Texas was between ranchers and oilmen who each claimed that their side of the border was the one that was hottest in mid-August. Having driven all the way from Albuquerque, Gilcrease was happy to call it a tie and a plague on both their hothouses. Not that it wasn't warm in Albuquerque this time of year, too. It was just that everything seemed hotter in the greater desolation that lay to the east of the Sacramento foothills. This was country that made the high desert terrain around Albuquerque seem positively Arctic. With every passing moment, he looked forward to the return drive and his nice, cool cubby in the newspaper office. This was fool's errand for a slow day, he knew. Human interest, these occasional excursions into the creases of an anomalous humanity, were called. Just his luck to be nominated to do the follow-up on this one. His first glimpse of the Parkers' ranch did not inspire confidence. Furnished in half 21st, half 19th century fashion, the single-story rock and wood structure scrunched back against a succession of rising rounded hillocks like a bear scratching his ass. There was a windmill that on a good day supplied water to the dwelling. Behind and off to the left side of the house was a traditional barn, bolted by wooden timbers intended to restrain more cattle than ever roamed this particular homestead. When Gilcrease drove up in a cloud of dust and muttered adjectives, Walt Parker was working under the hood of that undying icon of mobile American steel known as a full-size pickup truck. With the heavy hood raised, it looked as if the truck was saying, "Ah." Parking nearby, the reporter took one last optimistic rag swipe at his forehead and climbed out. The "Keep Off the Grass" sign posted in the dirt driveway made him smile. The only grass for many miles around was to be found high up in the mountains behind the house. "Walter Parker? I'm Pat Gilcrease from the Albuquerque Journal." Weather-beaten and bank-battered, Parker looked 10 years older than the 51 to which he would admit. There was more oil in the old towel he was using to clean his hands than in the dusty ground beneath his feet. Gilcrease winced slightly when the man extended a welcoming hand, but having no choice, he took the greasy fingers firmly. Parker squinted up at the taller, younger man. "You're here about the two-headed chickens, I expect." Gilcrease nodded, then found himself frowning. "You have more than one?" "Whole flock." The rancher shook his head. "People. You show them something you're proud of, tell them to keep it to themselves, and they promptly go and call a newspaper." He shook his head regretfully. "Well, you're here. You've come all the way from the city, so I expect it would be impolite not to show you." Gilcrease didn't even take out his camera as the rancher guided his visitor around the house and toward the barn. Between the two stood an enclosure fashioned from wood posts and chicken wire fencing. Parker prepared himself for the worst. More than likely, he would be shown a badly stitched and sewn fake. If he was lucky, one of the rancher's birds might have hatched an honest mutation, enough to justify a quick snapshot or two and a short article for the People section of the paper. It really had been a slow news week. "Here it is." Parker unlatched the door to the coop. As he did so, 20 or more clucking chickens came running. They were accompanied by a snowstorm of at least twice as many chicks. Gilcrease eyed them, and his jaw promptly dropped. Every one of them had 2 heads. Every one. And they looked as healthy as any comparable flock of normal chickens. Having anticipated his guest's reaction, Parker was grinning. "Didn't believe it, did you, Mr. Gilcrease?" Having finally succeeded in fumbling his camera out of his shirt pocket, the flabbergasted reporter was snapping pictures like mad. "How? I've seen pictures of 2-headed animals before, but it's always only 1 or 2 individuals at a time. A 2-headed snake or a 2-headed turtle, even a 2-headed sheep. But this..." Holding the camera in one hand, he gestured with the other. "How did this happen?" "Want to see something else interesting?" Parker raised a hand. "Wait here." Gilcrease continued to fire off shots while his host disappeared into the long, low henhouse. When the rancher returned, he was holding several eggs. Double-shelled eggs, like perfect little white dumbbells. He handed one to the dumbfounded reporter. "That's how you get 2-headed chickens. You get them to lay double eggs." Like light behind a t-shirt, Pride began to show through his initial reticence. My daughter Susie bred them. Your daughter? Parker nodded. She's one clever little girl. Special. His expression faded somewhat. You know, special. Homeschooled. Has to be. Staring at the back of his camera, Gilcrease was reviewing the pictures he had just taken. They were as real as the two-headed chicks presently peeping around his ankles. Why is that? He asked absently, his present attention more focused on the pictures. She's addled. Clever, but addled. When she was a lot younger, 11 I think she was, we took her to see a doctor in El Paso, specialist. He examined her, did some tests, said she was what you call an idiot savant. I was going to punch the guy out until my wife told me what that meant. She's the smart one in the family, Mary is, visiting her mother in Amarillo this week. She wouldn't like it if she knew there was a reporter out here asking about Susie. But after the neighbors called your paper, he shrugged. I thought it better to come clean about the chickens to a real paper than wait for some tabloid freelancer to come snooping around. I'm flattered. My paper is flattered, I mean. Gilcrease pocketed his camera. He had his pictures and his article, but still... Could I meet your daughter? I promise I won't take any photos without your permission and a signed release. Anything else would be an invasion of privacy. Parker scrutinized his visitor closely. You seem like a pretty straight guy, Pat. All right, you can say hi. But be careful what you say and how you say it. Keep things, simple. And don't touch anything. Especially her toys. Gilcrease nodded. Parker led him out of the coop and into the barn. It was a spacious construction. Ranch equipment was scattered everywhere. 2 of the horse stalls were occupied, and one of the occupants neighed inquisitively at their approach. Seeing that both animals had only 1 head apiece, Gilcrease was mildly disappointed. Searching his surroundings, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. Susie's in back, Parker explained. We fixed up a little playroom and workshop for her. It's where she spends most of her time, puttering around. Near the rear of the barn, they halted outside a closed door, and his tone darkened. Promise now. No pictures. Gilcrease reaffirmed his earlier commitment, whereupon his host opened the door. The interior of the corner room was flooded with light from multiple double-pane windows. Surprisingly, there was also a skylight. More surprisingly, the light from both sources fell upon what looked like several folds of dark purple, foot-wide wrapping ribbon suspended in midair. At the center of the winding ribbons, several yard-long coils of copper wire protruded from the top of a metal ovoid. Cables from the ovoid led to a bank of deep-cycle marine batteries. The entire setup emitted a very faint hum. Amplified solar generator. Parker spoke as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Another of Susie's putterings. He jerked a thumb toward the front of the property. We got another one, powers the whole house. Gilcrease swallowed. His camera was burning a hole in his pocket, but he had promised. Another one? The same size? His host nodded. That's a lot of wattage to come out of such a small solar array. I'd think you'd have to cover the whole building with panels to get enough juice to run a house. Well, that's what I'd think, Mr. Gilcrease. But Susie says these are 120% efficient. Gilcrease frowned. That doesn't make any sense. His host grinned. Neither does Susie. He raised his voice. Susie, we got company. Where are you, girl? A figure rose from behind a heavy wooden workbench piled to overflowing with devices, instruments, bottles, beakers, and what to Gilcrease's eyes appeared to be just plain scrap. She was pudgy, overweight but not obese, with pale blue eyes and blonde hair cut into a crude pageboy that suggested her mother did all the girls' styling and trimming. She looked at her father, then turned a shy stare on their visitor. Say hello, Susie. This is Mr. Gilcrease. He's come from Albuquerque just to see your chickens. Parker gestured. Come on, girl. He won't hurt you. Slowly, reluctantly, the adolescent edged around from behind the workbench. Her downcast eyes only occasionally rose to glance fitfully at the 2 men. Her hands remained behind her back. She wore scruffy jeans, a lightweight flannel shirt, and unusual for a girl of her apparent age, no makeup or jewelry. Keeping her eyes on the ground, she halted in front of her father. "Say hello, Susie," he prompted her gently. An awkward silence ensued. Finally, the girl stuck out one hand, keeping the other behind her and her eyes aimed downward. "Hello," she mumbled. "I'm Susie." Gilcrease took the proffered fingers and squeezed gently. As soon as he let go, her hand vanished behind her back to rejoin its companion. The reporter was at once uncomfortable and fascinated. "Hi, Susie. If you don't mind my asking, how old are you?" 17, she whispered. Gilcrease had to strain to hear. Looking and listening, he immediately understood and sympathized with the rancher's family circumstances. The girl might be 17 chronologically, but socially and probably emotionally she was maybe 9, and might forever remain 9. He tailored his tone and words accordingly. "I liked your chickens, Susie." A hint of a shy, withdrawn smile. "Thank you." "Your dad said that you bred them?" She nodded, showing a little more interest. "Can you tell me how you did that?" Gilcrease asked softly. For the first time she looked up to meet his gaze. "It wasn't hard. I just had to induce the appropriate mutation and then crossbreed the relevant haploids until the desired dominant characteristic replaced the recessive. Mendel could have done it, but he didn't have the right tools for microscopic genetic manipulation." Her eyes dropped again along with her voice. "Mom and Dad liked the eggs, so I kept breeding them." Gilcrease felt as if he had been hit with a hammer. Not knowing what else to say, he turned to indicate the apparent solar generator. "And you made that too?" She nodded, and her head came up again. "Had to. The power goes out a lot here, and there are unpredictable surges that are bad for my computers. I hacked the inputs and the relevant software from the power company, but this is better. It's cleaner power, too. Dad asked me to make him one for the house, so I did." Gilcrease forced a smile as he struggled to stay on top of what was becoming an increasingly absurdist conversation. "Your dad says your generator's panels, I'm guessing they're those windy purple things, are 120% efficient." He leaned toward her and put his hands on his knees. "Now, Susie, how can that be? How can you get more energy out of something than goes into it from the sun?" Putting a finger in her mouth, she began chewing on the nail. "I made a photon multiplier. It works real good." By now, Gilcrease desperately wanted to take out his camera, but he held off. Promise or no promise, he was going to get some pictures here before he left, and some video. No matter how crazy this adolescent girl was, the story would play wonderfully in the paper's people section. Perhaps not flatteringly, but it would sell ads and maybe even drive a small if temporary uptick in circulation. "Now, Susie, I'm no scientist, but even I know you can't get more energy out of something than what goes into it." Her voice rose in protest, almost irritably. "You can if you access the photonic flow from a second dimension." It was at this point that Gilcrease knew he was being had. It wouldn't be the first time. Living in New Mexico, there was at least one good Roswell story to be exploited every year, not to mention the inevitable wild tales of mutants born of the early atomic bomb tests running amok in the state forests. But this one, featuring a simple-minded teenage girl as its protagonist, was smarter by half than most. Whether she was faking her illness or not, he didn't know. If not, then extra points to her clever father for figuring out how to program her pseudoscientific responses. It was all based on getting someone to report on the two-headed chickens, of course. They were real enough. But the rest of this was an obvious con in the making. Pulling out a pad and pen, he eyed the father. If this was a scam, the old man should be ready to fill in the details about now. And ask for money, of course. "I'm just going to make some notes, Mr. Parker. No photos. Maybe some quick sketches. Would that be okay?" His host hesitated, eyed his daughter. "Susie, is it all right with you if our guest makes some drawings?" More mumbling. "Don't care. He don't understand what he's seeing anyway." Gilcrease was not offended. "Thank you, Susie. I appreciate your courtesy." She went silent, shifting back and forth from one foot to the other. After he had been writing and drawing for a couple of minutes, she looked up again. "Want to see what I'm working on now?" He didn't look up from his sketch pad. He was trying to make a decent rendition of the impossible solar generator. Sure, Susie, why not? Okay. She brought her left hand around from behind her back. Intent on his work, Gilcrease almost didn't look at it. When he finally did, he dropped his pen and papers. Hovering above her pale, smooth-skinned palm was a model of the solar system. In perfect miniature, it depicted the sun, the planets, the asteroid belt, and an occasional visiting comet. The proportions were not correct. They could not be. But the visual representation was astonishing. Forgetting his dropped papers and pen, he bent closer, staring in fascination. Small clouds could be seen moving above the earth. Jupiter's bands rotated, and the sun was hot to the touch. He swallowed. Susie, how did you made this? She nodded proudly. It's not to scale, of course. If it was, the sun would be too big and too hot, and Pluto's orbit would be way out past where your car came in. It's just a toy. Our home system. All of it is our home, not just the Earth. She smiled shyly. Want to see something neat? He was beyond dazed. Neater than this? She nodded. She was eager now, more relaxed in his presence. With one finger she pointed at the floating Saturn. No, not at Saturn. At a smaller sphere orbiting around it. Titan. Smell it. He bent close, careful not to make contact, inhaled, and then drew back sharply, his nose wrinkling. It smells like rotten eggs. Uh-huh. Methane. Pretty cool, huh? How? He was shaking his head. His previous conviction that what he was seeing was nothing but scam and fakery fled as he contemplated the far more fantastic story that was unfolding before him. An impossible story, an unimaginable story. Stars of another kind danced before his eyes. He saw a Pulitzer in his future. Susie, do you have any other toys that are neat? Oh, sure. Turning, she headed for the big workbench. Come on, I'll show you. So she did. She showed him the anti-gravity projector the size of a cell phone, just like the one in her pocket that had kept the miniature solar system hovering above her palm. She showed him the homunculus Santa and elves that she only animated at Christmas. Showed him the robot cat that kept the barn free of rats and mice, and the extractor that drew water from the seemingly desiccated air, and the candy maker that spun elaborate gourmet treats out of plain sugar and simple flavorings. She showed him the small thermonuclear device. But I can't get enough radium or tritium out of the old watches Dad buys for me at flea markets, so I'm going to try and build my own centrifuges to concentrate enough U-235 to 90% from the ore in the hills around here. She eyed her father. For my next birthday, Dad promised me enough lead to make some shielding. Gilcrease looked at his host. Parker shrugged. It's harmless, I'm sure. Another one of her toys. Yeah, Gilcrease mumbled. Harmless. He was eyeing the girl not just out of curiosity now, but warily. Susie, some of these things, some of your toys, aren't you afraid they might be a little bit dangerous? She pushed out her lower lip. I know what I'm doing. I'd never make anything that would hurt people. She suddenly dropped her gaze and voice again. Well, maybe that Minnie Schwarzschild discontinuity, but I got rid of it before it swallowed anything besides the deer. That was junk anyway. Her father frowned slightly. Wondered what happened to that old tractor. Thought some kids took it. He brightened. That explains the hole in the ground under where it had been sitting. Wouldn't never hurt no one, Susie muttered again. Her eyes suddenly met the reporter's. You going to write about all of this, Mr. Gilcrease? No, Susie, I was going to. There was something in her eyes he didn't like, and he felt it was time for discretion. But I'm not going to if you don't want me to. Don't want you to, she was insistent. People would come here. Bad people. They'd want me to make toys for them, and I don't wanna. Her voice rose, her hands balled into fists at her sides, and she looked as if she was going to start bawling. I don't wanna! Hastily stepping forward, her father put an arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. She immediately tucked her head into his chest. Don't wanna, she mumbled more softly. Parker looked at his guest. "I think you should go now, Mr. Gilcrease. You saw the chickens, and you can write about them if you insist. But that's all," he finished firmly. The reporter nodded. "I know. I promised." A promise he had no intention whatsoever of keeping, Gilcrease knew. Not after this. Not after what he had seen. This was no scam. The girl was addled, all right, borderline crazy, or maybe not borderline. But she was also a genius of unparalleled acquaintance. This was a story that had to get out, needed to be told, and he was going to tell it. As Parker comforted his manic offspring, he was watching Gilcrease closely. Too closely for Gilcrease to get out his camera. But he could snap some long-range shots as he drove away, he knew. What was the old man going to do, chase after him? Just something visual to frame the story. And what a story it was going to be. And if not photos, he had his drawings, his sketches. They would suffice for now. He'd be back, with a photographer and, if necessary, a sheriff's deputy or two. This was big. Bending, he fumbled for the notes and sketches he had dropped, quickly gathering them up. They made an awkward sheaf in his hands. He looked around. "Mr. Parker, would you have—" "Oh, never mind, I see one." Stepping to his right, he reached for something on top of a nearby tool chest. Looking up, Susie said sharply, "Better not." Gilcrease smiled winningly at her and helped himself to the object. "It's okay, Susie. I'll give you another one. A whole box if you want." There was a blinding flash of light. When Parker could see again, nothing remained of his visitor. There was, however, a blackened flare on the concrete of the workroom floor. Walking over to it, he took care to step around the splash of carbonization. Even without touching, he could feel the heat radiating from the cone of air above the spot. What happened to him? Putting his hands on his hips, he glared disapprovingly over at his daughter. "Susie, did you—" She shook her head and began chewing on her finger again. "I told him not to. Told him." Pushing back his cap, Parker scratched at his hairline. "It was just a paper clip, Susie." She shook her head and pushed out her lower lip again. "Quantum paper clip." Alan Dean Foster is the best-selling author of more than 100 novels, and is perhaps most famous for his Commonwealth series, which began in 1975 with the novel Midworld. His most recent novels include Quofum, Flink's Transcendent, The Human Blend, and Body Inc. Foster's short fiction has appeared in numerous anthologies and in magazines such as the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Analog, Jim Bain's Universe, and in John Joseph Adams's anthology Federations. A new collection, Exceptions to Reality, came out in 2008. Category: Logistics and Support of Evil Programmatics. Rule 5917.N/18.3E. Never trust a job posting on Craigslist. Source: Brenda Bryce, Executive Assistant. Via Genevieve Valentine. How do evil geniuses get it all done? They have theories to spin, hypotheses to test, devices to create, and evil to plot, and each of these tasks requires time, effort, and often a large number of unusual materials. There's so much work behind every nefarious deed, it's remarkable anything evil ever gets done. In our next story, one mad scientist's secret is revealed. A remarkable assistant. Someone has to be in charge of the office, and in this tale, it's Brenda. She knows just who to call to order the ignition for a doomsday device, and she's got the skills it takes to edit a truly evil ransom note. She's a truly capable woman, ready for whatever her job demands. And as a mad scientist's assistant, her job will take some unusual skills. The question is, will she survive long enough to get that well-earned raise?
Captain Justice Saves the Day by Genevieve Valentine. Brenda had been working for Dr. Methuselah Mason for 2 years the day he mentioned strapping her to the doomsday device.
"It's a brilliant idea," he said.
Captain Justice can never resist the prospect of some helpless civilian. He'll stop to save you, and by the time he realizes the mechanism is unstoppable, he sighed, I'll be rid of him forever.
Brenda hit mute on the speakerphone. Beg pardon?
Don't worry, he said. He always gets there before the timer runs out. I'll leave some clues for him, like usual. You shouldn't be there long, and you don't really have to do anything. He said he wanted Birch, came the lumberyard service rep through the speaker. Birch isn't moth-proof. He never told me the place was at risk from moths. Of course it's at risk from moths, snapped Dr. Mason. It's an abandoned farmhouse lair.
Brenda said, You told me not to tell him that. Also, he can't hear you.
Look, I'd pay you overtime for the doomsday stuff,
Dr. Mason said, with a trace of disdain for time clocking.
I don't see why we have to have a big I'm having feelings meeting about everything I suggest. I'm not giving your boss a pass on something he bought free and clear,
the lumber rep said. Dr. Mason slammed his hand on the mute button.
You listen here. You'll give me that refund, or I'll send some radioactive geese to your house at night, you lying—
Dave, let me call you right back, Brenda said and hung up. Dr. Mason shook his head.
Unbelievable. It's just impossible to get good customer service these days. The only reason Captain Justice has ever gotten anything over on me is because he has a better support team. You really need to find out who he's buying from.
I'll make a note, Brenda said. Now, the doomsday thing?
Well, I'm blacklisted at all the temp agencies, he said, so there's nothing doing on that front. You're going to have to be a team player here. We don't have any other options.
After the first 3 months, she'd given up mentioning the option, don't build a doomsday device. He was disorganized enough that she'd figured it was a safe bet he'd never finish anyway. If she had any coworkers, she'd have just lost out big in the office pool. You'll have to file preemptive workers' comp papers with the insurance company, she said finally. He huffed and leaned back against the wall of the farmhouse lair.
I'm so tired of that bureaucracy nonsense. That's your job. My last assistant wouldn't shut up about all that stuff either. I hated it.
Brenda blinked. What happened to her? He traced a figure in the air with one hand.
Went to grad school,
he said vaguely, and disappeared into the lab. Brenda dug around for information about her predecessor, but didn't find a thing. Either Enid Evans had ditched the master's degree and gone off the grid, or this was not the first time Dr. Mason had had a brilliant idea regarding his assistant. 4:53 a.m. to Brenda Bryce. B. Bryce at mmasonenterprises.net. From Dr. Methuselah Mason, Ph.D., Doctor at mmasonenterprises.net. Subject:
Emergency network breach! Miss Bryce, I need the number of the Overlook Park office so I can bribe the officials to plant my doomsday device for me, and the address of the ledger so I can send the ransom note. But something is wrong with my address book. What did you do? Question mark, question mark, question mark!
5:46 a.m. to Dr. Methuselah Mason, Ph.D., Doctor at mmasonenterprises.net. From Brenda Bryce. B. Bryce at mmasonenterprises.net. Subject:
Emergency network breach!
Dr. Mason, it seems something is wrong with your address book because you erased it trying to password protect it. I am on my way in to repopulate your address book from my computer. Please do not try to fix it until I get there. Brenda. 6:09 a.m.
Well, I already overrode your computer security so I could get the numbers because you weren't getting back to me, and I need to get this done. But your address book is blank too. I don't see how that helps us.
6:11 a.m. Dr. Mason, please do not touch my computer again until I get there. I will get you the information as soon as I can call the Night Cipher for tech support and have him restore our address books. Brenda. 6:20 a.m.
But that's going to take forever. Don't you have a faster method to access this?
6:27 a.m.
Brenda, do you have a faster method? I really need to start bribing ASAP.
6:35 a.m.
Brenda, I think my email's broken too. None of my messages are getting through to you. When you get in, please address this. I think this ransom note is missing something.
said Dr. Mason a few days later. He dropped it casually on her desk and folded his arms.
What do you think?
Trick question, is what Brenda thought. It was no secret that Dr. Mason was a big fan of flattery. The night cipher kept showing up for tech support, even when they didn't need any, just so he could hang around the lab and kiss ass. You're really at the top of your field. Brenda heard from him a lot, and sometimes when he was really gunning for a favor, man, I would never have thought of this. The praise went over swimmingly with Dr. Mason. Most praise did. On the other hand, the Night Cipher was trying to get upgraded to a full member of the Dark Consortium and needed another signature on his application. Brenda was in no such predicament. First, it's too long, she said. The Ledger's not going to publish a 10-page ransom note.
But I have grievances!
Brenda flipped to the last page. Also, it's awful. Unless my demands are met, we'll see where your precious Captain Justice's loyalties are at. She reached for a red pen. The conclusion needs to keep the focus on your goals and off Captain Justice, she said, making notes in the margin. Also, you can't end sentences with prepositions. Dr. Mason's face drained of color. Then he went beet red from collar to hairline, and he shouted loudly enough that her pencil cup rattled.
You presume to tell me my words are inadequate?
She blinked. I'm sorry. I thought you wanted this published. He narrowed his eyes at her.
Have you filed that insurance paperwork about the doomsday device yet?
You don't get to blow me up because I correct your grammar, she said. This is what you hired me to do.
I didn't hire you to nitpick every little thing,
he muttered and snatched it back.
We'll see what the Ledger has to say.
The 10-page ransom note came back with a form rejection. Someone had scrawled at the bottom, "Please be aware of grammar and length requirements for all letters to the editor submitted to the Ledger." Brenda waited until late Friday and left it on Dr. Mason's desk after he was gone. Saturday, he would be torn away from his dastardly doomsday experiment in order to observe Captain Justice in action. Lord Destiny III was planning an impenetrable death trap for Captain Justice and the lawful lass, and that would take up at least half the day. If she was lucky, she would get all the way to Sunday without hearing from him about needing to make edits. She was going to enjoy every minute. When the phone call came in, Saturday, just before dusk, she had already rewritten the ransom note. Not that she told him. If he knew she worked weekends, she'd spend the rest of her days in that farmhouse lair. Her draft made it into the Ledger. She knocked on the lab door to give him the good news. He was in his usual position in the far corner, making tiny adjustments to the vaguely arachnid doomsday device, which hulked 15 feet high on knife-sharp metal legs. Brenda still didn't understand why you'd have to strap a person to it to make it seem dangerous. When she held up the letter, he gasped, shoved his goggles back on his head, and scrambled down to see it for himself. Brenda's last job had been at an accounting office. You had to give some credit to a guy who was so excited about what he did.
We will obey your demands and publish this ransom note on the front page in tomorrow's edition,
he read with glee. He handed back the letter.
Miss Price, I must admit I'm impressed.
She knew better than to let an opportunity pass her by. So, no doomsday machine? He frowned.
Yes, I suppose it's not ideal to risk a valued employee on a possibly risky endeavor. If you really don't want to,
great, she said, and closed the door before he could change his mind. At home, she quietly checked some job sites. There had to be admin positions that weren't quite this involving. The day the Doomsday ransom note ran, Captain Justice held a press conference on the town hall steps to warn Dr. Mason and the Dark Consortium against any more civil unrest. He was in full costume, and his ceremonial occasions-only winged justice helmet. But Brenda was so used to it by now that she hardly noticed the difference between him and the uniformed suits of the City Hall reps.
"I am not alone,"
Captain Justice said, looking directly at the camera and resting a fist on the podium.
"The people are with me. The amazing League is with me. And as always, justice is with me."
The crowd went wild. Dr. Mason wrinkled his nose.
He's just so blonde.
he said. Unexpectedly, Brenda sort of knew what he meant. With the Doomsday Gauntlet officially thrown, Dr. Mason started living in the lab. Brenda eventually caved and did the same. He offered her the bedroom infested with moths. She slept on the living room couch. Sometimes, listening to his commentary on the inevitability of general municipal lesson learning, Brenda couldn't help but feel that Enid should have left a coded warning post-it or something 2 years ago. She knocked on the door. "I have a question about the ignition switch you wanted me to order." "Not now," he said. Behind the glasses, his eyes gleamed. "It's time-sensitive." "Maybe to you. You should work on budgeting your time, Miss Bryce. Oh, can I get pizza from the thin crust place for lunch? No garlic in the sauce, though." He narrowed his eyes at the beaker in his hand. "I hate garlic." "Pizza sauce is already made when you order," she said. "Remember, you had me call the restaurant and complain for you last time." After a moment, the memory registered, and Mason made fists on his desk and hissed, "Those garlic lovers! Well, find me a place that doesn't use garlic." 14 phone calls later, she knocked on the lab door and stuck her head in. "I found a place willing to make a special order. Some garlic-free pizza is coming." Dr. Mason looked up and considered this. "Is it thin crust? It had better be thin crust." There was a little silence. Then Brenda said, "I've reconsidered the Doomsday device." It turned out that the Doomsday device was a lot taller than it seemed in the workshop, and that she was strapped awfully close to the ticking timer. The good news was that Dr. Mason had tied her up on the scenic side, so at least she could look out over the city. It was the closest thing to a night out she'd had in a long time. There wasn't much to do after work in farmhouse lair country. She waited 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 32 seconds, according to the ticker, before Captain Justice showed. He soared out of the sky and landed beside her with a wide-legged impact that, if the device had been motion-triggered, would have gone pretty badly. His armor, close up, squeaked. "Don't worry," he called, climbing across the metal legs. "This night, Captain Justice will hear your case." Brenda had to admit, he did seem really blonde. When he reached her, he yanked the blade of truth out of his belt and started slicing. "Poor innocent citizen! How did Dr. Mason ever steal you away to this awful fate?" "I'm his assistant," she said. Captain Justice's hands froze on the ropes, and he leaned back and gave her the stink eye for so long that she began to worry about the timer. "It's overtime," she defended half-heartedly. Captain Justice shook his head and started slicing through the ropes with the blade of truth again. "You know," he said, "Enid was once where you are now, but she really grabbed the bull by the horns and pulled herself up by the bootstraps when it mattered." "That's a mixed metaphor," Brenda said. "And does that mean Enid's the lawful lass?" "Of course not," said Captain Justice. "Enid's my assistant, but that's purely administrative. The League has a rule never to recruit active members from the ranks of the enemy unless they have superpowers." He frowned. "Does she have superpowers?" Brenda would have shrugged if she wasn't tied up. "I wouldn't know." "Well, if she does, I'm not supposed to leave her alone with information about the other members of the Amazing League." Captain Justice paused. "My God! She's there right now! What if she has superpowers? How could she have kept them from me all this time?" Brenda suspected it wouldn't take much. "Are you a good boss?" she asked. He looked aghast. "Of course! I and my fellow crime fighters in the League enact justice in all its forms, including workers' rights." "Really? Because it's 11 at night on a Saturday and Enid's still at the office." Captain Justice thought about that. Then he sliced off the last of the knots with significantly less gusto than he'd used on the first. "Well," he said, "I guess you're free. You should go. I must disable this device at all costs, before the city falls to pieces under Methuselah Mason's stone-fisted despotism." "Don't worry," Brenda said, hopping to the ground between 2 of the spider legs. "Don't worry? Listen here. You may think nothing of working for the maddest mind this city has seen in 100 years, but some of us— The ignition doesn't work." He stopped. "What?" "He was busy with the airborne chaos serum and wouldn't review the electronics order," she said. I ordered the wrong switch. The ignition won't connect." He frowned.
On purpose?
"Well, not as far as he knows. Those things all look alike." She smiled. "Not like you could test it beforehand, right? This way everybody's safe."
His frown deepened.
You're not a very good assistant, are you?
Brenda stared.
When she showed up at the farmhouse lair the next morning, Dr. Mason was so surprised that he took off his goggles and blinked several times.
"I thought for sure you'd take a job with Captain Justice," he said finally. "I mean, after what happened with Enid."
Brenda shrugged and sat behind her desk. "I feel my place is here," she said. He thought that over, then nodded.
"Good thing, too," he said. "We have work to do. Captain Jerkpants beat the living daylights out of that doomsday machine."
"Sorry," said Brenda, pulling out a notebook.
"It just means we'll have to try harder on the next one,"
Dr. Mason said.
"We'll start with some sturdier supplies, for one thing. That exoskeletal support structure could barely hold you."
He turned and slapped his goggles back on.
"So, Miss Bryce, take a note."
Genevieve Valentine's first novel, Mécanique, A Tale of the Circus Tresalti, was published by Prime Books in 2011 and won the Crawford Award for Best Fantasy Debut and was a finalist for the Nebula Award. Her short fiction has appeared in the anthology Running with the Pack and in the magazines Lightspeed, Strange Horizons, Futurismic, Clark's World, Journal of Mythic Arts, Fantasy Magazine, Escape Pod, and more. Her work can also be found in John Joseph Adams's anthologies Under the Moons of Mars, New Adventures on Barsoom, Armored, Federations, The Way of the Wizard, and The Living Dead 2. In 2010, she was a finalist for the World Fantasy Award.